Bitcoin Business: Investing, Trading, Mining, and Storing Tips. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Introduction. It's not an actual coin. It's cryptocurrency, a digital form of payment that is produced or mined by lots of people worldwide. It allows peer-to-peer transactions instantly, worldwide, for free, or at a very low cost. Bitcoin was invented after decades of research into cryptography by the software developer Satoshi Nakamoto, believed to be a pseudonym, who designed the algorithm and introduced it in 2009. His true identity remains a mystery. The currency is not backed by a tangible commodity, such as gold or silver. Bitcoins are traded online, which makes them a commodity in themselves. Bitcoin is an open-source product, accessible by anyone who is a user. All you need is an email, internet address, and money to get started. Where does it come from? Bitcoin is mined on a distributed computer network of users running specialized software. The network solves certain mathematical proofs and searches for a particular data sequence or block that produces a particular pattern when the BCT algorithm is applied to it. A match produces a Bitcoin. It's complex and time and energy consuming. Only 21 million Bitcoins are ever to be mined. About 11 million are currently in circulation. The math problems the network computers solve get progressively more difficult to keep the mining operations and supply in check. This network also validates all the transactions through cryptography. How does Bitcoin work? Internet users transfer digital assets or bits to each other on a network. There is no online bank. Rather, Bitcoin has been described as an internet-wide distributed ledger. Users buy Bitcoin with cash or by selling a product or service for Bitcoin. Bitcoin wallets store and use a digital currency. Users may sell out of the virtual ledger by trading their Bitcoins to someone else who wants in. Anyone can do this anywhere in the world. There are smartphone apps for conducting mobile Bitcoin transactions, and Bitcoin exchanges are populating the internet. How is Bitcoin valued? Bitcoin is not held or controlled by a financial institution. It is completely decentralized. Unlike real-world money, it cannot be devalued by governments or banks. Instead, Bitcoin's values lie simply in its acceptance between users as a form of payment and because its supply is finite. Its global currency values fluctuate according to the supply and demand and market speculation. As more people create wallets and hold and spend Bitcoin, and more businesses accept it, Bitcoin's value will rise. Banks are now trying to value Bitcoin, and some investment websites predict the price of Bitcoin will be several $1,000s in 2014. What are the benefits? There are benefits to consumers and merchants that want to use this as a payment option. 1. Fast transactions. Bitcoin is transferred instantly over the internet. 2. No fees or low fees. Unlike credit cards, Bitcoin can be used for free or very low fees. Without the centralized institution as middlemen, there are no authorizations and fees required. This improves profit margin sales. 3. Eliminates fraud risk. Only the Bitcoin owner can send payment to the intended recipient, who is the only one who can receive it. The network knows a transfer has occurred and transactions are validated. They cannot be challenged or taken back. This is big for online merchants who are often subject to credit card processor assessments of whether or not a transaction is fraudulent, or businesses that pay the high price of credit card chargebacks. 4. Data is secure. As we have seen in recent hacks on national retailers' payment processing systems, the internet is not always a secure place for private data. With Bitcoin, users do not give up private information. They have two keys, a public key that serves as the Bitcoin address and a private key with personal data. Transactions are signed digitally by combining the public and private keys. A mathematical function is applied and a certificate is generated proving the user initiated the transaction. Digital signatures are unique to each transaction and cannot be reused. The merchant and recipient never sees your secret information, like name, number, or physical address. So it's somewhat anonymous, but it is traceable to the Bitcoin address on the public key. 5. Convenient payment system. Merchants can use Bitcoin entirely as a payment system. They do not have to hold any Bitcoin currency since Bitcoin can be converted to dollars. Consumers or merchants can trade in and out of Bitcoin and other currencies at any time. 6. International payments. Bitcoin is used around the world. E-commerce merchants and service providers can easily accept international payments, which open up new potential marketplaces for them. 7. Easy to track. The network tracks and permanently logs every transaction in the Bitcoin blockchain or database. In the case of possible wrongdoing, it is easier for law enforcement officials to trace these transactions. 8. Micropayments are possible. Bitcoin can be divided down to 1/100 millionth. So running small payments of $1 or less becomes a free or near-free transaction. This could be a real boon for convenience stores, coffee shops, and subscription-based websites. Still a little confused? Here are a few examples of transactions. Bitcoin in the retail environment. At checkout, the payer uses a smartphone app to scan a QR code with all the transaction information needed to transfer the Bitcoin to the retailer. Tapping the Confirm button completes the transaction. If the user doesn't own any Bitcoin, the network converts dollars in his account into the digital currency. The retailer can convert the Bitcoin into dollars if it wants to. There were no or very low processing fees instead of the 2 to 3%. No hackers can steal personal consumer information, and there is no risk of fraud. Chapter 1. How to get Bitcoin. If you're looking to get into the game of Bitcoin and hold your own coins, there are many options available. Here are some of the different methods available for acquiring some Bitcoin of your own. 1. Buy them from an exchange. One of the most common ways to acquire Bitcoins is through an exchange. Websites like Coinbase allow you to purchase Bitcoin. They don't sell Bitcoin themselves, but how it works is the exchange pairs you as a buyer with a seller who is selling for whatever price you're looking for. This sounds like a great option, and in some ways it is, but it has its disadvantages as well. One of the major ones is that the exchanges require you to add your personal information to them via Know Your Client legislation that's present in many countries in regards to currency-related businesses. This might not be a concern for everyone, but in a post-NSA scandal era, it's becoming more and clearer, at least to me, that data you put out there is more accessible than you think. I might be a little paranoid, but who knows what might happen in the future? After all, just 10 years ago, the idea that the government is spying on everything we do was purely a realm of tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists, and now it's just common knowledge. Who knows what's next? Fortunately, there are other options. 2. Mine them. Of course, there's only one place Bitcoin really comes from: mining. Every Bitcoin you'll ever own, see, or hear about was at one point mined via the Bitcoin mining network. If you find yourself in possession of a mining rig, go ahead and mine away. Or if you have a computer fast enough to make it worthwhile, that's cool too. But be careful. If your computer isn't cooled properly, you run the risk of overheating it, which could potentially brick it. Frankly, mining with your computer really isn't worth it. Not anymore. As the mining difficulty increases, it becomes more and more difficult to gain any profit from it. And unless you have a dedicated mining rig, your chances of getting any sort of return from mining is pretty low. 3. Buy them from a private broker. If you're able to find a private broker, you can hook up with them in exchange. This has some obvious benefits, but it also has its drawbacks. First off, it's completely anonymous. Even if you meet in person, there's no reason you need to use your real name or any detail about yourself other than your wallet number so they can transfer the funds to you. And if you pay cash, the banks can't trace it either. So if that's a concern for you, you're in business. But of course, with anonymity comes some risk as well. Dealing with an exchanger, the risk of getting ripped off is lower. Of course, exchanges have disappeared in the past, taking everyone's bitcoins with them. But the bigger, more established exchanges have had time to build their brand and prove themselves as more trustworthy. You may pay a price premium for that anonymity as well. It can be as much as 15 to 20% higher than the average exchange prices. But again, if anonymity is important to you, that's a small price to pay. When you trade with someone anonymously, you don't have the security of the exchanges. They could be legit and honest, but they could just as easily be shady and willing to rip you off. That said, buying from a private broker is the most preferred method of purchasing Bitcoin. But it's important to have safety measures in place. Otherwise, you're leaving yourself open to getting burned. 4. Accept them as payment for goods and services. This one is so obvious, yet often people forget about it. Amidst all the investors getting involved with Bitcoin and the excitement around the movement, it's easy to forget that Bitcoin is not just a hot commodity or a high-value stock. It's designed as a form of currency. And if you run a business, you can accept Bitcoin as payment instead of cash. There are many different businesses which accept Bitcoin as a form of payment. In fact, several directories have popped up to help people find local businesses which accept Bitcoin. And if you're a denizen of the web, and if you're reading this book, you obviously are, there are tons of places which accept Bitcoin as payment. Tiger Direct, Reddit, and WordPress are just a few of them. In short, there are many different ways to acquire Bitcoin. Some are easier than others. But with so many options, you're certain to find something which works for you. Get into the game now. Don't miss out. Choosing a Bitcoin exchange. The financial world has evolved over time and now involves various complex exchanges. Among these advancements is the emergence of online trading, whereby people can perform transactions on the internet with others who are thousands of miles away. In fact, the bulk of the international business is carried out on the virtual platform where large amounts of money are transferred at the click of a button. Most businesses have online sites to cater to distant clients, while there have emerged businesses that are solely online and have no physical addresses. Among these online exchanges are the use of Bitcoins to trade in property and stock. It would be cumbersome to use them as an individual, and you need the help of a Bitcoin broker. They are normally found in Bitcoin brokerage firms that cater to clients' needs. The following are guides to choosing a Bitcoin broker. 1. Liquidity. You will need to find a firm that is stable enough to handle your Bitcoins to ensure maximum returns on your investments. The credibility of a broker is measured using the liquidity index. This is the ability of a firm to trade in your Bitcoins and give you profit while retaining its value. A broker with a high number of sellers and buyers has increased liquidity. To get a broker with the highest liquidity, search for one that has the highest trading volume. 2. Cost of trading. Brokers rely on volume of Bitcoin to sustain their trade. The more Bitcoin they trade in, the more the profit they make. They charge a certain percentage on the trader depending on the number of Bitcoins. However, the method of calculating costs by the way of percentage proves to be very expensive to the broker over time. Choose a firm that uses more stable rates to avoid sudden fluctuations in profit. 3. Proximity. The trade of Bitcoin is a relatively new concept. This means that there are not yet any regulations governing the exchange due to its lack of highlighting by the media. However, some countries have started assuming control over the activities of brokerage firms to prevent the proceeds from being channeled into illegal businesses such as drugs, money laundering, and fraud. Choose a firm that is nearest to your locality to enable fast contact in case of anything. 4. Accessibility. Being an online exchange method, Bitcoins are prone to hacking by malicious parties. Hacking would be primarily to alter figures, cause a drop in the value of Bitcoins, and profit the hackers. Choose a firm that uses the latest anti-hacking software to ensure the safety of your money. Chapter 2. The Bitcoin Economy. The Bitcoin economy is increasing at a rapid rate, and more startups enter the sphere and try to offer traditional services but using Bitcoins. You have everything from a marketplace of books, aka Amazon style, but only in Bitcoins, to advertising platforms similar to Google AdSense but in the Bitcoin economy. As Bitcoins go more mainstream, these are only going to increase in number and scope, thus presenting a wonderful opportunity to get on board with this at an early stage. The big advantage of entering the Bitcoin economy now is that you'll get in on this technology at the innovator stage, and you'll have the opportunity to be one of the leaders. Businesses that operate in the current Bitcoin economy also enjoy free publicity of their business within the Bitcoin community. Everything from Gift that accepts Bitcoins to purchase store gift cards to Everbar that became popular in the highly competitive bar and lounge scene in New York by accepting Bitcoin as payment currency for drinks. The advantages of being part of the Bitcoin community should be obvious. Literally zero transaction fees for transcontinental money transfers, instant transfer of money without third-party delays, and ability to reach everyone on the planet who has access to the internet. The micro-Bitcoin economy is already flourishing. Now you can do the traditional micro tasks from agencies on the Bitcoin platform and earn your first Bitcoins that way. If you're a business, there are plenty of good opportunities to advertise your business to the Bitcoin audience through services like CoinURL. On a personal finance front, it is best to keep a secure wallet online at one of the trusted wallet services and then start earning some small amounts of Bitcoin just to get a feel for how the economy functions and how you can leverage this. If you have access to both fiat and Bitcoin in a liquid market, there are plenty of opportunities where you can pay in one and receive in the other to get the most out of your business. This market is still not perfect, and there are arbitrage opportunities through exchanges and goods and services. Being a part of the Bitcoin economy at this exciting stage should prove highly beneficial to your business as well. You will be able to reach an audience that would otherwise be very hard to woo, the people at the technology forefronts of our society. How to make money from Bitcoin online. It is now the eve of 2018, and Bitcoin is at the top of the mountain. The bad days seem to be gone. And although a Bitcoin bubble can happen any time, there is no arguing that cryptocurrency is here to stay. The sooner you get involved in making money from Bitcoin, the better ground you will have in 5 years when it becomes an established currency worldwide. And if the bubble scares you, investing in Bitcoin is just one of the options, but not the only one. Bubble or not, you can still make tons of money from Bitcoin. And bubble or not, the value will rise in the future because people are just getting involved in it. First, make your own Bitcoin faucet. A Bitcoin faucet is a project in which you create a website or app for users to visit. You monetize a site with ads that pay in Bitcoin. The ads pay a small amount of Bitcoins per page, click, or conversion. To encourage a large amount of visitors to keep navigating the site on a daily and hourly basis, you offer to split the revenue from the ads with them, paying in Satoshi, which is basically Bitcoin cents. To claim their winnings, the users need to earn a certain amount of Satoshi, and payments are conducted on a weekly basis. Faucets are paying between 100,000 to 400,000 Satoshi per hour. Some offer premium payments for seniority or task achievements. Faucets began to operate with the solving of CAPTCHAs and nothing else, a very boring passive income task. New faucets are building in games where users kill aliens, feed critters, or kill robots to earn Satoshis. The more they advance in the game, the more they earn. So this is a great idea for your own faucet. The days where every video game player gets paid for playing is just around the corner. Take into consideration that Bitcoin faucets tend to default due to underfunding or liquidity. The owners of faucets do not receive their payments fast enough to pay a fast-growing user base. They also tend to be hot targets for hackers. Second, generate passive income from your Bitcoin blog. Since Bitcoin is so new compared to other targeted contents, there's lots of room for new bloggers and sites. New businesses related to Bitcoin spring up every day, Anything from Bitcoin exchanges, trading, play money sites, faucets, online shops, and mining are avid for the advertorial space. Creating a Bitcoin blog and monetizing can be slow at the beginning, but the constant publishing of rich content will get some advertisers interested in no less than 9 months. You can join affiliate programs or establish your own Bitcoin shop. Bitcoin faucets, wallets, and exchanges pay large commissions per referral. Third, small earnings from Bitcoin faucets. My first advice involved creating your very own faucet. If that is a bit too hard, then try joining one and reaping of its benefits. Instead of making around $800 a month, it would be more like $30 to $100 a month for a monotonous task. But it's still money and a first step to begin building up your bank. Take note that Bitcoin faucets tend to be faulty and disappear very fast, so make sure you join reputable ones. These are also fun because you get to play games while earning money. Fourth, create a Bitcoin product or a service online shop. Bitcoin is still hard to monetize and convert into USD and other hard currencies. Not that it is extremely hard, but adds some fee and taxes to the process. Although it is still one of the cheapest ways to send money to anywhere in the world, buying something with Bitcoin is a great way of making something useful of them and helps skip the fees and tax of exchanges, especially if you can then resell those goods and turn into hard cash. Where will Bitcoin boom next? Bitcoin is a virtual currency that doesn't rely on a central authority for bookkeeping, but instead it's completely open source, peer-to-peer network for money, something unparalleled in the history of human economics. But are the people, their representatives, and businesses ready for this new form of currency? Bitcoin can take off in some places and countries sooner than expected depending on the political climate. If a government destroys and debases its currency, then it's bound to grow in popularity. That's what happened in Argentina, when the government converted local currency denominated bonds into US dollar denominated bonds at an exchange rate that was fixed by the government. Bitcoin use in the country shot through the roof following this, and it is still accelerating, measured in terms of wallet downloads per month. Cyprus was another good example. When the government tried to seize people's money, Bitcoin took off in the country because it's far more fluid on a world scale and can be sent instantaneously to another person anywhere in the world without the need of any government intervention. This also means that, realistically, the government cannot control the supply and demand of Bitcoin within its borders. Of course, poor governance is only one side of the equation. Economics dictates the other. Bitcoin takes off in places that thrive on entrepreneurship and where policies are favorable. Business owners will find the use of Bitcoin to be incredibly more efficient than the existing payment system that the world has that is based on credit cards, because merchants need to pay the credit card companies anywhere from 2 to 4%. If all transactions were purely in Bitcoin, without any conversion to fiat at all, then the transaction fees for the business is zero. Literally zero. You can send and receive money for free through the Bitcoin network. That's what makes the economics of using Bitcoin so powerful. Some of the cities that are ahead in the innovation include the familiar names like San Francisco and New York, but also lesser-known entrepreneurial cities like Berlin, which is a huge thriving market for Bitcoins. When people in a city or country see Bitcoin as a store of value and simultaneously see it as a payment system that eases the current burdens on merchants, Bitcoin has the potential to take off. It has happened in the past and it is likely to happen in the future. Of course, you always need the entrepreneurial spirit and risk-taking to dethrone a decades-old existing incumbency. But the good news is, it's happening all over the world simultaneously. Chapter 3. Bitcoin and its impact on currency. Bitcoin is a revolutionary kind of currency that was introduced in 2009. It functions by enabling transactions to go through without the need for the middleman. Therefore, no banks are required. You also get the benefits of no transaction fees and no need giving out your real name. With such flexibility, Bitcoin has become widely accepted by both consumers and merchants. It also can be used to purchase web hosting services, food online, and just about any service you can think of online. Bitcoin has impacted much on the currency arena. It can be easily utilized to purchase merchandise anonymously. It also provides the benefits of easy and cheap international payments and is not subjected or limited to any country or regulation. Some people see Bitcoin as a vehicle for investment and buy Bitcoin by trusting that they will increase in value. To get Bitcoins, you can purchase on an exchange marketplace that allows people to buy or sell them, utilizing other various currencies. The transferring of Bitcoin is easily done by forwarding Bitcoins to another person utilizing mobile apps or their PCs online. It's just like sending cash digitally. With Bitcoins, you have a currency value that can be stored in what's called a digital wallet, which subsists either within the cloud or on a computer. The digital wallet is like a virtual bank account that lets account holders within it send or receive Bitcoins, purchase goods and services, or store them. Although most bank accounts are insured by the FDIC, Bitcoin wallets are not, yet they are safe, secure, and have payment flexibility benefits. Unlike the US dollar, gold, silver, or some other precious metals, Bitcoins are scarce, and this scarcity is algorithmic. In terms of international remittance, Bitcoin is a winner. There is no worry about fraud or security. At some money exchange businesses, for instance, migrant workers could utilize Bitcoin to send payments from one nation to another via email. In 2014, the U.S. government was scheduled to auction off about 30,000 BTCs that were confiscated from the shutdown of Silk Road, an online black market operation. At that time, the value of Bitcoins was $633.84. Today, one Bitcoin is worth about $12,000 US. If you take a good look at some of the local merchants downtown, the inner cities, or online, you will see the Bitcoin logo acceptance in the window or on the door. Bitcoin is still maturing and is making a tremendous progression towards being one of the most sensible currencies ever created. Big businesses that accept Bitcoin. Bitcoin is hot. It rose to $16,000 per coin recently. People are scrambling to get a hold of it. But can you actually pay for things with this digital cash? Yes. This is by no means all the businesses accepting Bitcoin, but it is an interesting list of big names to show you that it is now a serious currency to consider owning. 1. Dell now accepts Bitcoins. They have a partnership with Coinbase, one of the most trusted exchanges. 2. Dish Network, an internet service provider. 3. Newegg, huge retailer of computer electronics and hardware. 4. Microsoft, add money to your account with Bitcoin to buy apps, games, and videos. 5. Tiger Direct, a California-based retailer that offers electronics, computers, and computer components that caters to businesses and corporate customers. 6. Virgin Galactic. The Richard Branson-led aviation company started accepting Bitcoin for customers who are interested in flying to space and paying for it using Bitcoin. 7. WordPress, the popular blogging platform used by some of the biggest media companies in the world, has accepted Bitcoin since 2012. 8. The Pirate Bay, a huge BitTorrent directory with a large library of movies, television shows, software, and music, started accepting Bitcoin in April 2013. 9. Reddit. Reddit allows users to purchase Reddit Gold using Bitcoins. 10. Zynga, a popular mobile gaming company, loves Bitcoin. 11. OkCupid, the online dating site, started accepting Bitcoin for premium services in April of 2013. 12. Memory Dealers. Memory Dealers carries a large range of networking hardware equipment and computer memory. 13. Cheap Air. This California-based online travel booking website started accepting Bitcoin in November of 2013. 14. The Sacramento Kings NBA franchise takes Bitcoin for food, clothing, and beer. 15. Namecheap. This service offers inexpensive domain registration. It started allowing customers to pay with Bitcoin in 2013. 16. Intuit, an American software company that develops financial and tax preparation software and related services for small businesses, accountants, and individuals. 17. Bloomberg.com, online newspaper. 18. Pizzaforcoins.com. Domino's Pizza signed up. 19. Steam, desktop gaming platform. 20. Subway, eat fresh. 21. A-class limousine luxury service will pick you up. 22. Suntimes.com, Chicago-based online newspaper. 23. Rakuten, a Japanese e-commerce giant. 24. Movietickets.com, online movie ticket exchange and retailer. 25. Yachtbase.com, Croatian yacht charter company. 26. Expedia.com, online travel booking agency. 27. Save the Children, global charity organization. There are thousands more, and hundreds and thousands to come. Bitcoin is just an infant. More and more businesses will realize the value of this magic currency soon. Many wealthy investors are buying it up like crazy. Maybe they know something the general public needs to know. Chapter 4. Investing Strategies for Bitcoin. This digital rush of money that is sweeping the global investors is not getting easier, but also riskier every day. While it was initially a simple peer-to-peer system for small transactions, it is now used for major investments in foreign luxury purchases, which has introduced newer strategies and uses. How does it really work? Bitcoin is a currency just like any other. It can not only be used to buy and sell, but can be used for investing and sharing, and can even be stolen. While the initial introduction of the technology came with a desktop program, it can now be directly operated through a smartphone application, which allows you to immediately buy, sell, trade, or even cash your Bitcoins for dollars. Investment with Bitcoins has become very popular, with major sums of money being put in every day. As a new investor, the rule remains the same as investing with real cash. Do not invest more than you can afford to lose, and do not invest without a goal. For every trade, keep certain milestones in mind: to buy low and sell high. The buy low and sell high strategy is not as easily implemented as said. A great way to succeed faster when you decide to trade Bitcoins, however, is to learn the technicalities. Like cash investments, there are now several Bitcoin charting tools to record the marketing trends and make predictions to help you make investment decisions. Even as a beginner, learning how to use charting tools and how to read charts can go a long way. A normal chart will usually include the opening price, the closing price, the highest price, the lowest price, and the trading range, which are essentials you need before making any sales or purchase. Other components will give you different information about the market. Moreover, new investors will often quickly open unprofitable positions. With this, however, remember that you have to pay an interest rate for every 24 hours that the position is kept open, with the exception of the first 24 hours that are free. Therefore, unless you have sufficient balance to cover the high interest rate, do not keep any unprofitable position open for more than 24 hours. While Bitcoin trading still has its drawbacks, like transactions taking too long to complete and no reversing option, it can benefit you greatly with investing, provided that you take small steps in the right direction. Note: a good investment strategy. If you are interested in Bitcoin as an investment, you might follow my simple investment strategy. First, buy Bitcoins and keep them for a relatively long time. Resist the temptation to buy more or sell unless you thought about it very carefully. Second, if you are a technical expert, you might want to make bets on emerging cryptocurrencies, but only for a short time and only at the beginning. This behavior is more speculation than wise investing. Do it at your own risk. Third, do not daily trade. Unless you are a professional trader, do not daily trade with Bitcoin. Commissions are high, you are probably influenced by something you just read, and you are defenseless against market manipulation and pump and dump schemes, which are still very common. Fourth, have a plan. Bitcoin investors need to have a strategy. It could be trying to pay off student loans, trying to retire, etc. These different strategies will provide a framework to make a risk-reward trade-off decision. Chapter 5. How to mine Bitcoin. Before you start mining Bitcoin, it's useful to understand what Bitcoin mining really means. Bitcoin mining is legal and is accomplished by running SHA-256 double-round hash verification processes in order to validate Bitcoin's transactions and provide the requisite security for the public ledger of the Bitcoin network. The speed at which you mine Bitcoins is measured in hashes per second. The Bitcoin network compensates Bitcoin miners for their effort by releasing Bitcoins to those who contribute the needed computational power. This comes in the form of both newly issued Bitcoins and from the transaction fees included in the transaction validated when mining Bitcoins. The more computing power you contribute, then the greater your share of the reward. Of course, there's only one place Bitcoin really comes from: mining. Every Bitcoin you'll ever own, see, or hear about was at one point mined via the Bitcoin mining network. If you find yourself in possession of a mining rig, go ahead and mine away. Or if you have a computer fast enough to make it worthwhile, that's cool too. But be careful. If your computer isn't cooled properly, you run the risk of overheating it, which could potentially break it. Frankly, mining with your computer isn't really worth it. Not anymore. As the mining difficulty increases, it becomes more and more difficult to gain any profit from it. And unless you have a dedicated mining rig, your chances of getting any sort of return from mining is pretty low. For Bitcoins, there is an alternative way to hold the necessary records of the transaction history of the entire circulation. And all this is managed via a decentralized manner. The ledger that facilitates the process is known as the blockchain. The essence of the ledger might require tons of newsprint for appearing regularly at all popular Bitcoin news. Blockchain expands every minute, existing on the machines involved in the huge Bitcoin network. People may question the validity, even authenticity, of these transactions and their recordings into blockchain. This too is, however, justified through the process of Bitcoin mining. Mining enables the creation of new Bitcoin and compiling transactions to the ledger. Mining essentially entails solving complex mathematical calculations, and the miners employ immense computer power to solve it. The individual or pool that solves the puzzle plays a subsequent block and wins a reward too. And how mining can avoid double spending. Almost every 10 minutes, outstanding transactions are mined into a block. So any inconsistency or illegitimacy is completely ruled out. For Bitcoins, mining is not spoken of in a traditional sense of the term. Bitcoins are mined by utilizing cryptography. A hash function termed as double SHA-256 is employed. But how difficult is it to mine Bitcoins? This can be another query. This depends a lot on the efforts and computing power being employed into mining. Another factor worth mentioning is the software protocol. For every block, difficulty entailed in the mining of Bitcoins is adjusted by itself simply to maintain the protocol. In turn, the pace of block generation is kept consistent. A Bitcoin difficulty chart is a perfect measure to demonstrate the mining difficulty over time. The difficulty level adjusts itself to go up or down in a directional proportional manner, depending on the computational power, whether it's being fueled or taken off. As the number of miners rise, a percentage of the profits deserved by the participants diminishes. Everyone ends up with smaller slices of the profit. Mining Bitcoins. In simple terms, we can define Bitcoin mining as the process of adding transactions to your ledger. The process aids in confirming that enough computational effort is devoted to a block. The process also creates new Bitcoins in each block. To mine, You should take a look at the transactions in a block and then verify their validity. You should then select the most recent transactions in the header of the most recent block and insert them into the new block as a hash. Before a new block is added to the local blockchain, you have to solve the proof of work problem. This is a problem that is designed to ensure that the new block to be created is difficult, and the data used in making the block satisfies the laid-down requirements. Bitcoin uses the Hashcash proof of work. Therefore, for you to solve the problem, you need to create a hash. How to create a hash? If you know how to do it, it's very easy to produce a hash from a collection of Bitcoin blocks. The unfortunate thing is you can't work out the data by simply looking at the hash. You need to test different blocks. Hashes are found at the blocks, and you have to combine them to prove that your data is legitimate. There are some miners who try to take the easy route by trying to fake out a transaction by changing an already stored block. You should note that each hash is unique and specific to a given block. Therefore, when you manipulate a given block, you change the hash. When a given miner runs a hashtag function on the manipulated block, the block is found to be fake, and you won't get any rewards. Mining rewards. When you successfully solve a proof of work, you get a mining reward. The number of Bitcoins in a reward depends on a number of factors, such as complexity of the problem. For you to make more money, you have to solve many problems. You also need to have high-speed computers to enable you to solve as many problems as possible. Currently, mining pools have sprung up and are found on a very simple concept. Here, a group of miners come together and work on a number of blocks. Once the problem is solved, the miners share the rewards. How to start Bitcoin mining. To begin mining Bitcoins, you'll need to acquire Bitcoin mining hardware. In the early days of Bitcoin, it was possible to mine with your computer CPU or high-speed video processor card. Today, that's no longer possible. Custom Bitcoin ASIC chips offer performance of up to 100 times the capability of older systems and have come to dominate the Bitcoin mining industry. Bitcoin mining with anything less will consume more in electricity than you are likely to earn. It's essential to mine Bitcoins with the best Bitcoin mining hardware built specifically for that purpose. Many companies started making chips that are exclusively used for running the cryptography algorithms of this process. Antminer is a popular ASIC hardware used for drawing out Bitcoin. Antminer comes with different specifications such as U1 and U2+. Both U1 and U2+ are about the same size. While U1 has a default hash rate of 1.6 GHz a second, U2+ has a hash rate of 2.0 GHz a second. The process of entering the Bitcoin's transaction in the public ledger is known as Bitcoin mining. They are introduced into the system through this process. The Bitcoin miner can earn transaction fees and subsidy for the newly created coins. ASIC, or Application-Specific Integrated Circuit, is a microchip specifically designed for this process. When compared to previous technologies, they are faster. The service offered by the Bitcoin miner is based on a specific performance. They provide a specific level of production capacity for a set price. With the right information and tools, Bitcoin mining is not only rewarding, it's also a fun and safe way to transfer money across the internet. To make as much money as possible, you need to have the right software and powerful computer hardware. Bitcoin cloud mining. If you want to invest in Bitcoin mining without the hassle of managing your own hardware, there is an alternative. You can use the cloud to earn your coins. Put very simply, cloud mining means using shared processing power run from remote data centers. One only needs a home computer for communications, optional local Bitcoin wallets, and so on. However, there are certain risks associated with cloud mining that investors need to understand prior to purchasing. Here's why you might want to consider cloud mining. A quiet, cool home. No constantly humming fans. No added electricity costs. No equipment to sell when mining ceases to be profitable. No ventilation problems with hot equipment. Reduced chance of being let down by mining equipment suppliers. Here's why you might not want to consider cloud mining. Risk of fraud. Opaque mining operations. Lower profits. The operators have to cover their cost after all. Contractual warnings that mining operations may cease depending on the price of Bitcoin. Lack of control and flexibility. Types of cloud mining. In general, there are 3 forms of remote mining available at the moment. 1. Hosted mining. Lease a mining machine that is hosted by the provider. 2. Virtually hosted mining. Create a general-purpose virtual private server and install your own mining software. 3. Leased hashing power. Lease an amount of hashing power without having a dedicated physical or virtual computer. This is by far the most popular method of cloud. Chapter 6. Why Bitcoin has the ability to take over as the world's currency. With recent research suggesting that the number of active Bitcoin users is set to approach 5 million by 2019, the issue of whether cryptocurrency has the potential of becoming a global currency is being hotly debated in both the technology and financial worlds. The key to this currency is that it enables quick and cheap online payments without the need for traditional banking channels. One of the biggest barriers that it has to overcome is the general acceptance of Bitcoin being safe and stable, as there is no government regulation in it, unlike most currencies. Instead, Bitcoin self-regulates and new coins are issued at a pace at which miners produce the coins. This is a positive, though, as it's designed to be difficult to create coins so that there is a steady stream of coins being produced. Bitcoins have been successful in becoming more mainstream with companies such as Microsoft, Dell, and Tesla adopting the currency. But transactions are not just limited to bigger companies, with much smaller companies also following suit. You can now order flowers, pizza, or coffee with Bitcoins. As the growth in the adoption of the currency with retailers expands and awareness of the currency increases, so should confidence in Bitcoin. But there is a large obstacle stopping the currency from becoming mainstream, which is being included in the exchanges. In March 2017, the first proposal for a Bitcoin exchange trading fund was rejected by U.S. regulators in what could have been a real game changer for Bitcoin, but instead saw their currency price fall. With the failure to be accepted by a large institution, it makes it difficult to see how Bitcoin can grow and become a widely accepted and adopted currency. Further attempts are being made to get Bitcoin listed, which will likely determine its success. Bitcoin as a vehicle for international travel. The phenomenon of Bitcoins has taken over the financial and business world by storm. In a world where convenience is put at a premium, most people want to deal with something handy and avoid too much hassle. Being a virtual currency, Bitcoins have gradually started replacing the bulky traditional banknotes and checks. Businesses and banks are conducting awareness campaigns for their customers to take up this mode of payment, as it is stress-free and time-saving. The main advantage is that you can track past transactions and exchange rates on a Bitcoin chart. The following are further reasons why you should put Bitcoin on your list of must-haves. 1. It's universal. When you are traveling, the process of exchanging currency is quite cumbersome. This is especially worse when you are going to more than one destination. In addition, carrying large amounts of cash is not just tiresome but also risky. Bitcoins give you the comfort of carrying as much cash as you need in a virtual state. It is common among traders all over the world and hence saves the inconvenience of dealing with more than one currency. 2. It's less costly. When you trade using cash, you are subject to abrupt price changes in essential commodities. You end up spending much more than you had budgeted because of punitive exchange rates. Bitcoins is a global currency that has stable rates and value and will save you time and high fees. 3. It's secure. Bitcoins is fraud-proof due to the heavy cryptography that goes into its making. There are no incidents of hacking or leaking of people's personal information. When you use the conventional money transfer methods abroad, you are likely to fall into the hands of hackers who might infiltrate your bank accounts. With Bitcoins, you alone have access to your account and can authorize any money into and from it. 4. It's irreversible. As a seller, you probably experienced a situation where a client reverses an already complete transaction. Bitcoins protect you from such incidences, as these transfers cannot be reversed. You should be careful with your Bitcoins to avoid transferring them to a wrong person. 5. It's convenient. Unlike normal banks that require proof of identification to open an account, Bitcoins allow anyone to access it without asking for proof. Transactions are instant and are not limited to geographical boundaries or time zones, and there is no paperwork involved. To join Bitcoins, you only need to download the Bitcoin wallet and create an account. Predictions as to what the price of Bitcoin may become in the future. All over the internet, you can find forecasts and predictions by analysts. Bitcoin followers are enthusiasts pulling out facts to support their imagination of where the prices will reach, sometimes impossible or too good to be true. From Max Kaiser, who pointed out his view of BTC rising above $10,000, to analyst and expert Ronnie Moaz that stated Bitcoin against the US dollar could reach 15 to 20K in late 2020. Start of August 2017. SegWit protocol locked in and activated, while followed by the Lightning Network concept being tested out, which was made possible of the segregated witness malleability fix. BTC market cap positioned itself very close to the 80,000 market capitalization, which represents 50% domination of the total virtual currency market cap. That would be 1% of gold's and just 50 million away from the MasterCard market cap. Within the next 2 to 3 years, the mining and Bitcoin creation will drop by half, leaving around 850 that will be formed each day. Continuing 4 years later, 2024, only 430 will be created, and so on. Approximately just over the 2030 mark, 2032, close to 99% of all Bitcoin that will exist will be already created and mined on the network. The next 1.6% will be a war to get their hands on them. With the mainstream factor taking global scale every day and more, at one point the fear of being left out will make people panic as they understand there is not much Bitcoin to be circulated around. Proportionally, with the demand at that point, the price will play its role and rise. If the same events take place like this year did, Bitcoin could easily be reaching over the $20,000 mark in late or approximately 2020. Experts predict Bitcoin could rise to 1 million. Could Bitcoin rise to 1 million? Theoretically, yes. Although, consider what that would mean. A price of 1 million each would translate to a total value of 16.35 trillion for all the Bitcoins in existence. Currently, the total value of Bitcoin is about 39 billion. Meanwhile, the U.S. money supply, M2, which includes all physical currency, demand deposits, saving accounts, and money market accounts, is about 13.5 trillion. And this is just one country's money supply. Bitcoin, on the other hand, is a truly international currency. In fact, U.S.-based transactions are one of the smaller sources of Bitcoin volume. With that in mind, consider that the global M2 money supply is estimated to be about 68.7 trillion, expressed in US dollars. Expert point is that while Bitcoin would have to work a little, the total Bitcoin market value at 1 million each isn't an outlandish amount of money. Example, if the price of Bitcoin is 2,400 to 1 million, that would represent a rather mild gain when compared to the gains of the past 7 years. In fact, $100 worth of Bitcoin purchased 7 years ago when a Bitcoin was worth approximately 0.003 cents, would be worth roughly $80 million today, a gain of 800,000%. Meanwhile, a jump from 2,400 to 1 million would represent a gain of only 42,000. Chapter 7. Where do you store Bitcoin? Here are a few ways to store your Bitcoin that may be safer than others. 1. Online Bitcoin wallets. Wallets that can be accessed on the web from any internet-connected device. 2. Desktop wallet. A desktop wallet offers a number of advantages over an online wallet. While online wallets are easily accessed from anywhere in the world, they are also more vulnerable to potential hacking. Desktop wallets, on the other hand, are accessed only via your private computer, with personal security keys stored just on that machine. Thus, exposure of your security key online is reduced. Nonetheless, desktop wallets are still susceptible to hacks if your machine gets infected with malware designed to root out keys and steal Bitcoins. 3. Hardware wallet. More secure than a desktop wallet is a hardware wallet. These wallets are bits of hardware, external devices like USB sticks, which you can carry around on your person. An added benefit of a hardware wallet is the complete anonymity which you can transact. There is no personal information linked to the hardware, so no identifying data which could be leaked. Hardware wallets are resilient to malware, and if you happen to lose the wallet, you'll be able to recover the funds using a seed phrase. 4. Paper wallet. A paper wallet is also a relatively safe way to storing Bitcoin, although it requires a bit more advanced understanding of how digital currencies work. Generate a paper wallet online using any number of dedicated websites, or generate the wallet offline for even greater security. Paper wallets are stored easily because they don't take up a great deal of space, and they also offer true anonymity. They are simply a Bitcoin seed, written in some way on a piece of paper. Chapter 8. The best platforms used to trade Bitcoin. Based on research, here are the best platforms used to trade Bitcoin. Plus 500, AvaTrade, eToro, IG, XTB, Markets.com, Trade.com, Admiral Markets, UFX, and REX, among others. This has been Bitcoin Business, Investing, Trading, Mining, and Storing Tips. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves. Production copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves.
Bitcoin Millionaire, Cryptocurrency Investing Strategies from the Rich. Written by Giles Reeves, narrated by Jim Rising. Introduction. Who are the top 5 Bitcoin millionaires? Bitcoin is a digital asset and payment system with a market capitalization of approximately $251 billion as of 1325 UTC on January 8th, according to Coindesk.com 2018. It is considered by many to be the most successful and game-changing cryptocurrency ever created. The following are among the leading investors in Bitcoin compiled from recent media. Barry Silbert. Barry Silbert is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Digital Currency Group. The company's mission is to accelerate the development of the global financial system, and it accomplishes this mission by building and supporting Bitcoin and blockchain companies. The firm has invested in more than 75 Bitcoin-related companies and is the world's leading firm for investing in Bitcoin-related companies. In a recent transaction, Digital Currency Group acquired CoinDesk, a leading source of Bitcoin news, which runs the annual Bitcoin Industry Conference. Silbert's company also owns Genesis, a trading firm focused on digital currencies, and Grayscale, a company focused on digital currency investing. Silbert also started the Bitcoin Investment Trust, OTC GBTC, an exchange-traded fund, ETF, that tracks the price of Bitcoin. Blythe Masters is a former managing director at J.P. Morgan Chase & Company, New York Stock Exchange JPM. Currently, she is the CEO of Digital Asset Holdings. The company builds encryption-based processing tools that improve the efficiency, security, compliance, and settlement speed of securities trading, specifically Bitcoin. Digital Asset Holdings seeks to apply the blockchain technology to the typical activities of Wall Street. The company has raised $60 million in funding, and interestingly, its first client is J.P. Morgan Chase, which is testing blockchain technology to settle transactions more quickly. Many people think Masters gave Bitcoin a lot of legitimacy with Digital Asset Holdings, considering her past reputation on Wall Street. Her company now has 6 offices on 3 continents. Dan Morehead. Dan Morehead is founder of Pantera Capital, the world's first investment focused exclusively on cryptocurrencies. In 2013, Pantera launched its first crypto fund and is currently one of the largest institutional owners of cryptocurrencies. The fund has delivered more than 24,000% return for its investors since its debut. At last count, it had invested in 43 cryptocurrency-related companies. These range from exchanges and investment firms such as Polychain Capital and Bitstamp to coins such as Augur. A former Goldman Sachs trader, Morehead was also head of macro trading and CFO at Tiger Management. Morehead is on the board of Bitstamp, a cryptocurrency trading exchange that is used by CME as an input for spot prices. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss parlayed the millions they earned after settling their Facebook lawsuit into cryptocurrencies and became the first billionaires from a recent surge in Bitcoin prices. They claim to own approximately 1% of all Bitcoin in circulation and have devised an elaborate system to store their private key for their assets. The Winklevoss twins are focused on building an ecosystem to attract institutional investors and day traders to the cryptocurrency. To that end, they launched Gemini, the world's first regulated exchange for cryptocurrencies. The exchange is used to set Bitcoin spot prices for futures contract at the Chicago Board Options Exchange, or CBOE. The Winklevoss brothers have also applied to set up a Bitcoin ETF to make the cryptocurrency accessible to retail investors. Michael Novogratz. Billionaire Michael Novogratz has invested approximately 30% of his fortune in cryptocurrencies. He began investing in 2015 and announced a $500 million crypto fund, which includes $150 million of his own fortune in 2017. The fund's mandate is broad as compared to existing investment firms and includes market-making activities in the space. Meet the man traveling the world on $25 million of Bitcoin profits. Last month, I found myself sitting next to a multi-millionaire in the 56th floor Horizon Club lounge of the island Shangri-La, Hong Kong. He made no attempt to hide the fact that he was swimming in cash. I just wouldn't have guessed he made it all from Bitcoin. This is how he did it. Mr. Smith, who asked me to conceal his real name, has been traveling the world in ultra-luxurious style for the past 4 years. He flies only first class, stays exclusively in 5-star suites, and hasn't cooked since Thanksgiving. In the past 30 days, he's visited Singapore, New York City, Las Vegas, Monaco, Moscow, back to New York City, Zurich, and now Hong Kong. Never a dull moment, he says, lifting his glass of champagne in a Gatsby-esque salute. Then he shared his story. After finishing college in 2008, Smith landed a respectable job as a software engineer for a large technology company in Silicon Valley. He was a good employee, close with many of his coworkers. It was through one of these equally geeky friends in July 2010 that Smith first heard about Bitcoin, shortly after its first major price increase, when the cryptocurrency appreciated tenfold from 0.008 to 0.08 over the course of 5 days. Smith's response, though intrigued, was measured. That price jump really got my attention, but I still waited a few more months before investing. I wanted to learn more about the underlying technology first. By October 2010, Smith was ready to jump in. I had no idea how much to invest, but I was getting paid pretty well at the time, so I decided on $3,000. He paid just over 15 cents per Bitcoin, giving him slightly under $20,000. At the time, expecting any sort of return was a moonshot. Even in Silicon Valley, simply mentioning Bitcoin was enough to raise eyebrows. The cryptocurrency hummed along fairly quietly, and though Smith would check on the price every couple of months, he assures, I knew from the very start I was playing the long game. I wanted to see how high it could go. For the next 3 years, Smith worked his day job and largely forgot about his investment until Bitcoin's price leap started making more mainstream news in 2013. I couldn't believe how quickly it was appreciating, says Smith, speaking very quickly now. It started rising by 10% or more every day. I was nervous, and excited and terrified and confused all at the same time. When the price hit $350, more than 2,000 times what he paid for it, Smith sold 2,000 of his early stock. When the price hit $800 just days later, he sold 2,000 more. Just like that, Smith had landed upon a windfall of $2.3 million. It was absolutely insane, he says. I quit my job and left on a round-the-world trip the following week. Just then, Smith's girlfriend, a London-based photographer who accompanies him on about half of his travels, joined us. He's constantly talking about Bitcoin, she said, shaking her head. If he starts talking about it, he'll never stop. Ever. We'd been on the topic for over an hour at this point, but my curiosity was far from satiated. I urged Smith to show me some proof to back up his claims. After all, he could just be a smooth talker with some family money to vaunt. After going through several rounds of security checks on his iPhone and requesting that I hand him my phone at the same time, NFC scares me more than it should, he turned to me with his Bitcoin wallet exposed. Lo and behold, I saw what he had promised. A balance of 1,000 BTC worth $2.6 million as of this writing. Where did the rest of his 20,000 Bitcoins go? Smith walked me through a series of recent sell-offs because, he says, excessive speculation has pushed the price to an unsustainably high level. It was clear that he had a lot of thoughts on the notion of a current price bubble, but I decided to push for what I was really curious about instead. How much has he profited from Bitcoin overall? The answer came without any hesitation or arrogance. $25 million, give or take. $25 million from an initial investment of $3,000. Those are the sort of returns that make a Bitcoin millionaire. Of course, Smith still owns 1,000 Bitcoins, which he plans to sell. When the price reaches $150,000, a million-fold appreciation from his original buy-in price, I really do think it will get there, he says confidently, but a lot of governments and companies will have to be on board first. No amount of speculation in the world will push it that high. When I asked Smith why he chose to sell when he did, and whether he'll feel remorse if the price jumps tenfold again, he shakes his head. I have everything I've ever dreamed of now. I fly all over the world visiting friends. I do whatever I want with my time, and I never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. I'd be an absolute fool not to cash out now. Smith is the epitome of new money, a millennial millionaire with no reservations about flaunting his wealth. It's been 4 years since he left his regular life in Silicon Valley behind, and in that span he's been traveling non-stop. Even still, I have a strong feeling that whether he's got millions in the bank or not, Smith will never find himself without a place to sleep. If you can bring entertainment to people's lives, you become special. And once you've built up that level of social capital, no matter how much money you have, you can always rest easy, knowing that friends will invite you over, serve you dinner, and sit down on a couch to listen to your stories. Top 10 richest Bitcoin millionaires in 2017. Digital cryptocurrency Bitcoin was extremely underground when it was launched in 2008. The idea of a purely digital currency not based on fiat was thought of before, but Bitcoin was the first mainstream execution of that concept. Bitcoin became a worldwide sensation when its value hit $1,000 in 2013. Early adopters and investors in the currency became Bitcoin millionaires as a result. Gavin Anderson, $2 million. Although Satoshi Nakamoto is often credited as the main developer of Bitcoin, Gavin Anderson made it what it is today. Anderson has been rumored to be Satoshi himself, a claim which he denies. Instead, he states that he was closely corresponded with the developer for many years. He was chosen as Nakamoto's successor of sorts in 2010 and maintains the source code of Bitcoin to this day. As time passes, Gavin Anderson speculates that Bitcoin will require less maintenance. While Anderson needs to work less, Bitcoin's value will continually rise. The developer has already cashed out multiple times. He was once paid over $200,000 by the Bitcoin Foundation for his contributions. Of course, he accepted that payment in Bitcoin. UFO Guru, $5 million. In order for Bitcoin transactions to be processed and added to the transaction record, known as the blockchain, they must be solved with computing power. Since Bitcoin is peer-to-peer, users are responsible for mining. They are rewarded with Bitcoins for mining. Users previously used their GPU's computing power to add to the blockchain until NYU student UFO Guru engineered the first purpose-built Bitcoin miner. UFO Guru founded Avalon in 2012. The company's miners became so popular they were sold out as soon as they were produced. Miners retailing for several $100s were selling for many times more. Guru left the Avalon project after a year. Several other companies began selling Bitcoin miners after Avalon, but Guru was the first to become a Bitcoin millionaire selling such miners. Winklevoss twins, 11 million. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss rose to prominence after their legal battle with Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. The pair have launched numerous successful business ventures, and their investments in Bitcoin alone have earned them 11 million. The twins' combined net worth is 400 million. The Winklevoss twins have funded several Bitcoin-related ventures. They invested $1.5 million in fellow Bitcoin entrepreneur Charlie Shrem's company, BitInstant, in 2013. In 2014, they created Windex, a financial index that tracks the average price of Bitcoin. The Winklevoss twins even created their own Bitcoin exchange, Gemini, in 2015. Tony Gallippi, 20 million. Entrepreneur Tony Gallippi was one of the first people to found a Bitcoin payment processor. The company, BitPay, is one of the most popular of its kind. It processes $1 million worth of payments every day. It was also one of the first companies to have agreements with major retailers. In 2014, BitPay employed over 80 people. Gallippi stated that he aimed to have over 1 million merchants enrolled by 2016. Prolific investors and business tycoons such as Richard Branson, Jerry Yang, and Li Ka-shing have invested in Bitcoin. Jared Kenna, 30 million. Former United States Marine Jared Kenna got his start when Bitcoins were only 20 cents per coin. Intrigued, he invested a large amount of money in the currency, which paid off after several years. His first investment venture provided him with enough funds to launch several business ventures. His first company was TradeHill, a Bitcoin dark, anonymous mining pool. Kenna was the first to pioneer dark mining pools. Kenna now runs a craft brewery in Colombia. The brewery accepts Bitcoins, of course. He also opened 20 Mission in San Francisco, a collaborative workspace for startups and entrepreneurs. Dave Carlson, 35 million. With enough hardware, Bitcoin mining can be an extremely profitable venture. Dave Carlson is likely the first Bitcoin millionaire to have mined their way to riches. After founding company Mega Big Power from his basement, he began to mine on an industrial scale. Carlson reported that he made over $8 million per month in 2016 from his 2,000-square-foot warehouse. Charlie Shrem, 45 million. Charlie Shrem is possibly the most influential Bitcoin millionaire. Charlie Shrem bought a large quantity of Bitcoin when it was trading cheaply. At only 22 years old, he founded BitInstant with some of the funds. The company was extremely successful at first, but in December 2014, Shrem was accused and found guilty of laundering money to the infamous deep web black market, the Silk Road. Shrem states that he did not knowingly handle any money for illicit purposes. After his release from prison in 2016, Shrem got right back to business and launched Intellisys Capital. The firm sells investment portfolios in blockchain companies. Charlie Shrem is close friends with fellow Bitcoin innovator and investor Roger Ver. Roger Ver, 52 million. Some people love Bitcoin so much they can't help but spread the joy. Bitcoin millionaire Roger Ver has generously shared his wealth to spread the word of Bitcoin. For his outspoken advocacy and generosity, Roger Ver was given the moniker Bitcoin Jesus. Roger Ver's passion for Bitcoin stems from his desire for it to rival fiat currencies. His first investment was in his friend Charlie Shrem's company, BitInstant. Roger Ver is the first Bitcoin startup investor. Although Ver was already a successful entrepreneur before getting into Bitcoin, doing so greatly multiplied his riches. He has also donated millions to charity. Ross Ulbricht, the FBI, 100 million. Bitcoin has undeniable potential to change the world. However, Bitcoin also has a sinister side. Its anonymous nature makes transactions nearly impossible to track. Numerous black markets have appeared on the deep web selling drugs, contraband, and illegal services. The first of these markets was the Silk Road, created by Dread Pirate Roberts. Even before Bitcoin was worth $1,000, Dread Pirate Roberts was a Bitcoin millionaire several times over. In September 2013, the FBI tracked Dread Pirate Roberts down. Their investigation led to American Ross Ulbricht, who was sentenced to life in prison for money laundering, hacking, and conspiracy to traffic narcotics. The FBI shut down the Silk Road and seized over 144,000 Bitcoins then being held as escrow. As a result, the largest Bitcoin wallet in the world now belongs to the FBI. Satoshi Nakamoto, 1.1 billion. Becoming a Bitcoin millionaire is possible, but what does it take to become a Bitcoin billionaire? Doing so would be incredibly difficult unless one was involved from the beginning, or if they created the currency themselves. The name Satoshi Nakamoto is likely not the real name of Bitcoin's creator, simply a pseudonym. Numerous attempts have been made to uncover the enigmatic creator of Bitcoin's true identity, to no avail. Few records of Nakamoto exist other than email correspondence records between him and Bitcoin developers. What is known about him, however, is that he currently holds 1.1 million Bitcoins, worth over 1.1 billion today. Bitcoin millionaire. Don't invest in Bitcoin. It's impossible to actually value Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a global craze. Even my barber, who has no idea what a blockchain is buying it. Because so many new people are buying it, and so quickly, it's impossible to accurately put a value on it. When the price of anything fluctuates 20 to 30% in one day, it's obviously unstable. So you could lose all of your money very quickly. Especially if you need your money in the next year, don't buy Bitcoin. With the insane short-term fluctuations, Bitcoin is short-term gambling, not investing. There may not be any value in Bitcoin at all. The value behind Bitcoin is the blockchain technology, which has been easily replicated by other digital currencies. Many of these have actually built better and easier to use versions. Litecoin is a good example. Sure, Bitcoin has an early mover advantage, but it was created to buy and sell things online securely, which no one else is doing right now because the price is so insane and transaction costs are skyrocketing. All of the trading volume is also causing significant delays, with some exchanges reporting up to 10 days to get your money in or out, and more than a week for your Bitcoin to be sent. The cost of sending Bitcoin is also skyrocketing since the price is fluctuating so wildly. The value of it could be significantly higher or lower than when you sent the money. Most people aren't buying into the value of the technology. They're buying into the hype. This is gambling, not investing. Bitcoin still isn't all that secure. You might think that digital wallets are secure, but cryptocurrency exchanges and wallets continue to get hacked regularly. More than $70 million in Bitcoin was hacked from NiceHash, a Bitcoin mining marketplace, last week. Just because exchanges like Coinbase have $200 million in venture funding, a nice shiny marketplace doesn't mean they can't get hacked either. Because there is no central governing body guaranteeing your Bitcoin, if you lose it, it can be difficult to get back. If it gets stolen, then you're out of luck. Hacks will continue to happen. If you do decide to buy Bitcoin, I encourage you to buy responsibly. Don't buy using more than 1% of your net worth, and be honest with yourself. Bitcoin is a gamble, not an investment. It's super risky, and there are far better places to invest your money securely for both the long and short term. So, you want to become a Bitcoin millionaire. Do you take Bitcoins? The Bitcoin is essentially a speculative vehicle for geeks. Basically, do not eat out and expect to pay for the meal with Bitcoins. Not long ago, you could have bought illicit drugs with the currency, but the FBI closed down Silk Road earlier this year, which allowed people to buy illegal substances anonymously. Some legitimate vendors have taken to Bitcoin, allowing customers to purchase real products and services with the digital currency. Richard Branson of the Virgin Group has even decided to accept Bitcoins through his Virgin Galactic. Reddit allows you to use Bitcoin to buy Reddit Gold. Yes, you can't buy your everyday groceries with Bitcoins, but you can buy a trip to space. While some everyday vendors have looked into accepting Bitcoins too, most of the demand for the currency has been fueled by speculators rather than early adopters. If you're looking to use Bitcoin to pay for stuff, you need a Bitcoin wallet like Coinbase. It's a simple website app that allows you to securely store your Bitcoins and sell them. With so much volatility, using Bitcoins in everyday life would be extremely risky anyway. Buying a TV for $1,000 might have cost up to 10 Bitcoins last month and just 1 Bitcoin now. With such volatility, any serious commerce conducted with Bitcoins is likely to result in one party losing out on a lot of value. So right now, the cryptocurrency is realistically just a tool for speculation. Coinbase is one of the major Bitcoin exchanges, which allows you to buy and sell Bitcoins as you please. You sign up, deposit real-world money, and exchange the currency with relatively low fees. Bitcoin's bullish history. First, let's take a look at the price history. According to Bitstamp, as of today, the market capitalization is over $12 billion with over 12 million Bitcoins in the system. Until 2013, Bitcoins were trading for either less than $10 each or not much over. As soon as 2013 started, Bitcoin seemed to ever increase in value until April 9th, when they peaked at well over $200. By April 16th, Bitcoins had lost almost half their value. Since April, Bitcoins have made a ridiculous comeback. Bitstamp shows that the price of a Bitcoin didn't reach its previous peak until November this year. However, in this same month, Bitcoin surged up to well over $1,000 apiece. Right now, they seem to be fluctuating. Of course, this is all speculative. You can make all the predictions you want, but no one knows what the future holds for Bitcoin. Is it just a fad, or could Bitcoin genuinely develop into an everyday currency? If it really took off, would the government not just ban it completely? Only time will tell, but for now, let's speculate. As of December 2017, the price of Bitcoin has passed $18,000. Many people have made millions and billions investing in Bitcoin. Furthermore, there have been hard forks, i.e. splits, into things like Bitcoin Cash, which have also boosted people's profits. How to make $1 million with Bitcoins. You have two options, mine or trade. By mining for Bitcoins, as long as the markets remain active, you can basically make money for nothing. But the problem is mining is such a tough gig now that it is hardly worth it. Turning your computer into a miner will likely make it noisy and heat up. It would likely take you a long time to even mine a single Bitcoin, by which time you would probably have spent more on electricity. However, if you have access to some serious computing power and you don't have to pay the bills, you could make some easy money here. The more realistic way of making $1 million with Bitcoins is going to be trading them through the most prominent exchanges such as Coinbase. Back in 2011, you could have bought Bitcoins for $10. Selling them at $1,000 today would have delivered a profit of $990 per Bitcoin. Basically, you should have bought about 1,000 Bitcoins back when they were cheap. This would have cost you around $10,000 in 2011, making you a millionaire today. Making $1 million with Bitcoins today is probably still possible, but you'll need some capital. Bitcoins can fluctuate many percentage points every day. On May 22, 2017, the price jumped up to 10%. Day trading Bitcoins is going to be risky, but where there is volatility, there is opportunity. Otherwise, you might need to take a longer-term approach and conclude whether or not you think Bitcoin will be successful. If you think Bitcoin is going to be traded by foreign exchange dealers, market makers, and institutions one day, you might want to go long. Buying right now would be incredibly risky. The price chart is screaming bubble, but your point of entry is up to you. Don't expect to see more of the same fast growth now, though. On the other hand, if you have a strong conviction in the downfall of the Bitcoin, you need to short the cryptocurrency in any way you can. This would be an extremely risky endeavor still, but if the Bitcoin market is truly destined for failure, why not get rich when the bubble pops? To short Bitcoin, you'll either need to get creative or join an exchange which allows you to do so. Are the ways to invest in Bitcoin? It's important to remember that Bitcoin is a currency, not a stock or bond. This means that investing in it is like investing in a currency. You're essentially hoping the value of Bitcoin relative to your native currency goes up. If you want to invest in an ETF through your broker, check out the GBTC at Stockpile. This ETF tracks Bitcoin, and you can invest in fractional shares. Remember, you can also invest in Litecoin or invest in Ethereum as well. But what if I'm sane? If you are a sane individual, Bitcoins probably don't excite you too much. The risk-reward of the Bitcoin market is not going to be very appealing to the savvy investor. This is just a chance to either make a quick buck or lose everything. Bitcoins may well take off in the real world in the future. But then again, what would stop another cryptocurrency from emerging and defeating the Bitcoin, especially if it was indeed better? Bitcoin billionaires hiding in plain sight. Bitcoin's anonymous yet transparent nature makes for some interesting reading when trawling through the easily accessible information on the top wallets out there. While these top 10 wallets do not have names attached to them, some are easy to figure out. The Winklevoss twins made history in early December by becoming the first widely accepted Bitcoin billionaires. It was estimated at the time of print that the twins held 91,666, which equated to 1.063 bin. However, these high-profile twins are one of the few that are solidly in the spotlight that is easy to speculate on their wealth. It is believed that there could be far more Bitcoin billionaires out there lurking in the shadow. Distributed funds on a distributed ledger. If it was the norm to hold all our funds in one wallet, it would be easy to put together a rich list and speculate who belongs where. However, not only does Bitcoin's anonymous nature, but its practices of good coin storage also makes things difficult. The normal procedure, especially for those whose funds are closer to billions than hundreds, like most mere mortals, is to split the wealth over a number of wallets and other storage methods. It is a lesson that everyone should heed when it comes to keeping one's fortune on the Wild West that is Bitcoin exchanges. As many as 200 billionaires. A representative for BitInfo Charts, who wished to remain anonymous because of security concerns, told MSN in an email that given Bitcoin's current overall market capitalization, and that most people hold Bitcoin at multiple addresses, there may actually be as many as 200 Bitcoin billionaires, and possibly no fewer than 35. The rep noted that it's likely most of these addresses are owned by exchanges or hedge funds. A billionaire could keep on being created without much work needing to be done by some of the more than 100 addresses that already have over 100 min and Bitcoin currently. The growth of Bitcoin has turned many people into millionaires and is doing the same with those people taking the step up to billionaires. Better to hide in plain sight? If there are so many of these billionaires out there making a massive profit from some savvy early trading or clever trading perhaps, why are they so hidden and secretive? The king of secrecy and anonymity is, of course, Bitcoin's creator Satoshi Nakamoto, who has been estimated to be sitting on 1 min Bitcoins. Much has been made over Nakamoto's reasoning for remaining hidden and seemingly out of all Bitcoin activity, but there is also speculation mounting over his fortune, which could be rivaling some of the richest men in the world. Blockchain revolution. The technology of the blockchain is revolutionary not only in name but in nature too. Those who understand the technology behind Bitcoin know what cryptocurrencies can become, but those who only understand that Bitcoin has a chance of doubling its value every 3 months are pushing it into bubble territory. The evidence is there, though. The threat that blockchain and cryptocurrencies pose can be seen in a way in which most central banks and regulators are reacting to it, knowing their monopoly is under threat. But as it stands, even with the exponential expanding of the crypto community, which is also an intellectual expansion, there needs to be a balancing out of the financial speculators and the technological innovators. When Bitcoin was chugging towards making fiat currency obsolete, it was doing so with a much lower number of users who were more focused on the technology. Now as the network has swelled, the direction of Bitcoin, as the lead example, has changed, and the community is a different demographic. Useless digital gold. Bitcoin is in a precarious position. It is the most popular and well-known and thus the most likely to be disruptive in any sense of the word. But it has gone down a pretty useless path in terms of revolution. The fact that Bitcoin is an asset, a store of value, digital gold, because of its scaling issue and other reasons, makes it much less of a revolutionary, more of a bloated, get-rich-quick scheme. This is not the fault of the coin, the technology, or those driving its development, and it is the fault of those who use it for the wrong reasons. What can you learn from the cryptocurrency millionaires? Where do we start? Maybe from a 12-year-old kid who hated going to school so much he made a bet with his parents. If he becomes a millionaire before turning 18, they won't force him to go to college. Today, at the age of 18, Eric Finman owns 403 Bitcoins, which at the current $8,233 value puts his Bitcoin value at $3.3 million. He also has some smaller investments in Ether and Litecoin. Officially a school dropout, Eric now manages his and his family Bitcoin investments, lives in Silicon Valley, and keeps himself busy with all kinds of projects that have nothing to do with school. Jeremy Gardner is another self-made millionaire that has built himself a reputation of a visionary investor and placed himself at the heart of the crypto community. By dedicating my life to crypto assets and blockchain technology, I've made more money than I would have ever expected to make in my entire life by a long shot. He said this to Business Insider. He bought his first coins in 2013 following the controversy around Silk Road, a dark internet marketplace that facilitated buying and selling of drugs and speculation. Soon after that, he threw all of his savings and stock holdings into crypto investment and became a true Bitcoin evangelist. In 2013, Jeremy launched a blockchain-based market forecasting tool called Augur that raised $5.5 million in an ICO in 2015. With a knack for business and a natural entrepreneurial mindset, Mofo Dagata, 23, was naturally drawn to crypto investments after first coming across it in 2013. While at university, Mofo started a cleaning and laundry business and invested all of his profits in Bitcoin. He now owns a chain of fast food restaurants and a logistics company. How do you know which coins will succeed? You don't. That's the catch. Trying to pick winners can be a bit like chasing a rabbit down a hole. No one can confidently say they know which coins will succeed. Some crypto analysts and enthusiasts who follow the industry news very closely and are truly immersed in crypto investing are often able to identify the most promising coins, but even they can't say for sure that the investments will, and let alone when, yield substantial returns. One strategy that has been shown to have potential is letting the winners find you rather than the other way around. This millionth of supply passive indexing strategy shared on Steemit uses a spreadsheet that feeds off CoinMarketCap's API and lists the top coins by market cap and daily trading volume. Closely following the swings of the market allows you to spot the coins favored by other investors and get into the game early while there's still plenty of room to make decent profits. More often than not, determining the future success of crypto coins before they hit the big jackpot is a matter of serious due diligence and a pinch of luck. Don't rely on any one strategy to guide you to success. Rather, gather and map out the information available to you using the community insights and the general buzz behind the scenes to pick out the right ICOs for your investment. Hold on to your coins, silly. Do you remember the story about Christopher Koch from Norway, who bought 5,000 bitcoins in 2009 and completely forgot about them until the bitcoin hit the media headlines again in 2013? He ended up with a pot of bitcoins worth, at the time of discovery, around $886,000. If you don't know the story, the moral is simple. Invest in the most promising coins and forget about it. Although it's true that Koch wasn't able to resist the temptation to reap the returns, as he exchanged 1/5 of his 5,000 bitcoins, generating enough kroner to buy an apartment in Tøyen, one of the Norwegian capital's wealthier areas. The first rule of any investment is to buy and hold. You've already done extensive research that led you to the investment decision. Now sit tight and wait for the rewards. If you're struggling to see the argument, just think about Bitcoin. Since 2016, the value of Bitcoin has soared eightfold, despite numerous predictions from skeptics that it's going to flop. Many investors who held on to their coins until now can probably call themselves self-made millionaires, and those who sold or exchanged early are probably mellowing in regret. Resisting the urge to cash in your coins when their value shoots up is incredibly difficult because there's always a risk of the value decreasing just as fast. But it's been proven time and time again that investment is a long-haul game. Obviously, take some profits to enjoy your success, but try to hold on to the majority of your coins to make sure you don't lose out in the future. Keep your coins safe. Why undo all your hard work and smart investments by ignoring the safety advice? It cannot be stressed enough how important it is to keep your coins safe, and here's how you can do it. First of all, don't keep your coins in a hot wallet. The general advice is to transfer most of your crypto assets to a wallet that you control, and best of all to a hardware wallet. The main difference between a hot crypto wallet and a cold wallet is that the first one is connected to the internet, whereas the latter one is not. Hackers can't steal your cryptocurrencies from a wallet that is not connected to the internet. Most people who invest in cryptocurrencies have both hot and cold wallets, but use them for different purposes. Think about the hot wallet as your current bank account and the cold wallet as your savings. You should only keep as many coins in your hot wallet as you need to make daily purchases. All the rest should sit securely in a cold wallet. Another basic thing to remember is to keep your private key hidden. Just don't forget where you hide it, because losing your private key also means losing all the assets that are inside your wallet. One of the crypto millionaires has shared his success story with the Reddit community, revealing one of the silliest security mistakes he made since he started trading. I once got hacked and lost 5,000 ETH and 10,000 LTC by having an image of my ETH and LCT wallets on my desktop as a PNG file. I must have had a remote thing and they got everything. The more substantial are your crypto assets, the more likely it is someone will try to steal them from you. Don't make it easy for hackers to get away with your coins. What are some of the most promising ICOs at the moment? Remember, never invest in a cryptocurrency just because someone said it's going to appreciate. Doing your own research is vital. Cryptocurrencies are volatile, so you want to make sure your investment is driven by thorough research, not a hunch. With that said, here are a few coins that we think are worth checking. Sia Coin. As the Filecoin's record-breaking ICO that raised $257 million in minutes has demonstrated, crypto enthusiasts truly believe in the idea of decentralized storage. SiaCoin already has a working product and a network of users. It promises to drastically cut storage costs as well as give users a chance to sell their storage space on the Sia blockchain marketplace. However, as it is obvious now, Sia is not the only player on the market. While we predict that the price of SiaCoin will increase, no one knows which company or companies will succeed in the end. Fast Invest Token, FIT. Fast Invest is currently building an extension to its P2P lending program that will allow customers to take out fiat currency-based loans using cryptocurrency as a security deposit. Crypto-approved lending services will be accessible only to Fast Investment Token holders that can be acquired during our ICO that opens on the 4th of December. Crypto-approved lending is a unique way for crypto users to utilize their crypto assets. And with the traditional P2P market experiencing its best years yet, the potential for growth and ROI is more than promising. Amice Go. Amice Go is a promising product. It essentially offers Stripe-like features, enabling real-time value exchange and payment services across jurisdictions and both fiat money and decentralized currencies. They have a great team and a clear direction, and their token holders will make money by way of transaction fees. This means that as the transaction volume increases, token holders will earn more, which indicates the price of the coin should go up. How do I develop a millionaire mindset? We all want to be millionaires. There is no one who would turn down the opportunity to have $1 million in their bank account, so they could give more, travel more, spend more, or work less. Whether we like it or not, you can't function in the world without money, and the more you have, the more freedom it entails. Before you can become a millionaire in your finances, however, you have to become a millionaire in your mind. Even if you win the lottery and become an instant millionaire, you will not be able to keep it without a millionaire mindset. Here's why. What is a millionaire mindset? You can have a millionaire mindset without having $1 million in your bank account. It is all about how you think about your finances and how you make decisions when it comes to money. Don't wait until you have the million to change your thinking. Start developing a millionaire mindset now. This will do two very important things. It'll help you reach those $1 million and help you keep it once you have it. Even if you never reach the exact 1 million mark, you will have more and be able to do more because you have a millionaire mindset. For me, it took many years and lots of studying of current millionaires and how they got to where they are now. I also looked at successful people around me who were what Thomas Stanley calls the millionaires next door. It's a must-read, by the way. How to develop a millionaire mindset today. Save first, then spend. Do not save what is left after spending, but spend what is left after saving. If you always spend 100% or more of what you make, you will never have money. However, if you save 10% and spend the rest, you can become a millionaire by just using the awesome tools available to everyone. For example, if you invest $100 a month from age 25 to 65 in a good growth stock mutual fund, most average 10 to 12% over time, then you will have $1.7 million. And I'm here to tell you, if you have $100 a month, you may currently be spending it on lattes, eating out, movies, clothes, etc. But if you look real close, you have it. Just doing this one thing early in life can set you up for a great retirement. Don't think because you were older than 25 there's no hope for you. Start somewhere. Start small if necessary, but begin forming the habit of saving something first and then spending what's left. Coupled with my next piece of advice, you'll be on your way to wealth and financial freedom. Debt is not an asset. You will never hear a millionaire say it was their debt that got them there. Debt is when you owe more than you have. Basically, when your net worth is less than zero. Using debt to pay for stuff mortgages your future because of something you want right now. Having a millionaire mindset is having the patience to wait to purchase an item or take a trip until you have the cash to do so. Yes, this means you may have to wait. And yes, it may mean you miss an opportunity altogether. But it is worth it in the long run. Whenever you are looking to make a purchase, take a moment to look at the future. What will you have to sacrifice, and is it worth it? Always think about the future. People with a millionaire mindset do not just live for today. They know that there is a future out there, and they prepare for it. This way of thinking not only encompasses the examples above, but also includes their goals and dreams. You see, millionaire thinkers have goals. They have dreamt about what they want their life to look like, and they have a tentative plan on how to achieve it. Goals are essential to any success story. Good goals have 4 very important elements. They are written, realistic, they are adjustable, and specific. You have an awesome, bright future ahead of you no matter what your current circumstances are. But to move your dreams from your head to reality, you need to have a plan. Millionaires have a plan. Their plans may change as they journey through life, but they never give up on their future. What you believe will become your reality. If you believe you will never be a millionaire, odds are you won't. This is not because someone has an advantage over you or has better luck than you do. It is simply because they believe they could and set about developing a plan to do so. Remember, in the example above, it only takes a small amount per month, depending on your age, to invest in good things, and anyone can do it. You can be a millionaire. Yes, you. All you need to do is change your way of thinking and believe that it can happen. There are many millionaires out there that are just like you and me. The only difference is that they have a millionaire mindset. Who are the richest Bitcoin millionaires? Curiosity about the identities of the richest Bitcoin millionaires rises every time the price of the digital currency jumps higher. This year alone has brought staggering boosts in wealth for those Bitcoin owners. A person who owns 1,000 Bitcoins becomes $100,000 wealthier every time the Bitcoin price goes up just $100. The price of Bitcoin has soared more than $1,500 higher this year. That means a Bitcoin millionaire holding 1,000 Bitcoin has enjoyed a $1.5 million gain in less than 6 months. But Bitcoin millionaires aren't as common as you might think, given its huge gains. At the current Bitcoin price of about $2,500, a person needs 400 Bitcoin to qualify as a Bitcoin millionaire. According to BitInfoCharts.com, just over 4,300 Bitcoin addresses hold 400 or more Bitcoins. But since one person can have multiple Bitcoin addresses, the actual number of Bitcoin millionaires is certainly much lower than 4,300. It's impossible to calculate the exact number of Bitcoin millionaires or to even know how many Bitcoins one person may own. The reason is that while all Bitcoin addresses are public, who owns them isn't. 7 of the world's top Bitcoin millionaires. Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. Estimated Bitcoin owned, 1.5 million. Estimated value at $2,500, $3.75 billion. The Winklevoss twins gained fame when they sued Mark Zuckerberg for allegedly stealing the idea for Facebook Incorporated, New York Stock Exchange Facebook, from them. But in 2013, they used part of their $65 million settlement to buy $1.5 million Bitcoin. That investment, valued at $11 million at the time by the New York Times, has increased more than 31,000% since then. The identical twins aren't just Bitcoin investors, though. They've also launched one of the leading Bitcoin exchanges, Gemini, and developed a proposal for a Bitcoin ETF, the Winklevoss Bitcoin Trust, that was rejected by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, in March. Satoshi Nakamoto, estimated Bitcoins owned 1 million, estimated value at $2,500, $2.5 billion. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin is believed to control about 1 million Bitcoins, most of those mined in the earliest days of the cryptocurrency, when only a handful of programmers were even aware it existed. Back then, the block reward was 50 Bitcoins, and the difficulty so low that you could mine plenty of Bitcoin with an average laptop. It's unclear if Nakamoto is a pseudonym for one person or a group of people, or where he, she, they may be now. But the Bitcoins known to belong to Nakamoto have never been spent or transferred. The rest of these names might not be quite as familiar. Roger Ver, estimated Bitcoins owned 300,000, estimated value at $2,500, $750 million. Ver is one of Bitcoin's original proponents, so much so that he's known as Bitcoin Jesus. Back in 2011, when Bitcoin was trading for about $10, he boldly predicted the digital currency would outperform all other asset classes over the ensuing 2 years by 100 times. The bubble in late 2013, when Bitcoin soared from about $100 to nearly $1,200 in less than 4 months, proved him correct. At its peak in 2013, Bitcoin outperformed other assets by 300 times. Ver also invested in many Bitcoin-based startups in that period. Today, he's CEO of Bitcoin.com, a catch-all site aimed at introducing people to Bitcoin. Charlie Shrem, estimated Bitcoins owned 100,000, estimated value at $2,500, $250 million. Like Ver, Shrem was an early advocate of Bitcoin. He founded a Bitcoin startup, BitInstant, in 2011 and started pouring money into the digital currency. BitInstant allowed customers to obtain Bitcoin from 700,000 stores, including Walmart Stores Incorporated, New York Stock Exchange WMT. But BitInstant failed to comply with money laundering laws. Shrem was sentenced to 2 years in prison in 2014 for funneling money to the online marketplace Silk Road, which let customers pay for illegal drugs with Bitcoin. BitInstant was shut down. Today, Shrem is free and works as the head of business and community development for Jax, a cryptocurrency wallet startup that allows customers to exchange one digital currency for another. Michael Novogratz. Estimated Bitcoins owned, 42,000. Estimated value at $2,500, $105 million. Mike Novogratz is best known as a hedge fund manager with Fortress Investment Group, New York Stock Exchange FIG. But he became interested in Bitcoin as early as 2013, buying some of the digital currency as well as directing some Fortress money into Pantera Capital, a hedge fund that invests in cryptocurrency-based ventures. In April, Novogratz said he held about 10% of his net worth in cryptocurrencies, primarily Bitcoin and Ethereum. A rough estimate of his net worth, in the $500 million to $750 million range, puts his Bitcoin stash at about 42,000 coins. Anthony Gillespie. Estimated Bitcoins owned, 34,000. Estimated value at $2,500, $85 million. Gillespie was another entrepreneur early to Bitcoin. He founded BitPay, a Bitcoin payment processing and wallet startup. In 2011, the BitPay card allows customers to load their Bitcoin onto a Visa credit card. Considered a leading expert on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, Gillespie testified on the subject before Congress in 2013. Last summer, when one Bitcoin was going for about $600, estimates of the value of his Bitcoin holdings were in the neighborhood of $20 million. With the rise in Bitcoin price, Gillespie's stash is worth more than 4 times that now. Tim Draper. Estimated Bitcoins owned, 30,000. Estimated value at $2,500, $75 million. A founding partner of venture capital firm Draper Fisher Jurvetson, Tim Draper surprised many observers in June 2014 when he won all of the 29,656 Bitcoins auctioned off by the U.S. Marshals Service. Federal authorities had confiscated that batch of coins when it shut down the Silk Road website, which had allowed people to buy illegal drugs with Bitcoin. Draper is convinced that Bitcoin will disrupt the financial industry. Last December, Draper gave Money Morning the most optimistic Bitcoin price prediction of all the Bitcoin influencers we polled, $10,000 by the end of 2017. Bitcoin success stories you didn't know about. Consistently finding itself amidst enormous success, Bitcoin has become one of the most affluent cryptocurrencies in the world, along with other majors like Ethereum, Ripple, etc. We could say that it has not reached its peak value, since a lot of people are not fully aware of it, and not all Bitcoins have been mined out there as of yet. There is a cap of a maximum of 21 million Bitcoins that can be produced. This means that there lies great scope of investing and earning in the coming future. But there are some people who spotted this opportunity much earlier. In its earlier days, Bitcoins cost far lesser than they do now. By much less, we mean 2,000 to 3,000% less. People who invested in Bitcoins in the beginning, or even in 2013 or 2015, when Bitcoin was crashing badly, have turned into millionaires today. Let's read more about such people who have amassed fortune through Bitcoin. Bought and forgot. A man named Christopher Koch invested 150 kroner, which is just $26.60, in the year 2009 and bought 5,000 Bitcoins. He was writing a thesis on encryption at the time and came across Bitcoins during his research. At that time, the currency was in its nascent stage, and so after performing this small investment, he entirely forgot all about it. It was in April 2013, when there was a widespread media coverage of this strange currency, that Christopher remembered that he too owned some Bitcoins. Now, since it was a cryptocurrency, it was stored in a secure e-wallet, the password of which Koch had forgotten. After numerous failed attempts, he was successful in logging in, and to his surprise, they were worth $886,000, or 5.6 crores. A teenager? Really? In 2012, a 15-year-old boy named Eric Finman got motivated to try his hand at investment. On Easter, his grandmother gifted him $1,000. Eric bought Bitcoins of all the money he had received. Surprisingly, a year later, his money was worth $100,000, and he sold all his Bitcoins. His successful experience motivated him to open his own company called Bowtangle.com. Bowtangle is a web venture where he provides video tutoring services, and he pays all his employees in Bitcoins. Living on Bitcoins. 26-year-old Olaf Carson Wee got hired in a Bitcoin startup named Coinbase in February of 2013. At that time, one Bitcoin was worth $20 to $30. He decided to get paid in Bitcoins only. According to Olaf, he already knew the great potential of this cryptocurrency. At that time, hardly anyone had heard of Bitcoins, and so he decided to collect lots and speculate. This far-sightedness of Olaf has turned him into a millionaire today, and ever since he first started earning, he makes all possible transactions with the help of Bitcoins. He finds it to be a more democratic form of currency. What if? What if you had bought RS500 worth of Bitcoins just 7 years ago? How much would they cost today? Well, one would be surprised to hear those 7 years ago, one Bitcoin was worth just a quarter of a cent. This means that RS500 Bitcoins bought 7 years ago could turn a person into a millionaire today. This is true. RS500 at that time could be worth 44 cores today. The value of Bitcoins has multiplied 879,999 times over since 2010. The beginning of 2017 was a golden year for all the Bitcoin owners, since after Japan legalized this cryptocurrency, an exponential rise was seen in its cost. The best thing about investing in Bitcoins is that since there cannot exist more than 21 million Bitcoins altogether, their value is definitely going to increase. And it will not decrease even if there is turmoil in the world economy. Why? This is because it is a limited resource and therefore valuable. Of course, it might see its bad days, but there is a meager chance of value becoming nil altogether. If you haven't started already, registering on Uno Coin would be a good place to start. See what these Bitcoin millionaires are doing with their money now. Bitcoin millionaires aren't just buying Lambos and moving to Japan. Here's how they spend their money and what they do with it. The term Bitcoin millionaire today is not uncommon, with many individuals having made a fortune from investing in the first cryptocurrency that launched in 2009. Invented by the pseudonymous Satoshi Nakamoto, Bitcoin works on the blockchain system and runs without a third party, meaning there's no bank regulations whatsoever. The coin, which was initially worth less than $1, can now cost you around $12,000 each, and the lucky few who got in first are now living a lavish life and spending their time traveling the world, starting their own companies, and of course, investing in more Bitcoin. Take a look at some of them below. Charlie Shrem. Shrem first learned about Bitcoin in 2011 while studying at Brooklyn College. Initially, he purchased 500 coins priced at $3 each and then kept investing more as the price rose. While still in college, Shrem founded the Bitcoin exchange startup BitInstant, a company that allows fellow Bitcoin investors to directly use the cryptocurrency to shop from over 700,000 stores, including Walmart, Duane Reade, and Boots. But not all ended well for the 26-year-old, though, as Charlie Shrem was later charged with operating an unlicensed money transmitting business. He pleaded guilty and went on to serve prison time. However, his faith in the blockchain system only strengthened after a jail incident with a prison guard and mackerels, the currency of choice behind bars. As of now, Shrem's net worth is around $45 million. Grant Sabatier. Sabatier first invested $5,000, a tiny share of his savings, into Bitcoin, at that time valued at $72. After watching a documentary and reading forums about cryptocurrency, he bought a total of 69.2 Bitcoins, which are now valued at around $1,148,728. The mogul even earned $1 million in 2017 alone, making it what he calls the easiest money I've ever made. Sabatier now runs a blog called MillennialMoney.com, where he talks about personal finance and entrepreneurship, helping others make smart investment decisions in crypto and various other sectors. Prior to this, he also ran various side hustles such as a domain buying, SEO consultancy, and blogging, the last of which alone brings him $2,000 a month. Eric Finman. Perhaps the most famous Bitcoin millionaire on YouTube, 18-year-old Eric Finman forged his own path when he invested in Bitcoin and left high school to start his own business. He began investing in Bitcoin in 2011 at the age of 12, back when they were worth just $12 apiece. His money primarily came from a $1,000 gift from his grandmother, and soon he accumulated around 403 Bitcoins, worth more than $1 million today. And this is not even including the smaller investments he made in other cryptos, such as Ethereum and Litecoin. His motivation was a bet that he had with his parents, stating that if he became a millionaire before the age of 18, they'd allow him to keep out of college. Needless to say, he won. In 2014, he launched an online education platform called Bowtangle that helps frustrated students such as himself find tutors. and he's also currently working with NASA to launch a rocket through their ALL project. Finman recently got featured on BuzzFeed, where his video, "I'm a Teenage Bitcoin Millionaire," has 3 million views and counting. Solve your specific predictive analytics needs. Model management. Deploy and embed thousands of predictive models directly into business processes. Scale and maintain peak performance for every model and schedule updates as needed. Manage the entire predictive modeling lifecycle, from data prep to model building, evaluation, deployment, and modeling. Manage the entire predictive modeling lifecycle, from data prep to model building, evaluation, deployment, and monitoring. Predictive modeling. Build predictive models in days with automation and configuration features, no coding required. Gain easy access to a wide variety of machine learning algorithms. Take advantage of native predictive modeling with big data. Predictive data management. Accelerate data preparation and join historical data sets such as demographics, transactions, and service calls. Create and manage massive analytical data sets with up to 50,000 columns. Increase your ability to derive more accurate and predictable results. Predictive network and link analysis. Represent data and graphs to show product or entity associations. Extract and explore links between your customers and social influencers. Generate product recommendations based on social network analysis. Use geo-referenced data to build models and visualize the most visited geographic locations. Scoring. Score data faster and apply predictive models and databases as soon as events occur. Generate code for a variety of target databases. Embed accurate predictive results into business processes. Predictive analytics. Go beyond charts. Data science at your fingertips. Without writing any code, users can point and click to get instant link views, one-click predictions, and proactive data profiles. All users have access to the same advanced calculations that your experts have, so everyone can be more efficient and eventually more skilled and smarter. In a way, Spotfire lets you break data science out of its box and spread it around. Embed R code in analysis. Because Spotfire has a natively embedded R engine, it can run the world's most popular open-source statistical language directly inside any analysis. It provides point-and-click authoring for users of all levels and offers more advanced users the ability to run custom R models in the analysis. Let your data scientists empower the organization. Spotfire includes the right tools for making it easier for experts to solve a problem, then publish their solution as analytical apps that can be reused by everyone. Instead of wasting time by keeping the value of your data science investments to a small corner of your company, you can maximize that value and make both experts and non-experts more efficient. And you can empower the same people who understand the problem to work the solution. Leverage your existing platforms. Connect to existing data functions written in R, SAS, and MATLAB. Helped by the unique and powerful Spotfire Statistics Services engine, users at large can then benefit from your stored assets, and you won't have a stranded investment. Predict the future. Your big data is only as good as your ability to use it to predict, create a plan, and act on it. What product should you recommend for purchase right now? Is fraud being attempted? Which machine needs maintenance to avoid a stoppage? What improvements can you make to extend product life? Who's in danger of going into cardiac arrest? Spotfire gives you fast answers. Capabilities. One-click statistics. Contextual calculations make powerful methods easy to use. Descriptive stats, similarity, clustering, correlations, fitting, and forecast. Analytics applications. You can save real analysis, not just dashboards, for use by all. In Spotfire, creating apps is a built-in feature. For other products, it's out of reach. Conclusion. If you want to be a Bitcoin millionaire, you need to hijack someone else's hardware and get mining for an extended period of time and cash out before you get penalized or arrested. Failing that, you need to either day trade Bitcoins and take advantage of the short-term price volatility, or make an extremely risky long or short bet on the long-term success or demise of the Bitcoin. By shorting, you might be able to make money on the downside in the short term too, if the so-called Bitcoin bubble is about to burst. On the other hand, if you are sane, it's probably wise to just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Thanks for buying my book. If you have a minute, please leave a review. I take reviews seriously and always look at them. This way, you are helping me provide you better content that you will love in the future. A review doesn't have to be long, just 1 or 2 sentences and a number of stars you find appropriate. Hopefully 5, of course. Also, if I think your review is useful, I will mark it as helpful. This will help you become more known on Amazon as a decent reviewer and will ensure that more authors will contact you with free ebooks in the future. This is how we can help each other. If you like my book, please leave a review on Amazon. I would appreciate it a lot. Thanks. Take a look at these other books too. Blockchain Technology, Blockchain Programming, Blockchain Science and Career Guide, Blockchain Ethereum. This has been Bitcoin Millionaire, Cryptocurrency Investing Strategies from the Rich. Written by Giles Reeves, narrated by Jim Rising, copyright 2018 by Vincent Newt. Production copyright 2018 by Vincent Newt.
Bitcoin Scam: How the Bitcoin Bubble May Burst and What You Need to Know Before Investing. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Sherry Gardner. Chapter 1: Bitcoin Scam. Introduction. The Bitcoin history is very interesting. Its creator was an anonymous group of brilliant mathematicians who designed it in 2008 to be virtual gold and released the first Bitcoin software in early 2009 during the height of the USA economic crisis. They knew that to have lasting value, like gold, it had to have a finite supply. So in creating it, they capped the supply at 21 million Bitcoin. Bitcoin mining refers to the process by which new Bitcoin is created. With conventional currency, government decides when and where to print and distribute it. With Bitcoin, miners use special software to solve complex mathematical problems and are issued a certain number of Bitcoin in return. Bitcoin has led the crypto world for so long and so dominantly that the terms crypto and Bitcoin are often used interchangeably. Bitcoin is the very first widely known and accepted cryptocurrency worldwide. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency that was created in 2009 by an unknown person using the alias Satoshi Nakamoto. While the currency has been around for a long time, its popularity rose a few years ago when merchants started accepting it as a form of payment. In addition for using it for transactions, you can also trade it, thus making huge profits. It is currently the biggest market cap at around $41 billion and has been around for the past 8 years. Around the world, Bitcoin has been widely used, and so far there is no easy-to-exploit weakness in the method it works. Both as a payment system and as a stored value, Bitcoin enables users to easily receive and send Bitcoins. The concept of the blockchain is the basis in which Bitcoin is based. It is necessary to understand the blockchain concept to get a sense of what the cryptocurrencies are all about. Benefits of Bitcoin. With the start of Bitcoin, many had the option to acquire an online coin or currency that they can use similarly with flat money. Well, Bitcoin has a lot of benefits over other currencies. For example, you can send Bitcoins to someone as payment without having to go through the bank middleman and get hit with extra fees. It is also much faster than sending money via a bank wire or transfer. You can send Bitcoins to someone and have them receiving the coins in seconds. Here are some of the benefits. Free entry. Unlike the stock market and other trading channels, there are almost no barriers to entry into the Bitcoin market. All you need to do is identify a seller that you can buy from. If interested in selling, identify a buyer and you're ready to go. Global. You can trade the currency from any part of the world. This means that a person in China can buy or sell Bitcoin to a person in Africa or any other place. This makes the currency significant as it is not affected by the economy of a single country. It is volatile. Just like the other currencies in the foreign exchange market, Bitcoin is highly volatile. This means that it quickly changes its price due to slight shifts in the economy. If you take advantage of the changes, you could make huge profits. 24/7 trading. Unlike the stock market that operates during the business hours, Bitcoin trading happens the entire day and night. The trading limitations are only on you, not on time. Where and how to start. People have a lot of misconceptions about Bitcoin, wondering where to start. First of all, while the price might be over $2,000 US per coin, you don't have to buy an entire Bitcoin. Most places will let you buy portions of a Bitcoin for as little as $20. So you can start off small and go from there as you get more comfortable with the way things work. Where to buy Bitcoins? No matter where you decide to buy, remember to do your research and go with a trusted seller with a good reputation and strong customer service. First-time buyers will especially have questions and may need the extra support to help them with their first transaction. Take your time and research the different places to buy before you decide. Factors to consider include coin prices, extra fees, method of payment, and customer service. Local Bitcoins. This is the primary site for arranging face-to-face transactions and prices negotiated. Its escrow service has made the site popular since it adds an added layer of protection for the buyer and the seller with a trust score of A. You can pay for Bitcoins via PayPal, cash, or bank transfers. Coinbase. This is another of the popular Bitcoin wallets, with one of the simplest ways of buying Bitcoin. Upon sign-up, one gets a $5 bonus. It has a trust score of A+. Use your card or bank transfers to buy Bitcoins. We Sell Crypto. This site ranks high, and it is beginner-friendly. It has a trust rating of B+, and you can buy Bitcoins via your PayPal account. BitQuick. This site is also beginner-friendly, allowing users to buy and accept payments for Bitcoins via hard currency as well as bank transfers. It has a trust rating of B. With Bitcoins, you can anonymously buy merchandise, make cheaper international payments since the Bitcoins are not subject to regulation from any country. The Bitcoin market is very volatile, and more people are buying them hoping to make a profit when the price goes up. How to buy Bitcoin. One has to know how to buy Bitcoin with credit card in order to get started. Coinbase is a very popular site to do this. Their fee is 3.75%, and the buying limit is $10,000 per day. This would probably be the easiest way to buy Bitcoins. Others would like to buy Bitcoin with debit card. Coinbase also provides this service and has clear step-by-step instructions on how to proceed with either your debit or credit card. There are those who would like to buy Bitcoin instantly. This can be done at Paxful Inc. and can be done through Western Union or any credit/debit card. Get a Bitcoin wallet. This is the very first step when buying Bitcoins, since you will require a place to store, receive, and send your Bitcoins. Different Bitcoin wallets provide varying levels of security, and you can choose the security level that works best for your transactions. The most popular wallet options are a wallet software stored on the hard drive of your computer, a web-based service that is an online wallet, a multi-sig wallet that incorporates the use of many different keys to protect the account and keep your Bitcoin safe and offline. Most people prefer to get a wallet on their phone or computer. Popular wallets include Blockchain, Armory, BitGo, Mycelium, and Expo. Usually, it is as simple as downloading the wallet to your phone as an app or downloading the software to your computer from the wallet's main site. Is Bitcoin safe? It is reported that the Bitcoin is rolling into forbidden grounds as it creates a spate of controversy among the high society and savvy digital investors. These digital marketers try to gain their share of the billion-dollar-a-day digital pie, while corporate society seeks to curtail the spiral hike in the value of what seems to be a monetary menace. Some who strive on exploiting the poor and vulnerable are not having this, as they try to inoculate the masses in an attempt to put down this growing digital monster. These seemingly corporate crooks continue to put a chokehold on how the less fortunate spend their money as they try to build financial cartels worldwide. But thanks to digital technology, Bitcoins have revolutionized money control in the 21st century. Despite the growth of digital currencies such as Bitcoins, it would be remiss of me to not disclose the cons of these virtual currencies. Due to the fact that their digital footprints are encrypted, they cannot be traced online. Although one has the pleasure of privacy and security when trading, it provides another gateway to hide and conduct illicit transactions. When this happens, drug dealers, terrorists, and other suspected culprits will continue to conduct their illicit trade without detection when using Bitcoins. However, amidst the monetary mayhem, Bitcoins offer anyone tremendous investment opportunities and growth potential. No one controls virtual currency as it can be accessed by the public in cyberspace, and the value continues to appreciate while the society stumbles on the debris of inflation. An ordinary man on the streets can buy, save, trade, invest, and increase his chances of becoming financially successful without the interference of government restrictions, controls, and fiduciary regulations. Hence, spiral inflations become things of the past. Many truly believe the number one problem in our society is establishing financial monopolies. When one corporation decides to control foreign exchange, gold, and fuel, it uses its power to dictate how money should be spent. Regulations set by large and wealthy multi-corporations are only geared to add more wealth and power to their portfolio rather than benefiting borrowers who seek financial help. In addition, the ones at the top try to drain the swamp so others can depend on them, while they can become more wealthy, but they can't control digital currency. Time has come to open the eyes of the world, and that is what Bitcoin is all about. The ones who try to control the world is threatened by this Frankenstein, but I doubt they can stop it or call the shots. Currently, one Bitcoin values $844,099.07 Jamaican dollar or $6,895.80 US dollar. The cost for one Bitcoin in 2009 was 5 cents US dollar. Chapter 2. Bitcoin Scam. Whether you think Bitcoins are the currency of the future or a passing gimmick, you cannot deny that some folks have already made millions So, with the attraction of easy money comes crime, and the crime is getting bigger and more sophisticated. At first, it was the petty crime. People would offer to sell something for bitcoins and not pay, or offer to sell bitcoins and never deliver. You get this in almost every online marketplace. It erodes the trust in the system and is common. Most internet-savvy folks know how to avoid the worst of it. Since bitcoins is still confined mostly to techies, it has been even less of a problem. Sites quickly sprang up that listed trusted sellers, buyers, and sites, as well as those not to do business with. The system was self-policing in short order. Now that the stakes have been raised, we have a much higher level threat to the Bitcoin system. Trojans and viruses have been written to target the Bitcoin's wallet. The Bitcoin's wallet is currently stored in a common directory and is unencrypted. So anyone with access to your computer can take your Bitcoins in a matter of seconds. The virus looks for that directory and sends off the information to the criminal. For the virus to get into your computer, you would have had to invite it. It was attached to a program that claimed to be helpful to Bitcoin's mining. People downloaded it to see if it helped and were infected. Normally, this is something that very few of us would willingly do. But in the Bitcoin's world, everyone was striving for an advantage. Time was compressed as people jumped at every opportunity in this gold rush type of atmosphere. In early June, a person lost $500,000 worth of Bitcoins to this method. The person had downloaded several things and was not sure when or how the Trojan was installed. He found a few malware items when he ran a virus check. The Trojan was more than likely invited into his computer, and seeing as how Bitcoins are so new, a virus software would be unlikely to want to protect the Bitcoin's wallet. The transaction was noticed on the Bitcoin's network, and an unidentified person posted about their successful crime on Twitter. People have called for the Bitcoin's community to band together and reverse the transaction. The feeling is this would create a dangerous precedent, as what other transaction could then be reversed? Who proves that a serious offense was committed? As of the writing of this, the money has not been recovered. Once again, Bitcoins and Bitcoin's users are learning to adapt. The latest version of the Bitcoin software will encrypt the wallet behind a password. Again, people are identifying which softwares and applications are safe and which ones are not. The system is self-correcting again. Big money and the recent press for Bitcoins is going to bring the unsavory side of commerce to Bitcoins again and again. But with all the computing power and technological know-how that is in the current Bitcoins community, I doubt that adaptation will be very far behind. Bitcoin's meteoric rise in prices over the last year has awakened mainstream interest in the original cryptocurrency. With prices looking bullish once again, investing in Bitcoin has never been as popular. But the rise in interest has not been without consequences. One of the downsides of new investors entering the market is the increase in the number of scams, frauds, and stories of retail investors who lose their coins to shady ventures. From ICO scandals to wallet theft and fraud, regular consumers can fall prey to crime easily. It may seem as though it's the Wild West for investors, but it doesn't have to be. While there are certainly risks in the market, the opportunities may be irresistible for some. However, being cautious is always a must, and there are clear signs of scams that investors can look for. By avoiding these traps, users can better their chances for success and protect their investments. These are some of the most common scams and how they can be avoided. Hardware wallet theft. For users who are concerned with security and privacy, a hardware wallet, a physical device that stores their private keys, is an increasingly popular option. Usually as small as keychain USB drives, these wallets offer an offline way to help crypto investors protect their Bitcoin even further. However, there have been reports that some of them have built-in vulnerabilities, which open them to hackers that could easily steal all a user's holdings. This is far from the only issue, however. According to Ophir Beigel, owner of 99bitcoins.com, one scam entails selling hardware wallets to users with a pre-configured seed phrase hidden under a scratch card. The new user is told that he should scratch the card and set up the wallet with the compromised seed. This creates a backdoor that allows hackers to simply drain funds once a wallet is activated. These scams are becoming more common, but they can easily be avoided by only accepting wallets from trusted sources. Exchange scams. Despite their decentralized nature, most cryptocurrencies are still bought and sold at exchanges. While this makes it easier to find the coins investors desire, there is still no regulatory body overseeing these exchanges in many countries. Thus, many investors have been left penniless when the exchanges they signed up for turn out to be traps. In December, several South Korean exchanges were exposed, leading to promise of stiffer regulations by the country's authorities. These scams are not hard to spot, but can be costly if not avoided. One of the biggest red flags is the promise of unrealistic prices. Exchanges that promise heavy discounts on Bitcoin use this strategy to lure in unsuspecting victims. Additionally, users can check exchanges' URLs. Web addresses should always begin with HTTPS, a sign the traffic is encrypted. Visiting unsecured websites is a bad idea, but alert investors can avoid losing thousands by looking for the right signs. Fake ICOs. One of the best results of the cryptocurrency boom has been the rise of the initial coin offering as a way for companies to raise capital. With thousands of new blockchain-based companies entering the market with unique ideas and exciting projects, users can now back their favorite businesses easily. However, this massive explosion of ICO opportunities has inevitably raised the specter of fraud. There are several ways scammers can separate investors from their Bitcoin. One popular method involves creating fake websites that resemble ICOs and instructing users to deposit coins into a compromised wallet. Other times, it's the ICOs themselves at fault. Centra Tech, for example, a blockchain venture backed by several celebrities, has been sued in the U.S. The company stands accused of portraying fake team members, misleading investors, and lying about their products. The best way to avoid these scams is close research that involves picking apart the white paper, reviewing the team behind the venture, and key board members or investors. Before making any investment, it's vital to learn as much about the company as possible to avoid any unpleasant surprises. Cloud mining schemes. Mining is the only way to extract new Bitcoins without buying or exchanging them. But it has become an incredibly resource-intensive activity. Due to the unique way new coins are mined, it takes massive amounts of processing power and electricity, and thus money, to mine a coin. However, many companies now offer regular users the ability to rent some server space to mine coins for a set rate. Some companies offer lifetime contracts, which keep costs the same and supposedly offer outstanding returns. However, as the difficulty of mining increases, the same investment will return smaller amounts each time. Moreover, some companies make bold claims regarding their returns without being transparent about the true costs and diminishing returns. Others simply operate Ponzi schemes that can lead to massive losses. It's vital to look into opportunities and understand the risks and costs associated with mining before investing. Multi-level marketing. Even in the digital spheres, many multi-level marketing schemes have emerged that offer naive investors excellent opportunities for progressively larger sums of Bitcoin. MLMs, as they're known, are predicated on offering quick returns, but actually involve taking more money for the promise of even higher profits. One major company that has been repeatedly outed is OneCoin, whose owners are implicated in several other shady operations. The company offered investors massive earnings and even luxury goods and perks for paying more. However, there is little information on the company outside of their own site, and users have left scathing reviews online. It's important to always pay attention to a company's fine print and ensure that their claims are feasible and real. Avoiding these scams early can protect investors' wallets. With the current craze, being vigilant and doing one's due diligence are a must before investing in Bitcoin. The market is also showing signs of maturing, leading to better transparency and clearer rules. Regardless, any smart investor's first step should always be careful research to ensure their investments are always winners. Chapter 3. How to recognize Internet scams. There are various types of scams. What they all have in common is that a customer is encouraged to hand over money, personal data, or bank account or credit card details without anything being given in return, or in return for a product that does not correspond to what was promised. Scams are often run by professional criminals. The chances of victims of scams receiving their money back are usually small. So the best way to avoid problems is to recognize risks and take adequate precautions. This website provides tips on how to prevent various kinds of scams. Money-making scams are everywhere. You get them in your emails, on your phone, in your text messages, on your Facebook wall, and sometimes even at your front door. But perhaps the biggest breeding ground for these types of scams is on the World Wide Web. The Internet has brought countless benefits into our lives. It offers instantaneous access to news and information, a forum for keeping in touch with loved ones, and untold opportunities for earning an income or building a business. However, along with those benefits comes a dark side. Scammers. There are people who take advantage of the relative anonymity and wide availability of the Internet to trick people into giving up their hard-earned money, whether intentionally or otherwise. They try to get you to pay them for nothing. They try to harvest your personal information. They try to install nefarious software on your computer. Don't let it happen. While software is available to help ward off viruses and common online scams, the best tool for prevention is you. Being aware of how online scams work, and more importantly, knowing the telltale signs of a scam can keep you out of sticky situations. So how can you protect yourself from these scams? How can you discern the honest, legitimate opportunities from the dishonest, money-hungry scams? Here are 6 specific ways to spot a potential online scam. If an offer you're reading about sets off any of these warning bells, you're better off just avoiding it. Number 1. An upfront payment is required before you can get any real information. If a site won't give you a clear overview of what exactly it's trying to sell you with some real examples of what you'll be getting in exchange for your payment, don't hand over a dime. Any reputable product can be sold on its own merits, not on the claims of what that product is without showing you what's behind the smoke and mirrors. This is something that many websites do, offering to show you the secrets of making money at home, or building a business, or banking on yourself, or countless other scams or half-baked ideas. The catch is that they don't actually give you any real indication of how it works or whether it will work at all. Instead, it's all about trust. They're essentially the confidence men of old, hoping you will trust their claims, except that now they don't even have to look you in the eye while scamming you. Number 2, you're promised a quick route to wealth or to exceptional income. If it were easy to make a huge income using this system, then they'd be using this system to make a huge income instead of selling promises to you via email or some shady-looking website. In the real world, it takes a great deal of smarts and/or hard work to accumulate significant wealth or a significant income. And even if you have an epic work ethic or intelligence, it's still going to take years and years to build that wealth. It's never going to be overnight. It's never going to appear in a month or two. Those things are myths, designed to sell you on unrealistic dreams and to extract money from your pocket. Number 3, you can't figure out how the person making the offer benefits. If it's not obvious how the person involved in this offer makes money, then you need to stay far away from it. Most honest transactions are completely clear in how the other person is going to make money from the arrangement. Perhaps the individual is the seller, and you're the buyer. When situations come up where that arrangement isn't clear, be extremely wary. Why? Often, those individuals are making money off of you in ways you can't see, and that means it's a way he or she doesn't want you to see. Perhaps he's getting you to install bad software on your computer. Or maybe she's grooming you for some form of identity theft. Whatever it is, avoid it. Only enter into arrangements where it's clear what both sides get out of the deal. Number 4, you are being pressured. If a product is worthwhile, it doesn't need pressure tactics to entice you. If someone is pressuring you, such as by stating the offer only lasts for a little while, or that you're somehow foolish for not taking advantage of this, they're selling you a bad bill of goods. Don't waste your money or time on products that can't be presented to you solely on their own merits. If someone has to introduce pressure tactics that make you feel rushed or make you feel bad about yourself, walk away. They're telling you that their product doesn't have enough merit on its own. Number 5, pop-ups appear asking you to download a piece of software or a video driver when the source isn't 100% reputable. Never, ever, ever download software to your computer from anywhere that isn't completely reputable. If it's not the official website of a software vendor, a software store associated with your model of computer or phone, or a very, very trusted third-party vendor like Amazon, don't download the software. If something pops up telling you it's time for a software update, don't download it by pressing the button. Instead, back up and go to the actual vendor for the software, like Adobe, and get it directly from the source. If you can't figure out the vendor, then you don't need the software, no matter how amazing it promises to be. Number 6, you're being bombarded by jargon. No matter how amazing the offer seems, if you can't clearly understand exactly what it is and how it works, back away. If it's being sold with jargon, back away. Are all money-making programs scams? Not all money-making programs are scams. Here are some common features of scam money-making sites which will surely prove themselves fake. Number 1, they ask for money while you are signing up. 90% of the scam sites has this flaw, which prove them as fake. First of all, they attract you up with huge sign-up forms saying, "Sign up for free," and just after you fill up the form and submit it, you'll see another page with a huge form asking you to enter your credit card number or other payment details. So don't just get too naive and immediately close the browser tab. Number 2, no company information and no genuine method to contact. Whenever you click the contact page of any scam site, you'll probably don't see their company address, and no phone numbers mentioned most of the times. You may see fake phone numbers listed there, which you can easily identify by just calling on those numbers. Mostly, you'll see only a contact form which you can fill up and submit, but you'll never get any reply for that. Number 3, photographs of fake but attractive people telling their fake stories. I have gone through many websites where scammers feature photographs of beautiful women, which shows that they have become rich in just 30 days. Guess what? This is total crap. Seriously, it takes years for people to become successful, and they devote a long time span towards their businesses and jobs to become successful. Number 4, huge banner saying instant access or get bonus on sign up. A trusted site that actually pays has no reason to showcase huge colorful banners to prove itself legit. A fake website will always use such strategy to attract its visitors. Number 5, large photos showing people holding paychecks. This is again a very enormous disguise that scam sites use. They display pictures of young chaps and girls holding paychecks showing a lot of zeros in the amount. Well, youngsters will surely leave their studies if they manage to earn this much money just by sitting in front of the computer in just 1 month. Crazy, isn't it? Number 6, they are not listed anywhere on the social networking sites. Scammers never list their sites on social networking sites like Facebook or Twitter, as they know that they'll surely get negative reviews, which will ultimately get them banned soon. Number 7, bogus and fictitious promises. You must have seen sites which promise something out of the world. I have brought an example of such promise for which you'll laugh and roll on the floor. The example is of a pathetic bearded guy telling, "A month ago, I was working in a toy factory, and now I'm partying in the Playboy Mansion. Truly desirable, LOL." So don't get yourself drowned in the sea of your desires. Just let go with such fake promises. Number 8, use scamexposer.com to identify the website. Scam Exposer has come up a long way to help people identify any website legit or scam. You can visit scamexposer.com and search for any website you are reviewing. You'll surely see it listed there, I bet. And you will find that the site you are reviewing is fake or real. Chapter 4: Secrets to Bitcoin Success. Bitcoin can understandably be both enticing and confounding to novice investors who see the historic growth in the cryptocurrency but also wonder how investing in digital currencies really works. Successful Bitcoin investors need to do 3 things: have a plan, expect drops, and secure their Bitcoins. Have a plan. Bitcoin investors need to have a strategy. It could be day trading, trying to pay off student loans, trying to retire, etc. These different strategies will provide a framework to make a risk-reward trade-off decision. For example, a student wanting to pay off loans may decide it makes sense to invest $100 now with the potential to pay off their student loan debt in 4 years, whereas a young software developer may invest $10,000 looking to retire in 10 years. If their Bitcoin holdings increase to $100,000, the student has realized his goal and now it makes sense to cash out, whereas the software developer knows $100,000 is not enough to retire on. Without a framework like that, one can always be questioning, should I get out now? Expect drops. Bitcoin's price will drop. Its price will probably drop more and faster than any other investment you've held. Bitcoin is held nearly exclusively by speculators and early adopters, making its volatility normal. In fact, Bitcoin is more stable than it has ever been. No one knows if this nascent technology will disrupt finance with the same magnitude the Internet disrupted communications, or be displaced and relegated to the dustbins of history like the pager. It is volatile like a tech startup, and that is where the potentially massive financial upside comes from. Around noon on Wednesday, October 2nd, 2013, I was sitting on a nice 25% gain, having had Bitcoins for about 2 months. Around noon, I got an email from a friend letting me know the FBI had caught the guy suspected to be running Silk Road, an online marketplace selling illegal drugs through Bitcoin. Curiously, wondering if that would affect the price, I casually opened a web browser to watch the price. As I watched the price start to tick down a bit, I greedily pondered buying more. Almost before I could complete the thought, my screen turned red as the price went into free fall. I stared into my computer screen like a deer frozen in headlights, watching my 30% gain plummet into a loss. Should I sell? Why didn't I sell? How low will it go? Should I buy? What happens if it goes to 0? The stress was awful. My stomach hurt, hands were clammy, my brain abuzz with regret at the thousands vaporized through my inaction. I wanted to look away, to think about something else, but couldn't, hypnotized by all the red pixels in front of me. Then the price reversed. Almost faster than it fell, it rocketed back up 25%, getting me back into positive territory. Relief rushed over me. Talking to Bitcoin veterans, I found out this had been a relatively small drop given the magnitude of the news. Prior crashes had resulted in much larger losses. The veterans viewed this flash crash as a chance to pick up Bitcoin on sale. I found out they were right, as Bitcoin surged 1,000% over the following 8 weeks. I feel bad because I know some people bought in high, sold in the dip, and then missed out on the subsequent gains. I feel bad because it would have been for me to make the same mistake. That is why it is important to expect drops, prepare for drops, and stick to the plan. secured those Bitcoins. Bitcoin gives owners 100% control over their funds. With that great power comes responsibility. Aside from being your own worst enemy by selling low, the next worst way to lose Bitcoins are to have them stolen by bad security practices. Too many Bitcoin investors have lost small fortunes through poor investment decisions and outright thefts. I estimate the root issue for 90% of thefts stem from people trusting funds with another party. This is ironic because the Bitcoin creator saw the need to remove trust, stating in his white paper, "What is needed is an electronic payment system based on cryptographic proof instead of trust, allowing any two willing parties to transact directly with each other without the need for a trusted third party." Chapter 5. Technical and Financial Problems of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a new concept edging its way into the mainstream. Thus, it is not immune to negativity and unfavorable public perception. It is undeniable that the digital currency has its enemies, either real people or perceived notions. So, what are some of the biggest problems it faces right now? The centralization of Bitcoin. The idea of mining, for many who first come across the concept of Bitcoin, seems bizarre. When broken down into a peer-to-peer way of confirming transactions, however, it makes a lot of sense. It made a lot more sense, though, when any Bitcoin node on any computer had a chance to confirm transactions and thus be rewarded a block. But that doesn't happen anymore. Although Bitcoin was built with good intentions in mind, altruistic systems are often exploited, and this is what has happened to the Bitcoin network. The problem is that there is little incentive to run a node anymore. That's because powerful machines built specifically for Bitcoin's SHA-256 proof-of-work algorithm have changed its decentralized and more open nature. Bad actors. Bitcoin largely solves the double spending issue. Despite that remarkable technical achievement, it doesn't cater for mistakes, theft, and fraud quite so well. The anonymous digital currency has sometimes attracted the wrong types of people, those looking to prey on others who fall under the spell of a never-ending upward trend for Bitcoin's price. Whether it's illegal online marketplaces, pump-and-dump schemes, or shady crypto exchanges, they all create a black cloud over the industry. And every time there is another Bitcoin robbery or scam, it draws attention from the mainstream. When leaders in the Bitcoin industry are discouraged over their inability to be banked in the U.S., bad actors are the ones who should be blamed. The bad actor problem creates a consumer protection issue for Bitcoin. When people learn about Bitcoin and are lured to products and services that do not follow best practices, as opaque as they may be in this industry, that's a problem. As a result, some countries are simply playing safe and pushing Bitcoin away from their banking systems. Reactionary regulation. 12% of the 73 countries that have taken some regulatory action on Bitcoin can be considered hostile or contentious. A number of countries taking a stance against digital currencies appear to be more reactionary in their behavior than seems justified. One example is India, where a Bitcoin exchange in that country was raided earlier this year, causing some Bitcoin businesses to cease operating. In China, the major operators there are talking about upcoming periods of hardship as the government cracks down on Bitcoin activities. Furthermore, amid rumors of a ban on virtual currencies in Russia, Organizers recently felt impelled to cancel a Bitcoin conference that was planned to be held there. These actions perhaps reflect more about the banking systems of those countries than anything a government official says. It reveals that many financial systems don't want to compete with Bitcoin. They would rather regulate it out of existence. A patchwork of reactionary regulatory policies helps no one. This is especially true since international borders simply cannot restrict Bitcoin, the decentralized nature of which makes it impossible to ban. A better approach could be a wait-and-see attitude towards this new technology, since its advantages could end up benefiting everyone. Countries currently taking this kind of approach include Canada and Israel. Poor mobile platform support. Since last year, Apple has taken a proactive stance towards making sure that users cannot send Bitcoin via wallets in its App Store. Furthermore, Google does not allow in-app payments with Bitcoin. Although this has not deterred some developers from creating mobile applications for Bitcoin, it's harming the ecosystem. These larger technology companies do not want to compete with Bitcoin, so they do the same thing as restrictive governments and use their power to regulate it out of existence, within their ecosystem anyway. Bitcoin is excellent as a method of remote payment. It could be a competitive credit card alternative, especially in remote transactions with mobile or wearable devices. And this is a much better way to receive and send payments instead of using QR codes. Using Bluetooth Low Energy, Near Field Communication, NFC, or some other wireless technology could change the way people make payments. However, with billions of dollars relying on the outcome, the major players in the technology industry will do their best to restrict innovations that they do not control. Low adoption. Given all of the above issues, it's not incredibly obvious why the average person would want to use Bitcoin. Sure, there are many theoretical benefits to using a distributed currency. What is the value, though, to the everyday person who just wants to ensure that money is in the bank? One issue is that banks often overstepped boundaries, and the global economic situation has brought hardship for many since 2008. The appearance of Bitcoin on the scene represents something new and offers hope to people jaded by traditional financial institutions. Circle and BitReserve are both Bitcoin startups that have recently unveiled plans to bring the digital currency to the masses. They plan to do so by bringing the technology's benefits to the consumer market by not exposing user to the Bitcoin layer it still depends on. Many startups in the Bitcoin space tout the wow factor of Bitcoin. Yet negative events over the past year have left consumer sentiment less positive than the industry hoped for, and this, in turn, has caused tension with policymakers. In the end, it is possible the best way to get Bitcoin's benefits into the hands of people might be to not talk about it at all. Chapter 6. The Future of Bitcoin. One of the biggest investment stories over recent months was the launch of Bitcoin futures, which essentially offer exposure to the cryptocurrency without actually having to own it. The launch has garnered a lot of criticism, with concerns revolving around the instability or lack of regulation of Bitcoin exchanges, and the fear that encouraging more people to enter the market at this point of time could exacerbate an already volatile asset class. There's also the risk that the Bitcoin market could collapse if a stampede of futures traders all sell their contracts at once. Bitcoin futures got off to a good start immediately after their debut last month. But they've been on a downward spiral since the beginning of 2018 and now sit at the $14,000 mark, down from an opening price of $15,000 at launch, meaning many futures investors are set to face large losses when the monthly contracts expire tomorrow. If anything, this episode just draws attention to the volatile nature of the cryptocurrency. Despite the drop in price, it's likely we could see the creation of more futures markets going forward as demand for crypto continues to grow. This digital monetary system has opened doors for a new way to conduct transactions over the internet, especially for dark web users who use the cryptocurrency to buy malicious items like weapons, drugs, and hitmen. The continuous use of Bitcoin for purchasing goods and services over the internet is what gives it its power, in my opinion. Bitcoin has value because people agree that it has value. Until official institutes like government bodies or central banks find a way to regulate the cryptocurrency and remove its purchasing power, my personal opinion is that it will keep appreciating in value. The future of Bitcoin lies in that kind of crisis, as it proves the reliability of technology and places innovation as a place of opportunity and growth for the financial realm, which in recent years has found greater penetration through digital platforms and electronic payment methods. For instance, in places of communication and profitability of traditional economic systems is managed. The end. This has been Bitcoin Scam: How the Bitcoin Bubble May Burst and What You Need to Know Before Investing. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Sherry Gardner.
Bitcoin Tools: Hacking and Trading Your Way to More Money. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Introduction. Bitcoin has been in the news the last couple of weeks, but a lot of people are still unaware of them. Could Bitcoin be the future of online currency? This is just one of the questions frequently asked about Bitcoin. How does Bitcoin work? Bitcoin is a type of electronic currency, cryptocurrency, that is autonomous from traditional banking and came into circulation in 2009. According to some of the top online traders, Bitcoin is considered as the best-known digital currency that relies on computer networks to solve complex mathematical problems in order to verify and record the details of each transaction made. The Bitcoin exchange rate does not depend on the central bank, and there is no single authority that governs the supply of cryptocurrency. However, the Bitcoin price depends on the level of confidence its users have. As more major companies accept Bitcoin as a method of payment, the more successful Bitcoin will become. The benefits and risk of Bitcoin. One of the benefits of Bitcoin is its low inflation risk. Traditional currencies suffer from inflation, and they tend to lose their purchasing power each year as governments continue to use quantitative easing to stimulate the economy. Bitcoin doesn't suffer from low inflation because Bitcoin mining is limited to just 21 million units. That means the release of new Bitcoins is slowing down, and the full amount will be mined out within the next couple of decades. Experts predict that the last Bitcoin will be mined by 2050. Bitcoin has a low risk of collapse, unlike traditional currencies that rely on governments. When currencies collapse, it leads to hyperinflation or the wipeout of one's savings in an instant. The Bitcoin exchange rate is not regulated by any government and is a digital currency available worldwide. Bitcoin is easy to carry. $1 billion in Bitcoin can be stored on a memory stick and placed in one's pocket. It's that easy to transport Bitcoins compared to paper money. One advantage of Bitcoin is its untraceable nature, as governments and other organizations cannot trace the source of your funds and can attract some unscrupulous individuals. How to make money with Bitcoin. Unlike other currencies, there are 3 ways to make money with Bitcoin: saving, trading, and mining. Bitcoin can be traded on open markets, which means you can buy Bitcoins low and sell high. Volatility of Bitcoin. The value of Bitcoin dropped in recent weeks because of the abrupt stoppage of trading in Mt. Gox, which is the largest Bitcoin exchange in the world. Trading was stopped due to malleability-related theft that was said to be worth more than $744,000. The incident has affected the confidence of the investors to the virtual currency. According to Bitcoin charts, the Bitcoin exchange rate went up more than $1,100 last December. That was when more people became aware of the digital currency. Then the incident with Mt. Gox happened, and it dropped to around $530. We expect exponential growth in the popularity of Bitcoin around the world with merchants and consumers. Stephen Pear, BitPay's co-founder and CTO, is anticipating seeing the biggest growth in China, India, Russia, and South America. India has already been cited as the next likely market that Bitcoin could move into. Africa or any other country that relies heavily on mobile payments could also benefit hugely from using BTC as a currency of exchange to get around not having a functioning central bank system. Bitcoin's expansion in 2014 will be led by Bitcoin ATMs, mobile apps, and tools. The world experiences Bitcoin. More people have accepted the use of Bitcoin, and supporters hope that one day the digital currency will be used by consumers for their online shopping and other electronic deals. Major companies have already accepted payments using the virtual currency. Some of the large firms include Fiverr, Tiger Direct, and Zynga, among others. The future of Bitcoin. Bitcoin works, but critics have said the digital currency is not ready to be used in the mainstream because of its volatility. They also point to the hacking of the Bitcoin exchange in the past that has resulted in the loss of several millions of dollars. Supporters of digital currency have said that there are newer exchanges that are supervised by financial experts and venture capitalists. Experts added there is still hope for the virtual currency system, and the predicted growth is huge. Chapter 1. How to buy Bitcoin. The best way to learn about Bitcoin is to jump in and get a few in your pocket, to get a feel for how they work. Despite the hype about how difficult and dangerous it can be, getting Bitcoins is a lot easier and safer than you might think. In a lot of ways, it's probably easier than opening an account at a traditional bank. And given what has been happening in the banking system, it's probably safer too. There are a few things to learn that include getting and using a software wallet, learning how to send and receive money, and how to buy Bitcoin from a person or exchange. Preparation. Before getting started, you will need to get yourself a wallet. You can do this easily enough by registering with one of the exchanges, which will host your wallet. Although I think you're going to want more than one exchange wallet eventually, you should start with one on your own computer, both to get a better feel for Bitcoin and because the exchanges are still experimental themselves. When we get to that stage of the discussion, I will be advising you that you get in the habit of moving your money and coins off the exchanges or diversify across several exchanges to keep your money safe. What is a wallet? It is a way to store your Bitcoins. Specifically, it's software that has been designed to store Bitcoin. The software can run on your desktop computer, laptop, mobile device, except as of yet Apple, and can also be made to store Bitcoins on things like thumb drives. If you are concerned about being hacked, then this is a good option. Even the Winklevoss twins, who have millions invested in Bitcoin, put their investments on hard drives which they put in a safety deposit box. The Winklevoss twins are the ones who originally had the idea for a social networking site that became Facebook. They hired Mark Zuckerberg, who took their idea as his own and became immensely rich. What do you need to know about having a Bitcoin wallet on your computer? You can download the original Bitcoin wallet or client in Windows or Mac format. These are not just wallets, but are in fact a part of the Bitcoin network. They will receive, store, and send your Bitcoins. You can create one or more addresses with a click. An address is a number that include alpha and numerical characters to create a unique address. You will see a field where you can copy and paste an address like this from a person you want to send money to, and it will go directly in that person's wallet. You can even create a QR code, which will let someone take a picture of it with an app on their phone and send you some Bitcoin. It is perfectly safe to give these QR codes out. Take note, this type of wallet acts both as a wallet for you and as a part of the Bitcoin system. The reason Bitcoin works is that every transaction is broadcast and recorded as a number across the entire system, meaning that every transaction is confirmed and made irreversible by the network itself. Any computer with the right software can be a part of that system, checking and supporting the network. The wallet serves as your personal wallet and also as a support for that system. Therefore, be aware that it will take up to 8 or 9 gigabytes of your computer's memory. After you install the wallet, it will take as much as a day for the wallet to sync with the network. This is normal and does not harm your computer. Plus, it makes the system as a whole more secure. So it's a good idea. Bitcoin QT, the original wallet. This is a full-featured wallet where you can create multiple addresses to receive and send Bitcoins easily, track transactions, and back up your wallet. Outside the time it takes to sync, this option is very easy to use. Search for Bitcoin QT Wallet Download to find their site. Armory. Armory runs on top of Bitcoin QT, so it has all the same syncing requirements. It allows you to back up, encrypt, and the ability to store your Bitcoins offline. Search for Bitcoin Armory Wallet to find their site. If you don't want to have that much memory used or you don't want to wait for your wallet to sync, there are good wallets that don't make you sync the entire history of Bitcoin. Multi-bit. This lightweight wallet syncs quickly and is very good for new users. Search for Bitcoin Multi-Bit Wallet to find their site. Electum. In addition to being quick and light, this wallet allows you to recover lost data using a passcode. Search for Bitcoin Electum Wallet to find their site. After you get the wallet set up, take a few minutes clicking around. There will be a page that shows you how many Bitcoins are currently in your wallet. Keep in mind that Bitcoin can be broken up into smaller pieces, so you may see a decimal with a lot of zeros after it. An interesting note, 0.00000001 is 1 Satoshi, named after the synonymous creator of Bitcoin. There will be an area showing what your recent transactions are. There is also an area where you can create an address and a QR code. You don't need a QR code if you don't want it, but if you run a business and you want to accept Bitcoin, then all you'll need to do to accept payment is show someone your QR code. Let them take a picture of it and they will be able to send you some money. You will also be able to create as many addresses as you like. This will allow you to track where the money is coming from. You could have a separately labeled address from each of your payees. There will be an area with a box for you to paste a code when you want to send money to someone or to yourself on an exchange or different wallet. There will be other options and features, but to start out with, these are the items that you should know about. Getting your first Bitcoins. Now that you have a wallet, you will want to test it out. This is a website that gives out a small amount of Bitcoin for the purpose of getting people familiar to using them. The original version of this was run by the lead developer of Bitcoin, Gavin Anderson. That site has since closed and operates by sending out 1 or 2 advertisements a month. You agree to receive those messages by requesting the Bitcoins. Copy and paste your new Bitcoin address and enter a phone number to which you can receive an SMS. They send out an SMS to be sure that people are not continuously coming back for more, since it costs nothing to create a Bitcoin address. They will also send out once or twice a month advertisements to support their operation. The amount they send is trivial, 0.0015 BTC or 1.5 MBTC. However, they process almost immediately, and you can check to see that your address and wallet are working. It's also quite a feeling to get that portion of Bitcoin. Congratulations! You have just entered the Bitcoin economy. To get your feet a little wetter, you can go panning for gold. There are a number of services and websites out there that will pay you in Bitcoin to do things like go to certain websites and fill out online surveys or watch sponsored videos. These are harmless, and you can earn a few Bitcoins this way. But it's important to remember that these are businesses that get paid when people click on the links on their sites. They are essentially kicking back a portion of what they get paid to you. There is nothing illegal or even immoral about this. Plus, you might like what you see and make a purchase. They are frequently flashy and may not be completely straightforward. All the ones that I have tried, particularly bitvisitor.com, have paid out as advertised. It is interesting to experiment with these, but even with the likely rise of the value of Bitcoin, you won't become a millionaire doing this. So, unless you are an advertisement junkie, I would recommend you move on. If you would like to try, Google free Bitcoins or something along those lines and you will find numerous sites. Buying Bitcoin hand to hand. This is going to be the real test of Bitcoin. Can people easily trade them back and forth? If this can't happen, then there can't really be a Bitcoin economy, because retailers won't be able to use it. If retailers can't use it, what earthly good is it? Fortunately, this isn't a problem. The iPhone is a bit of a holdout, but many smartphones have apps, mobile wallets that will read QR codes and allow you to send Bitcoin to whomever you want. You can also display a QR code of your address, or even carry a card in your wallet with a QR code to let people send Bitcoin to you. Depending on what kind of wallet you have, you can then check to see if the Bitcoins have been received. A couple of things to note. When you set up your wallet, if you click around a bit, you will see an option to pay a fee to speed up transactions. The money becomes available to a Bitcoin miner, as he, she, or they process Bitcoin information. The miners doing the work of creating blocks of information keeps the system up to date and secure. The fee is an incentive to the miner to be sure to include your information in the next block and therefore verifying it. In the short term, miners are making most of their money by mining new coins. Listen to the section on What are Bitcoins for more information about this. In the long term, as it gets harder to find new coins, and as the economy increases, the fees will be an incentive for miners to keep creating more blocks and keep the economy going. Your wallet should be set to pay 0 fees as a default, but if you want, you can add a fee to prioritize your transactions. You are not under any obligation to pay a fee. Many organizations that process many small transactions, like the ones that pan for gold, described earlier, produce enough fees to keep the miners happy. In clicking around your wallet, on the transaction page or link to specific transactions, you will see a note about confirmations. When you make a transaction, that information is sent out into the network, and the network will send back a confirmation that there is no double entry for that Bitcoin. It's smart to wait until you get several confirmations before walking away from someone who has paid you. It's actually not very easy to scam someone hand-to-hand like this, and it's not very cost-effective for the criminal, but it can be done. Where can you buy Bitcoin like this? You may have a Bitcoin meetup in your area. You can check out localbitcoins.com to find people near you who are interested in buying or selling. Some are trying to start up local street exchanges across the world. These are called buttonwoods, after the first street exchange established on Wall Street in 1792 under a buttonwood tree. See if there is one, or start one in your area. See if you have any friends who would like to try Bitcoins out. The more people who start using Bitcoin, the larger and more successful it will become. So please, tell 2 friends. Some people ask, is it possible to buy physical Bitcoins? The answer to this is both yes and no. Bitcoins, by its very nature, is a digital currency and has no physical form. However, there are a couple of ways that you can practically hold a Bitcoin in your hands. Casasious coins. These are the brainchild of Mark Caldwell. He mints physical coins and then embeds the private key for the Bitcoin inside them. You can get the private key by peeling a hologram from the coin, which will then clearly show the coin has been tampered with. Mike has gone out of his way to ensure that he can be trusted. These are a good investment strategy, as in the years to come, these coins may become collector's items. Paper wallets. A paper wallet just means that rather than keeping the information for your Bitcoin stored in a digital wallet, you print the key information off along with a private key and keep it safe in a safe, a drawer, or under your mattress if you like. This is highly recommended and a cost-effective system for keeping your Bitcoin safe. Keep in mind, someone could steal them, or if your house burns, there will be no way to get them back. Really no different than cash. Also, as with Casasious coins, they will not really be good for spending until you put them back into your computer. There is software to make printing your paper wallets easier. BitcoinWallet.com is one of the best and includes a good tutorial about how to use them. The Bitcoins are not actually in the wallet. They are still on the web. In fact, the outside of the wallet will have a QR code that will allow you to send coins to the wallet anytime you like. The sealed part of the wallet will have a private key, without which you cannot access the coins. Therefore, only put as many coins on the wallet as you want to be inaccessible. You will not be able to whip this thing out and buy a cup of coffee. Think of it as a piggy bank. To get the money, you have to smash it. It is possible to take out smaller amounts, but at this point the security of the wallet is compromised and it would be easier for someone to steal the coins. It's better to have them all in or out. People who use paper wallets are usually security conscious, and there are a number of ways for the nefarious in the world to hack your computer. BitcoinPaperWallet.com gives a lot of good advice on how to print your wallet securely. Some people have also asked about buying Bitcoins on eBay. Yes, it is possible, but they will be far overpriced. So selling on eBay might seem to be the better option given the extreme markup over market value you might see. But as with anything that is too good to be true, this is too good to be true. As we will explain in the next section, selling Bitcoin this way is just too risky. How not to sell Bitcoin. In the next section, we are going to explain a couple of key points about buying from Bitcoin exchanges. Before you do, let me give you a warning. A short history lesson. When people first started setting up actual businesses based on Bitcoin, they used all the tools available to any merchant. They sold by credit card and PayPal. The problem with this business model was quickly spotted. Bitcoin transactions are not reversible by anyone except the recipient of the money. Credit cards and PayPal have strong buyer protection policies that make it relatively easy for people to request a chargeback. So the nefarious individuals realized this and began making purchases of Bitcoin and then sooner or later requesting a chargeback. And since Bitcoin is a non-physical product, sent by new or poorly understood technology means the sellers were not able to contest this. Because of this, sellers stopped accepting credit cards and PayPal. This was a big problem for the currency. How to move money between buyers and seller. Some businesses emerged that would credit you with Bitcoin if you wired them money. Very often, these businesses would give addresses in Albania, Poland, or Russia. The fact is that many of these did work, and there are a lot of stories on the forums of people who bought Bitcoins this way. But it took a lot of time, and in the meantime, the buyer just had to bite his or her fingernails, wondering if they would get their Bitcoins or kiss their investment goodbye. As Bitcoin becomes more acceptable and valuable, we are going to see a version of the Nigerian prince scam. So the warning is this. We now have exchanges and other businesses that allow for moving money easily onto and off of exchanges. Never wire money for Bitcoin. It was a short-lived and well-forgotten moment in the Chapter 2. Bitcoin. What is it, and is it right for your business? Okay, so what's Bitcoin? It's not an actual coin. It's a cryptocurrency, a digital form of payment that is produced, mined by lots of people worldwide. It allows peer-to-peer transactions instantly, worldwide, for free at a very low cost. Bitcoin was invented after decades of research into cryptography by software developer Satoshi Nakamoto, believed to be a pseudonym, who designed the algorithm and introduced it in 2009. His true identity remains a mystery. This currency is not backed by a tangible commodity such as gold or silver. Bitcoins are traded online, which make them a commodity in themselves. Bitcoin is an open-source product, accessible by anyone who is a user. All you need is an email address, internet access, and money to get started. Where does it come from? Bitcoin is mined on a distributed computer network of users running specialized software. The network solves certain mathematical proofs and searches for a particular data sequence, block, that produces a particular pattern when the BCT algorithm is applied to it. A mesh produces a Bitcoin. It's complex and time and energy consuming. Only 21 million Bitcoins are ever to be mined. About 11 million are currently in circulation. The math problems the network computers solve get progressively more difficult to keep the mining operation and supply in check. The network also validates all the transactions through cryptography. How does Bitcoin work? Internet users transfer digital assets, bits, to each other on a network. There is no online bank. Rather, Bitcoin has been described as an internet-wide distributed ledger. Users buy Bitcoin with cash or by selling a product or service for Bitcoin. Bitcoin wallets store and use the digital currency. Users may sell out of this virtual ledger by trading their Bitcoin to someone else who wants in. Anyone can do this anywhere in the world. There are smartphone apps for conducting mobile Bitcoin transactions, and Bitcoin exchanges are populating the internet. How is Bitcoin valued? Bitcoin is not held or controlled by a financial institution. It is completely decentralized. Unlike real-world money, it cannot be devalued by governments or banks. Instead, Bitcoin's value lies simply in its acceptance between users as a form of payment and because its supply is finite. Its global currency values fluctuate according to supply and demand and market speculation, and more people create wallets and hold and spend Bitcoins. As more people create wallets and hold and spend Bitcoin and more businesses accept it, Bitcoin's value will rise. Banks are now trying to value Bitcoin, and some investment websites predict the price of Bitcoin will be several $1,000s in 2014. What are its benefits? There are benefits to consumers and merchants that want to use this payment option. First, fast transactions. Bitcoin is transferred instantly over the internet. Second, no fees or low fees. Unlike credit cards, Bitcoin can be used for free or very low fees. Without the centralized institution as a middleman, there are no authorizations and fees required. This improves profit margin sales. Third, it eliminates fraud risk. Only the Bitcoin user can send payment to the intended recipient, who is the only one who can receive it. The network knows a transfer has occurred and transactions are validated. They cannot be challenged or taken back. This is big for online merchants who are often subject to credit card processor assessments of whether or not the transaction is fraudulent, or businesses that pay the high price of credit card chargebacks. Fourth, data is secure. As we have seen with recent hacks on national retailers' payment processing systems, the internet is not always a secure place for private data. With Bitcoins, users do not give up private information. They have two keys, a public key that serves as the Bitcoin address and a private key with personal data. Transactions are signed digitally by combining the public and private keys. A mathematical function is applied and a certificate is generated proving the user initiated the transaction. Digital signatures are unique to each transaction and cannot be reused. The merchant or recipient never sees your secret information, name, number, physical address, so it's somewhat anonymous, but it is traceable to the Bitcoin address on the public key. Fifth, convenient payment system. Merchants can use Bitcoin entirely as a payment system. They do not have to hold any Bitcoin currency since Bitcoin can be converted to dollars. Consumers or merchants can trade in and out of Bitcoin and other currencies at any time. Sixth, international payments. Bitcoin is used around the world. E-commerce merchants and service providers can easily accept international payments, which open up new potential marketplaces for them. Seventh, easy to track. The network tracks and permanently logs every transaction in the Bitcoin blockchain, the database. In the case of possible wrongdoing, it is easier for law enforcement officials to trace these transactions. Eighth, micropayments are possible. Bitcoins can be divided down to 1/100 millionth. So running small payments of $1 or less becomes a free or near-free transaction. This could be a real boon for convenience stores, coffee shops, and subscription-based websites that offer videos or publications. Still a little confused? Here are a few examples of transactions. Bitcoin in the retail environment. At checkout, the payer uses a smartphone app to scan a QR code, with all the transaction information needed to transfer the Bitcoin to the retailer. Tapping the Confirm button completes the transaction. If the user doesn't own any Bitcoin, the network converts dollars in his account into the digital currency. The retailer can convert that Bitcoin into dollars if they want to. No hackers can steal personal consumer information, and there is no risk of fraud. Very slick. Bitcoins in hospitality. Hotels can accept Bitcoins for room and dining payments on their premises for guests who wish to pay by Bitcoin using their mobile wallets or PC to website to pay for a reservation online. A third-party BTC merchant processor can assist in handling a transaction, which it clears over the Bitcoin network. These processing clients are installed on tablets at the establishment's front desk or in the restaurants for users with BTC smartphone apps. These payment processors are also available for desktops, in retail POS systems, and integrated into food service POS systems. No credit cards or money needs to change hands. These cashless transactions are fast, and the processor can convert Bitcoins into currency and make a daily direct deposit into the establishment's bank account. It was announced in January 2014 that 2 Las Vegas hotel casinos will accept Bitcoin payments at the front desk, in their restaurants, and in the gift shop. It sounds good, so what's the catch? Business owners should consider issues of participation, security, and cost. A relatively small number of ordinary consumers and merchants currently use or understand Bitcoin. However, adoption is increasing globally and tools and technology are being developed to make participation easier. It's the internet, so hackers are threats to the exchanges. The Economist reported that a Bitcoin exchange was hacked in September 2013, and $250,000 in Bitcoin was stolen from users' online vaults. Bitcoins can be stolen like other currency, so vigilant network, server, and database security is paramount. Users must carefully safeguard their Bitcoin wallets, which contain their private keys. Secure backup or printouts are crucial. Bitcoin is not regulated or insured by the U.S. government, so there is no insurance for your account if the exchange goes out of business or is robbed by hackers. Bitcoins are relatively expensive. Current rates and selling prices are available on the online exchanges. The virtual currency is not yet universal, but it's gaining market awareness and acceptance. A business may decide to try Bitcoin to save on credit card and bank fees as a customer convenience, or to see if it helps or hinders sales and profit. Chapter 3. Best of Bitcoin. Top 3 Charting Tools. If you want to be hands-on with your Bitcoin investment and trade in and out of the digital currency to generate profit, you will need the best Bitcoin charting tools. In this chapter, you will be introduced to the 3 leading charting platforms you can use to make better investment decisions when trading Bitcoin. TradingView. TradingView is one of the most established charting tools in the market. It was launched in 2011 as a community platform where traders can share their analysts and trading signals. Initially, the platform's core focus was on established financial securities and commodities. Recently, however, TradingViews have added Bitcoin and a wide range of other digital currencies to accommodate the rising demand for the new asset class. TradingViews enables users to leverage a variety of technical analyst tools to analyze the price movement of Bitcoin and other assets. Technical indicators such as MACD, Bollinger Bands, and the Relative Strength Index can be used to develop technical analyst-based trading strategies. Furthermore, TradingView enables users to share their trade ideas with others and discuss them within the platform's social network. Coin tracking. Coin tracking was launched in 2013 to serve as a digital currency investment portfolio oversight and management platform. Coin tracking enables users to keep track of all their digital currency investments in one place and provide charts and trend features that allow users to deploy a range of technical analyst indicators to discover trends for all their favorite digital currencies. Probably coin tracking's most prominent feature is the automatic generation of tax reports. This is becoming an increasing important issue for Bitcoin traders, as authorities and financial regulators are starting to keep a close eye on digital currency trading activities. The platform's tax reporting feature is excellent for busy traders who want to ensure that all their digital currency trading activities are properly reported to the taxman. Coinigy. Coinigy was launched in 2014 to provide professional digital currency traders with tools and market data to help them make better investment decisions. Coinigy not only provides historical and real-time price data on a wide range of digital assets, it also provides excellent charting tools and links in with several exchanges. Coinigy allows both financial institutions as well as individual traders to deposit funds, monitor portfolios, analyze market trends, and execute trades all in one place. If you are looking to actively manage a broad portfolio of digital assets and prefer to do so using only one platform, then Coinigy is your go-to solution. Coinigy goes beyond being a charting tool to providing a one-stop shop for digital currency investors and is therefore definitely worth its comparatively high fee. If you are simply looking to buy and hold Bitcoin, then charting tools will only play a minor role for you and your Bitcoin investments. However, If you want to take an active approach to investing in Bitcoin and other digital assets, then having the right charting tools can make a big difference in the long run. Chapter 4: 5 Best Tools to Start Trading Bitcoin. Before using a trading tool, you'll have to set up a trading account. Picking the right exchanges to trade through can be the difference between making a lot of money and losing everything. Coinbase, the easiest way to buy Bitcoin. Coinbase has raised over $100 million in venture funding from angels and VCs. They're a highly trusted digital wallet service that allows you to buy and sell Bitcoin. They make it really easy for the average person to get started with digital currencies. In fact, you can link your Coinbase account to your checking account and quickly transfer money to and from the exchange. Bitfinex, a very liquid exchange with the ability to short Bitcoin. Bitfinex is one of my favorite places for shorting Bitcoin. Aside from a few technical glitches in the past, this exchange is a reliable place for active traders. They constantly rank as one of the top exchanges by trading volume for the US dollar. Poloniex, the best place to trade altcoins. Poloniex is a newer exchange that gained popularity because they offer margin trading and shorting on many of the most popular altcoins. This is actually where they first started trading Ethereum, and thanks to Poloniex, was able to catch Ethereum's first massive bull market. Key points: don't trust exchanges to act as your bank. Look, the reality is Bitcoin trading is still the Wild West. Several exchanges have been hacked, gone bankrupt, or actually stolen their customers' digital currency. We can use exchanges to place trades and make money, but assume the worst. Don't trust them to act as a bank account. Many exchanges are offshore and don't have insurance for you. Use the best charting tools. If you want to be an active trader, then you need to use the best charting and order execution tools. The best charting and trade analyzing tool I've found is Coinigy. Coinigy is an all-in-one trading platform that has charting and order execution for all the important digital currencies and exchanges. You can link your accounts to Coinigy, actually place orders, and track your trades in a single location. They have a beautiful charting interface with all the drawing tools and indicators you need to analyze technical analysts. Set up mobile charts and alerts. So it's important for me to be able to check on Bitcoin's price from my smartphone. ZeroBlock is a very simple and powerful app that allows you to see a simple price chart for Bitcoin. You can also set price alerts in case Bitcoin breaks a key price level. Move your trading profits offline into cold storage. The safest place to store your digital currency is in cold storage. Cold storage means a wallet that's not connected to the internet. This keeps your coins safe from hackers and thieves. One of my favorite cold storage tools is Trezor. This is a hardware Bitcoin wallet that offers ultimate security. There are many types of cold wallets. It doesn't matter if you use paper wallets, hard wallets, or even computer wallets. Just make sure you understand how your Bitcoins are secured and stored. Join a high-value trading community. Most people that attempt to trade lose money. There are many reasons why such a large percentage of people lose money, but the top reason is the lack of training and education. Trading is a performance activity just like golf, chess, or poker. And if you don't take the time to learn the most effective strategies and techniques, then the odds are you'll lose money to more skilled traders. Once you learn the basics of how to trade Bitcoin, then it's time to join a community of traders. Chapter 5: Understanding Blockchain Technology, Bitcoins, and the Rise of Cryptocurrency. What is blockchain technology? For the past several weeks, you've likely heard some of the following terms if you've paid attention to the world of finance: cryptocurrency, blockchain, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum. But what do they mean? And why is cryptocurrency suddenly so hot? First, we'll explain the blockchain basics. As society becomes increasingly digital, financial service providers are looking to offer customers the same services to which they're accustomed, but in a more efficient, secure, and cost-effective way. Enter blockchain technology. The origins of blockchain are a bit nebulous. A person or group of people known as the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto invented and released the technology in 2009 as a way to digitally and anonymously send payments between two parties without needing a third party to verify the transaction. It was initially designed to facilitate, authorize, and log the transfer of bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. How does blockchain technology work? Blockchain tech is actually rather easy to understand at its core. Essentially, it's a shared database populated with entries that must be confirmed and encrypted. Think of it as a highly encrypted and verified shared Google document, in which each entry in the sheet depends on a logical relationship to all of its predecessors. Blockchain tech offers a way to securely and efficiently create a tamper-proof log of sensitive activity, anything from international money transfers to shareholder records. Blockchain's conceptual framework and underlying code is useful for a variety of financial processes because of the potentials it has to give companies a secure digital alternative to banking processes that are typically bureaucratic, time-consuming, paper-heavy, and expensive. What are cryptocurrencies? Cryptocurrencies are essentially just digital money. Digital tools of exchange that use cryptography and aforementioned blockchain technology to facilitate secure and anonymous transactions. There had been several iterations of cryptocurrency over the years, but Bitcoin truly thrust cryptocurrencies forward in the late 2000s. There are thousands of cryptocurrencies floating out on the market now, but Bitcoin is far and away the most popular. How do you mine cryptocurrency? Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies just don't fall out of the sky. Like any other form of money, it takes work to produce them. And that work comes in the form of mining. But let's take a step back. Satoshi Nakamoto, the founder of Bitcoin, ensured that there would only be 21 million Bitcoins in existence. He or they reached that figure by calculating that people would discover or mine a certain number of blocks and transactions each day. Every 4 years, the number of Bitcoins released in relation to the previous cycle gets reduced by 50%, along with the rewards to miners for discovering new blocks. At the moment, that reward is 12.5 Bitcoins. Therefore, the total number of Bitcoins in circulation will approach 21 million but never actually reach that figure. This means Bitcoins will never experience inflation. The downside here is that a hack or cyber attack could be a disaster because it could erase Bitcoin wallets with little hope of getting the value back. As for mining Bitcoins, the process requires electrical energy. Miners solve complex mathematical problems, and the reward is more Bitcoins generated and awarded to them. Miners also verify transactions and prevent fraud. So miners equal faster, more reliable, and more secure transactions. Current and future uses of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. Since its inception, Bitcoin has been rather volatile, but based on its recent boom and a forecast by Snapchat's first investor, Jeremy Liu, it will hit $500,000 by 2030, and the prospect of grabbing a slice of the Bitcoin pie becomes more attractive. Bitcoin users expect 94% of all Bitcoins to be released by 2024. As the number moves towards the ceiling of 21 million, many expect the profits miners once made from the creation of new blocks to become so low that they will become negligible. But as more Bitcoins enter circulation, transaction fees could rise and offset this. As for blockchain technology itself, It has numerous applications, from banking to the internet. In the next few years, BI Intelligence expects companies to flesh out their blockchain IoT solutions. Blockchain is a promising tool that will transform parts of the IoT and enable solutions that provide greater insight into assets, operations, and supply chains. It will also transform how health records and connected medical documents store and transmit data. Blockchain won't be usable everywhere, but in many cases, it will be a part of the solution that makes the best use of the tools in the IoT arsenal. Blockchain can help to address particular problems, improve workflows, and reduce costs, which are the ultimate goal of any IoT project. Chapter 6. What are the advantages of paying with Bitcoin? Due to the unique nature of virtual currencies, there are some inherent advantages to transacting through Bitcoin that users of other currencies do not get. Digital currencies are a relatively new and untested medium of exchange, and users should be careful to weigh their benefits and risks. That said, Bitcoin appears to offer some unique possibilities. Bitcoin payments are processed through a private network of computers linked through a shared program. Each transaction is simultaneously recorded in a blockchain on each computer that updates and informs all accounts. Bitcoins are either mined by a computer through a process of solving increasingly complex mathematical algorithms, or purchased with standard national money currencies and placed into a Bitcoin wallet that is accessed through a smartphone or computer. User anonymity. Bitcoin purchases are discreet. Unless a user voluntarily publishes his Bitcoin transactions, his purchases are never associated with his personal identity, much like cash-only purchases, and cannot be traced back to him. In fact, the anonymous Bitcoin address that is generated for a user purchase changes with each transaction. No third-party interruptions. One of the most widely publicized benefits of Bitcoin is that governments, banks, and other financial intermediaries have no way to interrupt the transactions or place freezes on Bitcoin accounts. The system is purely peer-to-peer. Users experience a greater degree of freedom than with national currencies. Purchases are not taxed. Since there is no way for third parties to identify, track, or intercept transactions that are denominated in Bitcoins, one of the major advantages of Bitcoin is that sales taxes are not added onto any purchases. Very low transaction fees. Standard wire transfers and foreign purchases typically involve fees and exchange costs. Since Bitcoin transactions have no intermediary institutions or government involvement, the costs of transacting are kept very low. This can be a major advantage for travelers. Additionally, any transfer in Bitcoins happens very quickly, eliminating the inconvenience of typical authorization requirements and wait periods. Mobile payments. Like with many online payment systems, Bitcoin users can pay for their coins anywhere they have internet access. This means that purchasers never have to travel to a bank or a store to buy a product. However, unlike online payments made by U.S. bank accounts or credit cards, personal information is not necessary to complete any transaction. Chapter 8. Crypto Trading. What is it? Crypto trading is the act of buying and selling cryptocurrencies through a trading platform. The term crypto is the short version of cryptography, which is a structure of techniques that secret writing, especially code and cipher systems, that is sometimes used to decentralize systems for security purposes. The term trading is the act of buying, selling, or exchanging something of value. Platforms are normally provided by exchanges and are available to every single person who wishes to try to make money from the market. You might be asking yourself, why would the value of cryptocurrency go up? The answer is simple. The value changes due to supply and demand. The more demand there is for something, the more people are willing to pay for it. Or also, we can understand by this point, cryptocurrency trading is the forex, foreign exchange of cryptocurrencies. This means you are able to trade different Bitcoin and altcoin normally for USD and BTC. Cryptocurrency trading is an alternative way to get involved in the crypto world. It doesn't require mining hardware nor investing in Bitcoin hypes or Bitcoin cloud mining, which always has risk involved in their integrity. Cryptocurrency trading is a very high profit-making business, but only if you are skilled to do so then. What you should know before you start trading cryptocurrency. There are only a few things to know about trading cryptocurrency beyond what was noted above. Here are a few of the most important things to know before getting started. A cryptocurrency exchange is not part of the regular stock exchange. Below we will suggest using an exchange broker, Coinbase, but you can also use the related GDAX, the pro version of Coinbase with lower fees. Neither of these is the same as Wall Street and its exchanges. Same general mechanics, different specifics, and different entities. A beginner might prefer to trade cryptocurrency stock on the stock market. GBTC is a trust that owns Bitcoins and sells shares of it. Trading this avoids you having to trade cryptocurrencies directly. The main Bitcoin stock here in 2018 is GBTC. Be aware that GBTC trades at a premium, meaning Bitcoins are cheaper than buying shares of the GBTC trust, which isn't ideal. Also, cryptocurrency trading is a 24-hour market, where the traditional stock market is not. Learn more about the GBTC Bitcoin Trust and the related pros and cons before you invest. I think the simplest place to buy, sell, and store coins is Coinbase. But you can only buy, sell, and store Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin Cash in Coinbase. If you are serious about trading cryptocurrency, you will need another exchange like Coinbase's GDAC, Bittrex, Binance, or Kraken, and you'll likely want to find a wallet to store your coins in. The cryptocurrency market is insanely volatile in 2018. You can make a fortune in a moment and lose it in the next, whether you trade Bitcoin, another coin, or the GBTC Bitcoin Trust. Consider mitigating risks, hedging, and not going long with all your investable funds. Tip: if you trade only the top coins by market cap, that is, coins like Bitcoin and Ethereum, or GBTC, then the chances of losing everything overnight are slim. Not impossible, but slim. Other cryptocurrencies are riskier, but can offer quick gains on a good day. Tip: there are a few sides to cryptocurrency. First, you can trade and invest in it. Second, you can use it for transactions, anywhere a coin type is accepted. Third, you can break out a graphics processing unit and some software and mine coins. Those are all valid and interesting. But with that in mind, this chapter is focused on trading cryptocurrency and therefore also investing in it. With that said, even if you want to do the other things with cryptocurrencies, you still need to be set up for trading. Cryptocurrency mining. As noted, one way to invest in cryptocurrency is via cryptocurrency mining. That is a valid way to start investing. Say you love computer gaming and need a new rig and want to invest in small amounts of cryptocurrency, while maybe making back some of the cost of the rig and maybe breaking even. But that is an entirely different subject. The average investor will want to trade USD for cryptocurrency on an exchange and avoid the complexities and investments of mining. In all cases, unless you already have a good rig with a great graphics card, you'll need to put down USD upfront anyway. What you need to know to start trading cryptocurrency. For those who want to trade cryptocurrency despite the previous notes, a beginner should start choosing a company with a good reputation that offers an exchange and wallet to help keep the process simple. A beginner should also start trading prominent coins, Currently, in 2018, we are referring to coins like Bitcoin, BTC, and Ethereum, ETH. In the future, this could change. Since the above is the case, a good start for any American wishing to trade cryptocurrency is starting with Coinbase.com, the most popular cryptocurrency website in America, and a service that offers a single platform for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Bitcoin Cash wallets, plus a currency exchange. After you master Coinbase, then you are ready to say GDAX and other exchanges like Bittrex, Binance, or Kraken. Tip: a good first foray into cryptocurrency investing is the obvious, buying a major cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. After that, you'll probably want to trade USD for crypto on an exchange like GDAX. Once you have done that, you could try trading BTC and ETH for other cryptocurrencies. Trading crypto pairs can be rewarding, but it is more complex and often more risky than just buying a single cryptocurrency as an investment. Tip: do not do margin trading unless you know exactly what that is and are an expert. Cryptocurrency is volatile. You can end up losing all your money in an instant if you aren't careful. Tip: if you don't understand the tax implications of trading cryptocurrency, tread very carefully. There are some nasty traps you could fall into when trading coins. For one, they are not necessarily considered like-kind assets. If that's confusing, then consider sticking with trading USD for coins in Coinbase until you grasp the concept. Chapter 9: How to store your Bitcoin as securely as possible. To store your Bitcoin securely, you'll need a Bitcoin wallet. But how do they work? The key thing to understand is that no matter what you do, you won't actually be storing the Bitcoin itself. That's because a Bitcoin isn't an object, it's an encrypted address on the blockchain. What you own is a unique key that unlocks a specific Bitcoin location. And that's what you need to be protecting at all times by storing it in a wallet. With that covered, there are a few different ways to store your Bitcoin depending how secure you want to be and how much you plan to use it on a regular basis. Why you should use a hardware wallet. The easier way to store Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies is in a digital wallet online or locally on your smartphone or computer. But leaving your Bitcoin in public view can open you up to attacks from hackers and phishing scams. That's why the best option is a hardware wallet that stores your Bitcoin offline. Most hardware wallets look like USB drives and can be easily connected to a computer. They use a PIN number for security, along with a secondary password called a seed, in case you forget the PIN. If you forget both passwords, you're pretty much screwed. So it might be worth writing the seed down somewhere safe offline. The biggest drawback to a hardware wallet is that if you lose it, you can't recover the Bitcoin. So make sure to create at least one backup on another encrypted storage device. Another issue with hardware wallets is that they can make the process of actually spending your Bitcoin a lot more difficult. The best solution is to keep a small amount of Bitcoin in a digital wallet like Mycelium Wallet that's designed to work well with offline storage devices. Finally, if you want to keep your Bitcoin offline but don't want to deal with a hardware wallet, you might want to consider a paper wallet instead. This is really just a piece of paper with your public and private keys printed on it, which can be used to access your Bitcoin. If you don't plan on touching your Bitcoin for a while, then a paper wallet is a good option. Just make sure you put your paper wallet somewhere very safe and don't forget where it is. Chapter 10: How to keep your cryptocurrency safe. 7 must-have wallets. What are the desired traits of a crypto wallet, and how hard can choosing a wallet be? This seemingly easy answer, unfortunately, does not have a satisfying answer. Convenience may come at the cost of security. Additional features may come at the cost of a steeper learning curve. More importantly, what are the traits that ultimately you value over the others? The following list is not in order of importance. Cost. Is it free? What are the drawbacks of using this wallet? Security. Does the company have a track record of security excellence? Mobility. Is it easy to keep and difficult to lose? Is it accessible anytime, anywhere? User-friendliness. Is the wallet UI intuitively designed? Can I store a range of altcoins? Convenience. Am I able to make a fast purchase when the time calls for it? Style. Do I have a weakness for cool tech gadgets? You may want a wallet that offers the best combination of the mentioned traits. Remember, all wallets have their edges and shortcomings. 7 must-have wallets. How to keep your cryptocurrency safe. KeepKey hardware wallet. The coolest looking tech gadget to show off to your friends. Made by a relatively new company, KeepKey offers a hardware wallet of a polished design. KeepKey is said to be a part of Trezor's code and firmware, so their main differences is the material. KeepKey feels like a premium wallet but might be a little on the heavy side and hence more susceptible to drops. It comes with a standard, simple-to-use client UI. Nano Ledger S hardware wallet. Nano Ledger S is just as secure as the other 2 hardware wallets. It is popular because of its relatively low price of $65 compared to its competitors. Being smaller than KeepKey, it is more portable and easier to carry around. It's a hardware wallet that comes at a very competitive price. Trezor hardware wallet. Trezor is one of the first movers in the hardware wallet industry and sets the gold standard for crypto security. Trezor has a reputation for providing top-notch security, protecting against both virtual and physical theft. What Trezor lacks in style, it more than makes up in the security department. Even if your PC is compromised with malware, your private keys will be safe with Trezor. In this sense, Trezor is more of a vault than a wallet. Coinbase Hot Wallet. Coinbase is an online web-based wallet and is the beginner-friendly version of GDAX. As a hot wallet, you can easily transfer to GDAX exchange instantly and for free. In the same interface, you can make quick purchases with fiat. What's more, 100% of your crypto holdings on Coinbase is insured. You can activate 2-step verification and a Google Authenticator for more protection, and Coinbase even has a vault available if you wish to trade convenience for an added layer of security. The only drawback is that Coinbase only offers Bitcoins and Ethereum wallets. My Ether Wallet Paper Wallet. Paper wallets are for those who wish to have their own private wallets without forking out cash for hardware wallets. The money saved could be invested in their coins. Simply generate your wallet online at myetherwallet.com and note your private keys. The website does not store or transmit any of your private information. If you don't trust the online version, you can even download it from GitHub and run it offline. Paper wallets are free, but it requires an in-depth knowledge to set it up properly. In short, these types of wallets generally take a lot of hassle and are not advised for novices. Jack Software Wallet. Carrying your crypto around safely and conveniently is no longer a distant dream. Behold Jaxx, the world's first mobile wallet solution. Versions for iOS, Android, desktop, and browser are now available. Jack uses a mnemonic seed to back up your wallet or transfer it to a different device. Jack allows you to receive your funds, scan QR codes, write your crypto holdings, all in one intuitive app. Advanced features such as shapeshift integration and multiple platforms wallet linkage makes this the preferred wallet for the tech-savvy. The only drawback with this wallet is that it might have a steep learning curve, and features might not be stable with all the new integrations. With time, this will prove to be a promising solution. Electrum Software Wallet. Electrum is a fast, lightweight wallet for desktop and mobile users. It has a long list of supported features to make it the most flexible wallet today. It offers cold storage solutions, integration with hardware wallets like KeepKey, Nano, Ledger S, and Trezor, and able to achieve anonymity with Tor. On the security side, Electrum enables multi-sig support, and it is not tied to a centralized server, so server downtime will not be an issue. Overall, Electrum is the established software wallet solution out there that warrants a try. Conclusion. There you have it, folks. With this, you now have both sides of the coin. Bitcoin, as you can see, is not perfect. It does have many advantages that physical currencies do not provide its users. However, it also has its disadvantages. This is mostly due to the fact that Bitcoin is still a relatively young and new currency. People are just beginning to become more aware of it. In order for Bitcoin to succeed, more people need to understand what it is and not let their preconceived notions distort the concept of the digital currencies. There are always pros and cons to any situation in life. To be able to make a good decision, you need to weigh the good and the bad thoroughly before finalizing your choice. Do the same for Bitcoin. Understand what it is and decide what you want to do with it. We at Coin Report give you the facts. You are the ones who make your decision. Thanks again for buying this audiobook. If you have a minute, please leave a review. I take reviews seriously and always look at them. This way, you are helping me provide you better content that you will love in the future. A review doesn't have to be long, just 1 or 2 sentences and a number of stars you find appropriate. Hopefully, 5, of course. If I think your review is useful, I will mark it as helpful. This will help you become more known on Amazon as a decent reviewer and will ensure that more authors will contact you for free ebooks in the future. This is how we can help each other. Disclaimer: the information is provided as is. The author, publisher, and/or marketers of this information disclaim any loss or liability, either directly or indirectly, as a consequence of applying the information presented herein, or in regards to the use and application of said information. No guarantee is given, either expressed or implied, in regards to merchantability, accuracy, or acceptability of the information. The information within this audiobook have been copyrighted. This has been Bitcoin Tools, hacking and trading your way to more money. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves. Production copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves. Bitcoin Trading, Investing in and Mining Cryptocurrency. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Introduction. Bitcoin, or BTC, is a new kind of digital currency with cryptographic keys that are spread out to a network of computers used by users and miners around the world, and is not controlled by a solitary organization or government. It's the first cryptocurrency that has gained the public's attention and is accepted by a growing number of traders. Like other currencies, users can use the digital currency to buy goods and services online, as well as in some physical stores that accept it as a form of payment. Currency traders can also trade Bitcoins in Bitcoin exchanges. Chapter 1. Characteristics of Bitcoins. Privacy. When you send Bitcoins to a partner over the internet, the transactions will be registered in a blockchain. A list of transactions is public, and it can be verified on specialized websites. Only the identification number, the sum, and time are recorded. There is no way for somebody to find out where the Bitcoins come and where they go. This characteristic of Bitcoins attracted many people. Well, some of them are interested about Bitcoins because they can buy illegal goods with Bitcoins. The majority of Bitcoin users are people that want to buy legal items and services, but don't want to disclose their identity. Porn and gambling websites might be immoral, but they are not illegal. So people that want to subscribe to those services can safely pay in Bitcoin on the websites that accept this currency, knowing that their reputation will not be affected. Fast transactions. A Bitcoin transaction is processed within 10 to 15 minutes. A bank transfer might take hours or even days for the money to get from one account to the other. Some might say PayPal or other e-wallets are faster, but there are other aspects these e-wallets can't give, like privacy and smaller commissions. Smaller commissions. The average commission is 0.002 BTC per transaction. It's significantly smaller compared to the PayPal or banking commissions. Moreover, you are not even required to pay it. By paying a commission, you reserve the computational power of a pool, or at least part of it, to process your transaction faster. You even have the possibility of not paying the commission. In this case, you might need to wait 2 or 3 days for your transaction to be processed. If you're not in a hurry, this might be the perfect opportunity to make money transactions with zero costs. Of course, there are also disadvantages for using Bitcoins, such as the possibility to lose them. If someone steals your Bitcoins, or if you delete the wallet file, it's impossible to recover them. As long as Bitcoins are not regulated, there is no central organization for arbitrage between divergent parts. In other words, you can't complain if you lose or are robbed of your Bitcoins, because there is no one to complain to. Bitcoins are only part of the cryptocurrency world, and there are many other virtual currencies that might be a good alternative. Chapter 2. Mistakes you should avoid in Bitcoin trading. Not doing your own research. Don't go to one forum or one social media platform. Listen to what many are saying and then make a trading decision. You must do detailed research before making any move. Read charts, identify resistance and support zones to understand the current price. Learn to read trend lines and candlestick charts to know when the price will go down and up. If all of this sounds complex, then the least you can do is gather news from multiple sources and analyze which sources are more reliable and definite. Make sure the news resources are trustworthy. Never listen to one person or source. Listen to everyone, and then make your own decision by looking at the current price movement. Chapter 3. Trading. Panic buying and panic selling. This is the most common mistake among beginners. When they don't know how the market functions and how price moves, and they have invested money that they cannot afford to lose, they always end up panic selling. Just when they see the price falling, even a bit, the majority end up selling their Bitcoin, even when it means selling at a loss. They just want to save whatever money they can, knowing less the price regularly moves up and down. And at times, the down is even bigger due to some sudden news. But at the end, it always comes back to normal, back on track to climb higher. Similarly, when newbies see Bitcoin price rising, they panic buy, spending all their money in one go without doing any research. They hope the price will keep on increasing, but this doesn't always turn up well. The price can go down anytime. Of course, panic buying doesn't hurt in the long run, because the price will always rise in the end. But you do miss out on opportunities to make more money from trading. Spending all your money in a single purchase. Don't spend all your money in a single purchase, even when you have found the right entry point and you think the price has bottomed out and the bull run is only a matter of time. Don't spend all your money in one go, because forecasting the Bitcoin market is impossible. What if, after you spent all the money, the price drops further? You would go into a complete loss with no more money at hand to leverage this low price. In the same way, if the price continues going up, you can spend the money you have in hand in small chunks and make a decent profit instead of spending all at once. Remember, trading is not just about making big money. It's also about minimizing risks. Not setting stop loss and take profit positions. Different traders have different thresholds for risk-taking. After a point, it might not be reasonable for you to take a loss. Likewise, after you have gotten the amount of profit that you had planned for, it might not be a very good idea to continue and risk the price falling. To counter both situations, you must set stop loss and take profit positions, meaning you must know at what point you should exit the trade when you are losing money and when you have made enough profit. This move helps you minimize the risk involved without compromising your financial goals. Trading with emotions. Never trade with emotions. It's a fundamental rule of trading in any instrument, be it Bitcoin or stock. Keep all your emotions at bay and make decisions logically. Don't get too attached to your holding. Understand that big Bitcoin price movements is quite common. Some days are bad, some days are good. Always rely on your logic and analysis when making buying and selling decisions. Never say, "I feel like." More often than not, emotional trading will bring you loss or stop you from making more profits. Becoming too greedy. When the price is going up, instead of exiting at the right time, after we have made a good profit, we continue with the flow hoping to make more profits. Never be too greedy. Always know when to take your profit, exit the game, and enjoy the show. Remember, when the price is moving up too fast, too soon, a correction is always coming from behind. So it's always a good decision to make an exit before the correction dip comes. When you're acting greedy, not only are you risking current profits, you're also depriving yourself of the opportunities to make more money when the price goes down. Stop acting greedily. Always have an exit plan. Chapter 4. How to buy Bitcoin. There is no uncertainty in the fact that Bitcoin trading is slowly taking the world of trading by storm. There is some hype which says Bitcoin trading can be dangerous and difficult. But honestly, it's a lot easier to get Bitcoins, even easier than you think it is. Here are some guidelines to buy Bitcoin. Find a wallet. First of all, you have to find an e-wallet. It's principally a store or a provider that offers software from where Bitcoins can be bought, stored, and traded. You can easily run it on your desktop, laptop, and even smartphones. Sign up. Next, you have to sign up with eWallet. You'll make an account that will let you store your Bitcoins. The eWallet trader will offer you a chance to convert your local currency into Bitcoin. Therefore, the more local currency you have, the more Bitcoins you can purchase. Connect your bank account. After signing up, the trader has to connect his bank account with his trading account. For this purpose, some verification steps are to be performed. Once the verifications are performed, then you can start purchasing Bitcoins and get started. Buying and selling. Once you are done with your first purchase, your bank account will be debited and you will get the Bitcoins. Selling is done in the same way purchasing is done. Keep in mind that the price of Bitcoin changes continually. The e-wallet you are working with will show you the current exchange rate. You should be aware of the rate before you buy. Mining Bitcoin. Another way of purchasing Bitcoins is through mining. Mining of Bitcoin is similar to discovering gold from a mine. However, mining gold is time-consuming, and a lot of effort is required. The same is the case with mining Bitcoins. You have to solve a series of mathematical calculations that are designed by computer algorithms to win Bitcoins for free. This is nearly impossible for a beginner. Traders have to open a series of padlocks in order to solve the mathematical calculations. In this procedure, you do not have to involve any kind of money to win Bitcoins. It's simply brain work that lets you win Bitcoins for free. The miners have to run software in order to win Bitcoins with mining. Bitcoin is a digital currency that is here to stay for the long run. Ever since it has been introduced, the trading of Bitcoin has increased, and it is on the rise today. The value of Bitcoin has also increased with its popularity. It is a new type of currency, which many traders are finding attractive just because of its earning potentials. At some places, Bitcoins are even being used for purchasing commodities. Many online retailers are accepting Bitcoin for real-time purchases too. There is a lot of hope for Bitcoin in the coming era, so buying Bitcoins will not be a bad option. Chapter 5. How to sell Bitcoin. Cashing out your Bitcoins is not as direct as buying them. If you decide to sell your Bitcoins online, you can either do it via an exchange, direct trade, or carry out a peer-to-peer transaction. Outside of the comfort of your home, you can withdraw flat money using a Bitcoin ATM or sell your Bitcoins in person. Exchanges. Despite having several drawbacks, exchanges are a one-stop solution when it comes to trading Bitcoins. In the case of selling cryptocurrency, exchanges act as an intermediary that holds both the seller's and buyer's funds. First, you need to set up an account with an exchange of your choice. The absolute majority of reputable exchanges will require complete identity verification and a connected bank account so that you can withdraw your funds. Then you simply place a sell offer, stating the type of currency you wish to trade, its amount, and your asking price per unit. The exchange will automatically complete the transaction once someone matches your offer. After the funds are credited to your account, you will need to withdraw them to your connected bank account. This can sometimes take an excessive amount of time, especially if the exchange is experiencing issues with its banks or facing liquidity problems. Several months before its bankruptcy, the Mt. Gox exchange was experiencing this exact problem. Moreover, some banks just outright refuse to process transactions with funds obtained via cryptocurrency trading. It's also important to consider a fee you will need to pay in order to use some exchanges. For example, one of the world's biggest cryptocurrency exchanges, CEX.io, charges a flat fee of $50 for withdrawal via bank transfer, $3.80 if you're withdrawing your funds to a Visa card, and 1.2% of a transaction plus $3.80 if you're using a MasterCard. The withdrawal fees can be very drastic depending on an exchange, but transaction fees are almost either tiny or non-existent at all. In addition, most exchanges will have a limit on the amount of money you're allowed to store. The limit will increase over time if you stay loyal to a particular exchange. Finally, it is important to remember that despite offering wallet services, exchanges are by no means a secure and reliable place to store your funds. They are very prone to hacker attacks, and there have also been instances of exchanges shutting down and running away with their users' funds. Hence, why you should take full responsibility for your own funds and store any amount that is not immediately needed in a secure offline wallet. Direct trades for selling Bitcoins. This service is accessible on websites, usually associated with exchanges, and includes an intermediary facilitating the connection. First, you will need to register as a seller. Apart from setting up your own profile, you will need to fully verify your identity. Once you're registered, you can post an offer indicating your intention to sell Bitcoins. When a buyer wants to trade with you, you get a notification from the service. From then on, you are only interacting with the buyer. The website merely serves as a platform to complete the trade. The process of selling Bitcoins on some of these sites can be quite involved and time-consuming. So, it is imperative to do your research before deciding on a trading platform and make sure you have the time and patience required. Some of the websites offering the option of direct trading are BitBargain, Bitilicious, Coinbase, Open Bitcoins, BitSquare, and Local Bitcoins. Chapter 6. Factors affecting the price of Bitcoin. Animal spirits. Economists have long had a notion that emotional factors affect investor decisions. This is called animal spirits and refers to investors making decisions based on the behavior of the other market participants and their own intuitions rather than hard analysts. Analysts of the price of Bitcoin shows that positive media coverage is one of the main factors driving the price. Positive media coverage of new technology causes a well-known hype cycle. A peak of hype is followed by a trough of disillusionment. This was most apparent in the early days of Bitcoin, when the mainstream press started to report on the new currency and caused a number of short price spikes and collapses. As media coverage increases and other factors are brought in, it's harder to distill the effect of the media alone. Political risks. Political risk around national currency may also affect the price of Bitcoin, as people use it to move against price movements in a particular currency, or they need to quickly move large amounts of value out of a country or currency. The 2015 economic crisis in Greece was followed by reports of increased buying of Bitcoin by Greek citizens wishing to protect their wealth. This did not seem to affect the price of Bitcoin on global markets, which remained steady between $300 and $400 for most of that year. But nervousness about the national referendum for Britain to leave the European Union, Brexit, on June 23, 2016 led to an increase in the price of Bitcoin alongside a decrease in the value of the British pound. The pound started plummeting around May 20, 2016. By July 25th, it was more than 10% below its pre-Brexit value. For the same period, the price of Bitcoin increased by over 65%. From 302 to 502 pounds. The election of Donald Trump as U.S. president was also followed by 2 months of steep rises in the price of Bitcoin. Many attributed this to the uncertainty of the U.S. economy. Regulatory moves. Regulators around the world have had to catch up to the growth of Bitcoin. They must decide, for instance, how it will be treated by the tax system, or whether and what regulations apply to its use. Two events in particular highlight the impact regulations can have on the price. The announcement that Bitcoin would be considered legal tender in Japan pushed the price of Bitcoin up 2% in just 24 hours and increased the price globally by 160% for the next 2 months. China's decision to shut down several Bitcoin exchanges and ban initial coin offerings, a form of crowdfunding often paid for with cryptocurrency, sent the price of Bitcoin plummeting by 29% in 24 hours. Chapter 7. How to invest in Bitcoin. Cryptocurrencies exist in an unregulated, decentralized digital sphere without involvement of or protection via a central bank. This is part of Bitcoin's appeal. People or entities can buy and sell cryptocurrency anonymously, and there are fewer middlemen taking a cut of the transaction. But it also means you just can't buy Bitcoin via mainstream investing tools like a brokerage account. One piece of good news: you can buy fractions up to the 8th decimal place of a Bitcoin. That means you don't need to plunk down the nearly $17,000 you often see quoted as the price for a full Bitcoin, which is probably for the best as noted previously. As of the release of this audiobook, that 1/10,000th, 4 decimal places, or 0.0001 of a Bitcoin was worth about $1.65. Beyond that, for most people, the best and simplest way to invest in Bitcoin starts with setting up a cryptocurrency wallet. Some of the better-known sites where you can do this are Coinbase, Bitstamp, and Bitfinex, although there are a number of other platforms out there. Once you establish an account, connect it to your payment source, a bank account, credit, or debit card, via two-factor authentication. Note, it's important to use a tool like Google Authenticator rather than just relying on a text-based authentication, which can be more vulnerable to cyber theft when investing in Bitcoin. Once you have purchased a Bitcoin, it stays in your digital wallet until you trade it, either by using it as currency for a purchase or selling it, which is technically trading it for American dollars or another currency of your choice. If you have a brokerage account, you can expect the Bitcoin user experience to be similar. As with a brokerage account, you're likely to pay transaction fees whenever you buy or sell. That means day trading Bitcoin probably isn't a great strategy, since those transaction fees could quickly eat up any profits. If you're using Bitcoin instead of PayPal or a similar online payment method, check first to see if the seller will charge you a fee for paying in Bitcoin. Although Bitcoin is technically anonymous, that doesn't mean you'll necessarily escape the watchful gaze of the IRS. As Money has previously explained, for tax purposes, Bitcoin is treated like a stock, in that a trade can trigger a capital gains tax bill. Chapter 8. When is it the right time to buy Bitcoin? As with any market, nothing is for sure. Throughout its history, Bitcoin has generally increased in value at a very fast pace, followed by a slow, steady downfall until it stabilizes. Use tools like Bitcoin Wisdom or CryptoWatch to analyze charts and understand Bitcoin's price history. Bitcoin is global and not affected by any single country's financial situation or stability. For example, speculation about the Chinese yuan devaluation has in the past caused more demand from China, which also pulled up the exchange rate on U.S. and Europe-based exchanges. Global chaos is generally seen as beneficial to Bitcoin's price, since Bitcoin is apolitical and sits outside the control or influence of any particular government. When thinking about how economics and politics will affect Bitcoin's price, it's important to think on a global scale and not just about what's happening in a single country. Chapter 9. Websites where you can buy and sell Bitcoins. Coinbase. When you use Coinbase, you are going to be able to automate the purchase of your Bitcoins for every week or month. It's a pretty easy platform to use whenever you're just getting started with Bitcoin buying and selling. However, if you're going to be performing any dubious activities that are in the gray zone of Bitcoins, then you might want to watch out for this site, as they are pretty strict about their policies. The company that runs Coinbase is very particular about what kind of activities can happen on this exchange. Kraken. Kraken is a Bitcoin service provider that's totally engrossed on trading of Bitcoins. You will be able to control and short on the platform, which makes it a great choice for a lot of Bitcoin traders out there. If you're worried about the legitimacy of the platform, don't worry. Kraken is amongst the first Bitcoin exchanges to clear an autonomous audit, which means that your transactions are completely safe on this site. If you're a trader of Bitcoin, then you definitely need to check this site out. However, when you use Kraken, you have to note one thing. You are going to have to set up a 2FA, or two-factor authentication, in order for your account to be kept on the site. Without that, your entire account will be deleted and drained, so watch out. Bitstamp. Bitstamp is the first licensed operator of Bitcoin. With this exchange, you are able to use your credit or debit card to do Bitcoin exchanges, which is a huge plus for many buyers and sellers out there. Another really huge advantage that comes with Bitstamp is the fact that you can take out your Bitcoins for actual physical gold. That's right, you're going to be able to take out your Bitcoins and receive actual gold in return. That's perfect for those of you who are keeping gold around for the rough economic times we might hit. Local Bitcoins. Local Bitcoins allows those who sell Bitcoins to connect with those who buy Bitcoins. Once you log onto the site, the next step will lead you to a page that's specific to your country and enables you to pick who you are going to buy or sell Bitcoins. There's a built-in escrow system, which is great for protection to ensure that you get your payment. This is the best system for those who prefer working with individuals rather than a large company. The drawback that comes with using this platform is the fact scammers can easily get on there and draw you in. You definitely don't want to get involved in a fake banking transaction, so make sure that you are careful when using this platform. While Bitcoins may sound like a currency of the future, the tax future of Bitcoins is uncertain. Being virtual currency, they are difficult to account for. and it is quite a task to convert their fluctuating values in terms of money. Then again, if one idea changed the way transactions take place, another brilliant one might provide a solution for this as well. ItBit. With this option, you're going to have to pay a small fee to become part of ItBit. ItBit has pretty good rates for Bitcoins, but that fee is going to make it a bit more expensive than it would be otherwise, which is good to keep in mind while you're trading. However, another important thing to note about this platform is there are premium services available to those of you who are trading in a large number of Bitcoins. OKCoin. OKCoin is perfect for both buyers and sellers of Bitcoins. You only get the nuts and bolts with this site. There are no flashy logos or cool effects, which is nice to an extent. It's a very practical site to use, so it won't take long for you to get used to using it. However, it is still a better and easier platform for those of you who are used to trading. You'll be able to pick up faster than a novice. BTCE. The best thing about BTCE is the fact that it is super transparent. You'll see the current price of Bitcoin at every moment you're on the site and all of the recent transactions, which is a great feature to have in a Bitcoin exchange. Another great thing that comes with this site is the chat box feature, which can help you out with helpful tips whenever you're trading. Chapter 10. The pros and cons of Bitcoin. Pros: no taxation. There are no taxes involved with Bitcoin. This should be music to many people. No need to pay additional taxes on your purchases. A high degree of privacy. Almost all Bitcoin transactions are extremely secure and very private. Users of Bitcoin use pseudonyms for their transactions. This high degree of privacy makes the use of Bitcoin very appealing to many people. Low transaction fees. Fees charged by online payment processors can be steep if the volume is high. Many merchants may balk at the fees and exchange costs over time. Since Bitcoin is not controlled, it has very low fees and it's still secure since it doesn't rely on one point of failure, as is common with normal payment processors. It's also much faster since there's no approval process or verification required because Bitcoin is extremely private. Bitcoin is deflationary. One of the unique features of Bitcoin is that only 21 million Bitcoins will be created. That is the limit. That means the value of coins will grow over time. It's simple to use. Bitcoin was made for the internet, and it's simply a dream to use. To send Bitcoin to someone, all you will have to do is key in the receiver's address and send. It's as fast as sending an email. No hassle, no waiting times, and an extremely flexible form of online payment. Bitcoin is not regulated. That means there are no banks or financial institutions manipulating Bitcoin to attain their own agenda. Bitcoin eliminates all third-party interference in the transactions. Nobody can freeze a Bitcoin account. Traditionally, money relies on trust. The people need to trust the banks that they place their money in. With the collapse of financial institutions, dodgy practices, runs on the bank, etc., many people have lost faith in banks and actually view these institutions as detrimental to society in general. The cons of Bitcoin. Bitcoin requires some learning. There is a learning curve involved when it comes to Bitcoin. Unlike traditional money that we are accustomed to using from an early age, Bitcoin is relatively new. The concept requires some study and understanding. There are not many comprehensive guides on the subject. Users will need to understand the terminology such as blockchain, cryptography, and mining. All these can be learned by using Google. If you truly wish to understand Bitcoin, there is more than enough information online to make you well-versed on the subject. It's not accepted in many places. Unlike PayPal, which has been widely adopted, Most merchants have not started accepting Bitcoin as a means of payment yet. So, if you're a buyer, you may not be able to make purchases from many places. It's difficult to obtain. In the beginning, it was relatively easy to mine for Bitcoin. Now, as the number gets higher, it's getting extremely difficult to obtain Bitcoin. Thankfully, there are more Bitcoin exchanges opening with more willing sellers. Bitcoin transactions can be slow at times. Most Bitcoin transactions are fast, but since this is a peer-to-peer system, there is a time set for confirmation on the transaction. The bigger the transaction, the longer the wait. You can opt out for 0 confirmations and not have to wait as long, but it would be wise to wait. Bitcoin can be stolen. Even though Bitcoin is a digital currency, it can still be stolen. Many Bitcoin owners store their data in digital drives and secure these drives in safety deposits to ensure they're not stolen. You will have a digital wallet to protect your Bitcoin, but you must know how to do it correctly. Bitcoin wallets can be lost. If a hard drive crashes or a virus corrupts data and the wallet file is corrupted, Bitcoins have essentially been lost. There is nothing that can be done to recover it. These coins will be forever orphaned in the system. This can bankrupt a wealthy Bitcoin investor within seconds, with no form of recovery. The coins the investor owned will also be permanently orphaned. Bitcoin has no physical form. Since Bitcoins do not have a physical form, it cannot be used in physical stores. It would always have to be converted to other currencies. Cards with Bitcoin wallet information stored in them have been proposed, but there is no consensus on a particular system. Since there would be multiple competing systems, merchants would find it infeasible to support all Bitcoin cards, and therefore users would be forced to convert to Bitcoins anyway unless a universal system is proposed and implemented. Chapter 11. The best Bitcoin calculators for investors. Whether you want to analyze historic Bitcoin returns, calculate potential Bitcoin mining profitability, or simply find out how much Bitcoin you can buy for $10,000, there are free-to-use online calculators that cover all these functions. Here are the best. Probably the most important Bitcoin calculator that you will use as an investor in Bitcoin is a Bitcoin currency conversion calculator. This calculator allows you to check how much Bitcoin is currently worth in dollars or in other traditional currencies. An easy-to-use online calculator that allows you to convert any fiat currency amount into its Bitcoin equivalent and vice versa is the Bitcoin Currency Conversion Calculator by GoBitcoin.io. For example, using this calculator, you can find out how much $1,000 is worth in Bitcoin at its current market rate. The market rates you can choose from are from Coinbase, Bitsmap, and the CoinDesk BPI. You can also do this calculation for all major international currencies, which is why this calculator is very popular among international Bitcoin users. The best Bitcoin mining profitability calculator. If you are considering venturing into Bitcoin mining, you should first utilize a Bitcoin mining profitability calculator to get an idea of how profitable such a venture could be. The comparison platform, CryptoCompare, has one of the most user-friendly Bitcoin mining profitability calculators that can show you how much profit you will generate from mining Bitcoin, given the amount of mining power you have and the electricity costs you will incur. While this calculator can give you a rough estimate of how much profit you could generate, remember that the mining difficulty as well as the price of Bitcoin can fluctuate quite substantially, which will affect your actual mining profitability. Therefore, profit figures from Bitcoin mining profitability calculators can only be used as a guidance and are not set in stone. The Bitcoin Historic Return Calculator. If you want to analyze historic Bitcoin returns, the best calculator you can use is the Bitcoin Inflated Adjusted Return Calculator by the personal finance platform DQYDJ. This calculator lets you compute the average analyzed income Bitcoin has generated for any given time period since September 2010. It also allows you to adjust the returns for inflation to provide you with a real return on investment of holding Bitcoin. Alternatively, you can use the Investment Returns Calculator by the Bitcoin Retirement Investment Fund provider Bitcoin IRA, which allows you to calculate how much an investment in Bitcoin would be worth today for any given year from 2012 onward. While historic returns are by no means a guarantee for future returns, they can give you guidance on possible expected returns, which can be useful when building a broad, diversified portfolio of assets. Chapter 12. The Future of Bitcoin. The use of this currency provoked countries like Japan to jump into the current of BTC. This year, at least 250,000 stores are expected to receive legitimate transactions in June or July. Mexico is one of the countries in Latin America that has seen a place of opportunity in this sector. Bitso, a Mexican company, is a very good example of this. At the end of 2016, it had captured about 30,000 new customers in just 27 months. 20,000 of them had joined the company in the last quarter of that year. While Donald Trump was crowned the President of the United States and the Ford car plant abandoned its project in the Mexican state of San Luis Potosi, Bitso had a great day. Neither the political nor the economic environment affected it at all, unlike other currencies. The so-called market, cryptocurrencies or crypto coins, is less vulnerable to cyber attacks, unlike the dollar or euro, which recently were affected by the WannaCry virus, a computer worm that was in charge of encrypting the files on a computer and calling for a ransom payment before allowing access to them again. The future of Bitcoin lies in these kinds of crises, as it proves the reliability of technology and places innovation as an opportunity for growth in the financial realm, which in recent years has found greater penetration through digital forms and electronic payment methods. For instance, in places where communication and profitability of traditional economic systems is managed. Bitcoin's future conflict. There is a long way to go before Bitcoin becomes a globally accepted form of currency, virtual or not, with some countries having outright banned the use of Bitcoin, though the number of countries are diminishing, with the wider issue being the lack of regulation on Bitcoin itself, coupled with concerns over technology limitations. Technology development over the short to medium term will certainly influence the value of the markets as a global regulatory landscape develops. We would expect the usage and demand to increase, driving the value of these types of returns that are not apparent with cash, still currently maintaining its cash is king status. Whether investors consider Bitcoin as an alternative hedge or an investment remains to be seen. Either way, when considering the year-on-year surge in the value of Bitcoin, just shy of 200%, the only way is up should regulatory walls continue to fall and transaction volumes continue to rise, with Bitcoin hitting an all-time high of $1,400 this year. Bottlenecks will undoubtedly limit transaction volumes over the near term, leaving the door open for more traditional payment methods to compete. But it is only going to be a matter of time before payment systems are upgraded, and Bitcoin has the opportunity to become a primary payment mechanism. In the end, this success and evolution of Bitcoin across mainstream economies and beyond will likely boil down to the attitudes of central banks. The PBOC earlier in the year had announced that it would be making a greater effort to regulate the Bitcoin market, including establishing a task force to inspect and ensure Bitcoin exchanges had the appropriate anti-laundering systems, warning exchanges they would be closed down if in violation. The actions of the PBOC led to certain exchanges suspending activity, resulting in Bitcoin losses at the time. Ultimately, the fact that the PBOC is looking to clean up and increase oversight is a long-term positive and suggests that the use of Bitcoin will surge in the years ahead, despite the fall over the near term attributed to the increased oversight. The intentions of Satoshi Nakamoto was ultimately to knock central banks off their perch, the inventor of Bitcoin publicly discussing a distrust towards central banks. The evolution of Bitcoin has certainly opened the eyes of many, bringing into question the need for central banks, should Bitcoin become the currency of choice, as there would be no requirements for the issuance and settlement. The use of Bitcoin may remove certain roles of central bankers, but in the end, Bitcoin will never be responsible for or even be in the position to influence monetary policies. Central banks will continue to ultimately hold the fate of Bitcoin in their hands. Regulation and acceptance at the government level is vital to its success and continued evolution cross borders. For now, central banks appear to be diligently looking into technology that Bitcoin has introduced, looking to use the decentralized method of record keeping, more commonly known as the blockchain or distributed ledger. The incentive being to complete and log transactions in a real economy more effectively. The BOE and the PBOC are certainly advocates of the decentralized method that would allow the respective central banks to track their currency through the financial system in real time. The BOE has estimated that the use of a digital currency on a distributed ledger could add as much as 3% to a country's economic output through efficiency gains alone. FOMC members and the Fed chair have also talked positively on distributed ledgers, with voting member Brainerd having spoken on the benefits of the use of such innovative technology. Interestingly, the fact that central banks are beginning to embrace a technology, which had been developed to dethrone them, could ultimately cement the position and power of central banks, though it would be difficult for them to then attempt to unravel the very same technology in a bid to undermine Bitcoin down the road. Bitcoin may have a mixed following at present, but there are a number of countries that are ultimately considered Bitcoin-friendly, with the list likely to continue growing as more governments acknowledge and legitimize the use of Bitcoin. Chapter 13. The Bitcoin Protocol and how it works. Bitcoin is a form of digital cash that allows online payment between the buyer and the seller. It works as a digital ledger that records transactions and balances of accounts. Bitcoins are exchanged using the Bitcoin Protocol, built over the principles of cryptography. The protocol defines the procedure that is followed by a Bitcoin transaction from its creation, through validation and final confirmation. And the core of the protocol is the Bitcoin transaction mechanism. Bitcoins are spent from electronic Bitcoin wallets and are exchanged using Bitcoin transactions. In order to understand the protocol, let's first try to understand a transaction, the information it contains, and how this information is processed. Bitcoin transactions. A Bitcoin transaction essentially contains the following information. ID. Unique transaction ID, which is the SHA-256 double hash of the transaction data. Input. The Bitcoin addresses that identify the sources of the Bitcoins to be transferred. These are usually a previous transaction's output and are used to verify the sender and check the available balance. Amount. The number of Bitcoins to be transferred. Output. The receiver's Bitcoin address. In cases where there is leftover Bitcoin change, the output should also include an entry for the sender's address to send it back, to be collected as a transaction fee or sent to another receiver. Outputs from one transaction can be used as inputs for another transaction. This creates a chain of ownership as the Bitcoin valued is moved from address to address. Transaction validation. All digital cash transactions also need to be checked and verified for authenticity, duplicity, and cash availability. The validation of the transaction is not centralized and all participating nodes are authorized for it. A Bitcoin's wallet account that initiates a payment transaction is identified by a Bitcoin address and a pair of public and private keys. To enable verification of the sender's identity, transactions are digitally signed using the sender's private key and validated using its public key that is available to all nodes. The Bitcoin system orders the transactions into lists called blocks. These are subsequently linked to form a blockchain, a shared public ledger of all confirmed transactions. Transactions not yet included in the blockchain are unconfirmed and reversible. The miners confirm and write these transactions into the blockchain. To prevent double spending, a transaction is not marked confirmed until it has received a certain number of confirmations. Each Bitcoin mining node keeps a personal copy of the blockchain, which is updated whenever a new transaction arrives. As mentioned earlier, the GPU is a very efficient tool for the speedy mining of Bitcoins. It also tries to validate the current and previous transactions in the block by solving a mathematical puzzle called the proof of work. The successful node that solves the puzzle gets a Bitcoin reward. It's blockchain approved and accepted by all nodes. In terms of the transaction creation and validation process, the Bitcoin protocol can be stated as follows. A new transaction is broadcast to all participating nodes in the network. Each node collects new transactions into a block. Each node tries to validate the new transaction and all previous ones by finding a solution to the proof of work for the block. The node which finds the solution broadcasts the solved block to the network. Nodes validate the transaction in the block and accept the block. Nodes start working on the next block. A hash of the last accepted block is created and used as a reference in the next block. Summary. The Bitcoin protocol is based on a collaboration maintaining the Bitcoin ledger. The digital cash is transferred through transactions, which are confirmed only after validation of key criteria and joint consensus by participating nodes through a mathematical puzzle-based voting process. Chapter 14. Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is the process by which transactions are verified and added to the public ledger, known as the blockchain, and also the means through which new Bitcoin are released. Anyone with access to the internet and suitable hardware can participate in mining. The mining process involves compiling recent transactions into blocks and trying to solve a computational difficult puzzle. The participant who solves the puzzle gets to place the next block on the blockchain and claim the rewards. The rewards, which incentivize mining, are both the transaction fee associated with the transactions compiled in the block, as well as newly released Bitcoin. The amount of new Bitcoin released with each mined block is called the block reward. The block reward is halved every 210,000 blocks, or roughly every 4 years. The block reward started at 50 in 2009. It is now 25 in 2014 and will continue to decrease. This diminishing block reward will result in a total release of Bitcoin that approaches 21 million. How hard are the puzzles involved in mining? Well, that depends on how much mining effort is being put into mining across the network. The difficulty of mining can be adjusted and is adjusted by the protocol every 216,000 blocks, or roughly every 2 weeks. The difficulty adjusts itself with the aim of keeping the rate of block discovery consistent. Thus, if more computational power is employed in mining, then the difficulty will adjust upwards to make mining harder. And if computational power is taken off the network, the opposite happens. The difficulty adjusts downward to make mining easier. In the earliest days of Bitcoin, mining was done with CPUs from normal desktop computers. Graphic cards, or graphic processor units, also known as GPUs, are more effective at mining than CPUs. As Bitcoin gained popularity, GPUs became dominant. Eventually, hardware known as an ASIC, which stands for Application-Specific Integrated Circuit, was designed specifically for mining Bitcoin. The first were released in 2013 and have been improved, with more efficient designs coming to market. Mining is competitive, and today can only be done profitably with the latest ASICs. When using CPUs, GPUs, or even the older ASICs, the cost of energy consumption is greater than the revenue generated. Top Bitcoin mining methods. Bitcoin mining is the method in which transactions on the Bitcoin blockchain are confirmed and processed. If there were no Bitcoin miners, the Bitcoin cryptocurrency would cease to function as no transactions would be confirmed. Those who perform the mining process are referred to as Bitcoin miners, and they're rewarded for their assistance with a percentage of the transaction fee charged to the Bitcoin user. Mining Bitcoin can be an effective way to earn extra money, and many individuals have now become full-time Bitcoin miners. Here are 3 main ways to mine Bitcoin and start earning money. The following are at the beginner level. Using a Bitcoin mining app. The easiest way to start mining Bitcoin is to simply download an app that does everything for you. Bitcoin Miner is a Windows 10 app that's free to download and use on Windows 10 PCs and tablets. It also works on Windows phones. Once the Bitcoin Miner app is downloaded, users simply need to enter their Bitcoin wallet address in the payout address settings screen and then press the Start button. That's all there is to it. The more powerful your device is, the more Bitcoin transactions it will be able to process. This means that a Windows phone may not earn much Bitcoin, but a Windows 10 computer that can perform heavy-duty tasks like video editing and playing major video game titles does have the potential to earn quite a bit. Mine Bitcoin in the cloud. A popular way to get in on the cryptocurrency mining craze is to pay someone else to do it for you, referred to as cloud mining. This process involves signing up for an account on a third party's website and paying them to mine Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies for you. Typically, the more you pay, the more cryptocurrency your account will be able to mine. Cloud mining contracts usually last for a minimum of 9 years or so, though some can continue indefinitely. Mined cryptocurrency is sent to your designated wallet address on a regular basis, which makes it a cool way to earn residual income on a weekly or sometimes daily basis. The cryptocurrency that's mined almost always covers the cost of the initial payment. Genesis Mining is one of the more trustworthy cloud mining companies around. Their founder and CEO has even given a TED Talk about its creation and early days of Bitcoin mining. Genesis Mining offers Bitcoin mining contracts in addition to Litecoin, Ethereum, Monero, and a range of other cryptocurrencies. Advanced mining practices. Building a Bitcoin mining rig. Those looking to really invest in cryptocurrency mining will need to buy an application, specific integrated circuits, or ASIC hardware device, often referred to as a mining rig. These are essentially processors that are made solely for mining Bitcoin, along with other crypto coins, and are intended to run non-stop all day, every day. ASIC miners are generally quite expensive and sell for several $1,000s. Running such a device also consumes a lot of electricity, so it can take a while, often over a year of continuous mining to begin earning a profit. The most popular brand of ASIC miners is Bitmain, with their Antminer miners. They often release newer models of their miners that are more efficient at mining Bitcoin and consuming energy. Consumers are also provided comprehensive support and setup guides aimed at both advanced miners and complete beginners. When using an ASIC mining device, you'll also need to download advanced mining software and join a mining pool. The software will tell the ASIC what to mine, where to mine, and who to send the mined Bitcoin to. The mining pool is a group of miners that choose to help each other mine and share the rewards. The most commonly recommended mining pool and program is Slush Pool and CG Miner. Those using a Bitmain miner may prefer to use their own program and mining pool due to their convenient and user-friendly interface. Why should you mine Bitcoin? In addition to earning extra money, mining a cryptocurrency can also be a way to support your preferred coin. Miners are needed to process all transactions on a crypto coin's blockchain. The more miners there are, the faster and more stable the coin will be. Why shouldn't you mine Bitcoin? Mining Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies consume a lot of money, time, and resources. For most people, it can be almost as rewarding to simply purchase some Bitcoin from a service like Coinbase or CoinJar and let it increase in value while sitting in a wallet doing nothing. What are the difficulties in Bitcoin mining? The computational difficult problem. Bitcoin mining a block is difficult because the SHA-256 hash of a block's header must be lower than or equal to the target in order for the block to be accepted by the network. This problem can be simplified for explanation purposes. The hash of a block must start with a certain number of zeros. The probability of calculating a hash that starts with many zeros is very low. Therefore, many attempts must be made. In order to generate a new hash each round, a nonce is incremented. The Bitcoin Network Difficulty Matrix. The Bitcoin mining network difficulty is the measure of how difficult it is to find a new block compared to the easiest it can ever be. It is recalculated every 216,000 blocks to a value such as the previous 216,000 blocks would have been generated in exactly 2 weeks had everyone been mining at this difficulty. This will yield on average 1 block every 10 minutes. As more miners join, the rate of block creation will go up. As the rate of block generations go up, the difficulty rises to compensate, which will push the rate of block creation back down. Any blocks released by malicious miners that do not meet the required difficulty target will simply be rejected by everyone on the network and thus will be worthless. The block reward. When a block is discovered, the discoverer may award themselves a certain number of Bitcoins, which is agreed upon by everyone in the network. Currently, this bounty is 25 Bitcoins. This value will have every 210,000 blocks. Additionally, the miner is awarded the fee paid by users sending transactions. The fee is an incentive for the miner to include the transaction in their block. In the future, as the number of new Bitcoin miners are allowed to create in, each block dwindles. The fees will make up a much more important percentage of mining. Chapter 15. Ways to store your Bitcoin. Bitcoin is praised for giving its users full control over their funds. At the same time, more control comes with more responsibility to keep those funds safe. There are many different ways to secure your Bitcoins, each having its own pros and cons. This chapter, we will go over a few common and uncommon ways to store your Bitcoins, with a twist at the end. Storing Bitcoins on an exchange. The most common and easiest way to store your Bitcoins is on an exchange. There are many different exchanges available. You should research a Bitcoin exchange comparison chart to see which one might be right for you. Remember, though, that storing your Bitcoins on an exchange is not recommended for the simple fact that you do not have full control over your coins. Exchanges can get hacked or close your account down for one reason or another, and you could potentially lose all your funds. Not to say that exchanges do not have a place in the ecosystem. They are great for beginners to purchase Bitcoins and get familiar with the process of using them. Storing Bitcoins on an online wallet. A better way to store your Bitcoins would be at an online wallet. Blockchain.info and Green Address are just some of the options available for online wallets. To find the right wallet for you, find a Bitcoin wallet comparison chart and reviews. The good news is that using the services mentioned, you have full control over your coins, as you're able to extract the private keys from the wallets. However, the downside is that the private keys are also stored online, which make them vulnerable to hacks and potential zero-day exploits. If you are looking for a convenient way to store your Bitcoins and are not concerned about utmost security, you should give online wallets a chance. Storing Bitcoins in a desktop wallet. A more secure and still convenient option to store Bitcoins is to use desktop wallets. The best part is that the private keys are only stored on your local machine, meaning that exposure of the keys online is minimal. However, if your machine gets infected with Bitcoin stealing malware, consider your coins gone. Furthermore, depending on what desktop wallet solution you choose and how you set it up, you can transact Bitcoins more anonymously, as your IP address and email won't be linked to the Bitcoin wallet, unlike an online solution. Storing Bitcoins in a mobile wallet. Another secure and anonymous way is to store your Bitcoins on a mobile wallet. Wallets such as Mycelium and Bread Wallet are both great apps which you can download from your iPhone's App Store. The wallets do not require any personal information, so you can be confident your transactions are at least somewhat anonymous. Sure, your app will link your phone's ID or IMEI, but if the phone's a burner, it's hard to link the wallet to a real identity. Furthermore, online wallets store the keys on your phone, and in case that your phone is lost, you can always use the provided backup seed to restore your coins. Storing Bitcoins on a hardware wallet. One of the most secure ways to store your Bitcoins is on hardware wallets. Solutions such as Trezor, KeepKey, and Ledger are all great options if you are looking to increase the security of your funds. Furthermore, these wallets provide a completely anonymous option to transact cryptocurrency. Since no personal information is linked to the device, there is no identifying data to leak. The reason these devices are so secure is because the keys are stored on a dedicated piece of hardware. Malware will have a very hard time, most likely impossible, to get past the wallet's hardware security and steal your coins. Furthermore, just like any other wallets, you can easily recover the funds with a seed phrase in case the device is lost or broken. Storing Bitcoins on a paper wallet. Paper wallets aren't as popular as some other solutions as they require more understanding of the protocol. You can generate a Bitcoin paper wallet at bitcoinpaperwallet.com, which will guide you on how to properly generate it. Furthermore, you can generate it offline for utmost security by disconnecting your computer from the internet when creating it. Paper wallets can be stored anywhere and do not take much space. The benefit is this is a 100% anonymous way of storing your coins, as a paper wallet is simply a Bitcoin seed on a piece of paper. If the piece of paper is properly secured, there is no way for hackers to steal it, as the wallet never touched the web in the first place. Storing Bitcoins on a multi-signature wallet. Another less common way to store your Bitcoin is on a multi-signature wallet. A multi-signature wallet requires multiple people to approve a transaction before it can go through. This would be a great solution to store Bitcoins that belong to multiple people. Let's say you don't want a single person to have control over your company's funds. You could set up a signature wallet that would require multiple executives to sign off on a transaction before it can get approved. Burying your Bitcoins. Now that we are done with the more obvious Bitcoin storage solutions, let's move on to the fun ones. If you are feeling extra paranoid of someone robbing your house or having access to your machine, you could print the paper wallet or use a hardware wallet like CryptoSteel and bury your Bitcoin in your backyard or in the woods. For more security, you could also back up the buried wallet on a paper wallet in case you forget where you buried it. Storing Bitcoins on your body. Another creative way to store your Bitcoins is on your body. While it may sound weird at first, tattooing a 12-word seed or at least a phrase or sentence which would help you remember the seed could be an idea worth entertaining. Obviously, if someone discovers the seed after seeing your tattoo, it may render the seed useless. It would probably be best to create a sort of cipher that only you know. This way, neither the tattooer nor any other person seeing the tattoo can break its encryption. Storing Bitcoins in your bank. While it may sound like the worst idea possible, storing Bitcoin in your bank may be more secure than you think. You can generate a paper wallet and place it in your safety deposit box. This way, your Bitcoins are both safe from robbery or house fire. They are also stored anonymously without the bank knowing. Conclusion. Bitcoin is a virtual currency. It doesn't even exist in a form as physical as monopoly money. It's electrons, not molecules, but consider how much cash you personally handle. Bitcoin, or BTC, is a new kind of digital currency with cryptographic keys that is decentralized to a network of computers used by users and miners around the world and is not controlled by a single organization or government. It is the first digital cryptocurrency that has gained the public's attention and is accepted by a growing number of merchants. Like other currencies, users can use a digital currency to buy goods and services online, as well as some physical stores that accept it as a form of payment. Currency traders can also trade Bitcoins in Bitcoin exchanges. Thanks again for buying this audiobook. If you have a minute, please leave a review. I take reviews seriously and always look at them. This way, you are helping me provide you better content that you will love in the future. A review doesn't have to be long. Just 1 or 2 sentences and a number of stars you find appropriate. Hopefully 5, of course. If I think your review is useful, I will mark it as helpful. This will help you become more known on Amazon as a decent reviewer and will ensure that more authors will contact you for free ebooks in the future. This is how we can help each other. This has been Bitcoin Trading, Investing in and Mining for Cryptocurrency. Written by Giles Reeves. Narrated by Warren Seegers. Copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves. Production copyright 2018 by Giles Reeves.